Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. London, 1821. "Wake him up," said James, and the hard-faced shipman promptly lifted the wooden pail he held and threw its contents into the face of the man slumped and restrained in front of them. Water slapped Marcus, splashing him into consciousness, coughing and gasping. Even dripping, chained, and beaten, Marcus had a nobility to him, like a knight gallant in a faded tapestry. The arrogance of the stewards, thought James. It lingered, like the stinking miasma of the river, though Marcus was manacled to prohibit all movement in the bowels of Simon Crean's cargo ship. Down here, the ship's hold was like the insides of a whale, ribbed in wood. The ceiling was low. There were no windows. Light came from the 2 lamps that the shipmen had hung when they had dragged Marcus in here, perhaps an hour ago. It was still dark outside, though Marcus would have no way to know that. Marcus blinked wet eyelashes. His dark hair fell into his eyes in dripping strands. He wore the tattered remains of the livery of his order, its silver star stained with grime and blood. James watched the horror rising in Marcus's eyes as he realized he was still alive. He knew. Marcus knew what was going to happen to him. "So, Simon Crean was right about the stewards," said James. "Kill me." Marcus's throat scraped with gravel, as though seeing James meant a full understanding of what was happening. "Kill me. James, please, if you ever felt anything for me." James dismissed the shipman beside him, and he waited until the man was gone, until there were no sounds but the creak of water and wood, and he and Marcus were alone. Marcus's hands were chained behind his back. He was sprawled awkwardly because of it, unable to right his balance, thick chains binding him with no give to the 4 heavy iron brackets of the ship. James's eyes passed over the massive, immovable iron links. All those vows. You've never really lived at all. Don't you wish you'd been with a woman? Or a man? Like you? Those rumors, said James evenly, aren't true. If you ever felt anything for any of us. You strayed too far from the flock, Marcus. I beg you, said Marcus. He said the words like there was a system of honor in the world, like all you had to do was appeal to a person's better nature and goodness would prevail. The self-righteousness of it stuck in James' throat. Beg me then. Beg me on your knees to kill you. Do it. James hadn't thought Marcus would do it, but of course he did. He probably loved it, on his knees in an act of martyring self-sacrifice. Marcus was a steward, had spent his life keeping vows and following rules, believing in words like noble and true and good. Marcus moved awkwardly, unable to balance without his hands, finding a new posture within the chains with humiliating difficulty, his head lowering, his knees spreading on the planking. Please, James, please, for what's left of the stewards. James looked down at that bowed head, that battered, handsome visage that was still naive enough to hope that there was a way out for him. I'm going to stand at Simon's side, said James, while he ends the line of stewards. I'm not going to stop until there's no one left to stand in your hall, until the last of your light flickers and goes out. And when darkness comes, I'll be standing next to the one who will rule it all. James's voice was precise. You think I felt something for you? You've forgotten who I am. Marcus looked up then, eyes flashing. It was the only warning James had. Marcus pulled, calling on all his strength so that his muscles strained and bulged, flesh pitted against iron for a single terrifying moment. The iron groaned. Shifting? Marcus made an agonized sound as his body gave out. A laugh of relief bubbled up in James' throat. Stewards were strong, but not strong enough. Marcus was panting. His eyes were furious. Underneath that, he was terrified. "You're not Simon's right hand," said Marcus. "You're his worm, his bootlicker. How many of us have you killed? How many stewards will die because of you?" "Everyone but you," said James. Marcus's face turned ashen, and for a moment James thought he was going to beg again. He would have enjoyed that. But Marcus just stared back at him in thick silence. It was enough, for now. Marcus would beg again before this was over. James didn't need to provoke it. He only needed to wait. Marcus would beg, and no one would come to help him here on Simon's ship. Satisfied, James turned to walk out up the wooden stairs that would lead him to the deck. He had his foot on the first step when Marcus's voice rang out behind him. "The boy's alive." James felt hotly resentful that it made him stop. He forced himself not to turn, not to look at Marcus, not to take up the bait. He spoke in a calm voice as he continued on his way up the steps to the ship's deck. "That's the trouble with you stewards. You always think there's hope." 3 weeks later. Will's first glimpse of London came before the sun rose. The forest of masts on the river, jet-black silhouettes against a sky barely one shade lighter, joined by hoisting cranes, scaffolding, and every upright funnel and flue. The docks were waking up. On the left bank, the first warehouse doors were unlatched and thrown open. Men were gathered shouting their names in the hope of being taken on for jobs. Others were already in the shallow boats, winding rope. A satin-waistcoated mate called out a greeting to a foreman. 3 children in rolled-up trousers had begun groping in the mud for a copper nail or a small piece of coal, a rope end, a bone. A woman in heavy skirts sat beside a cask calling out a day's wares. On a river barge making its slow way along the black water, Will pushed out from behind roped-down barrels of rum, ready to jump down onto the bank. He was tasked with checking the ropes that tethered the barrels to stop any slippage, then looping crane tethers or just straining under the weight himself to unload cargo. He didn't have the ox build of many of the dock laborers, but he was hard-working. He could throw himself against ropes and haul, or help heft sacks into a cart or a boat. "Piers ahead. Bring her in," called Abney, the bargeman. Will nodded and took up a rope. Unloading the barge would be a morning's work, before they'd break for a half-hour, the men sharing pipes and liquor. His muscles already ached with strain, but soon he'd find the rhythm that would carry him through. At the end of the day, he would be given a hard crust of bread with pea soup steaming hot from the pot. He was already looking forward to it, imagining the warming taste of the soup, feeling lucky to have fingerless gloves that kept his hands warm in the chill. "Get those ropes ready." Abney had his hand on one of the ropes himself, right near one of Will's nuts, his cheeks ruddy with alcohol. "Crenshaw wants the barge clear before midday." The barge sprang into action. Stopping a 30-ton boat with nothing but currents and poles was hard in daylight, harder in the dark. Too fast and the poles would snap, too slow and they'd ram the pier, wood splintering. The lightermen sank their poles into the silt of the riverbed and heaved, straining against the whole heavy weight of the barge. "Tie her up," came the call, seeking to secure the barge before the unloading. The barge slowed to a stop, barely rising and falling on the dark water. The lightermen sheathed their poles and threw out mooring lines to tie the barge to the pier, pulling on the ropes to draw them tight, then knotting the ropes further. Will was the first to leap down from the barge, and he looped his mooring line around a bollard, helping those aboard draw the barge tight to the pier. "The foreman'll be drinking with the ship's merchant tonight," said George Murphy, a big whiskered Irishman, pulling rope alongside Will. That was the subject that all the men on the docks talked about, work and how to get it. Might offer more work when this job's done. Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. "Drink makes him swing, but it also makes him miss," said Will, and Murphy gave a good-natured snort. Will didn't add, "most of the time." "I was thinking I'd try to catch him after, see if I can get hired on," said Murphy. Better than standing at the gate hoping to get called up for day work, agreed Will. Might even have the chance of a bit of meat on Sunday. Crack. Will's head whipped around just in time to see a rope release from its tether, flying up into the air. There were 30 tons of cargo on this boat, not only rum, but cork, barley, and gunpowder. The rope whipping up through the iron rings released all of it, snapping canvas, barrels rolling, tumbling, right towards Murphy. No! Will threw himself at Murphy, knocking him out of the way of the cascade, then feeling a teeth-jarring burst of pain as a barrel hit his own shoulder. Breathing heavily, he pushed himself up and looked at Murphy's shocked face with a rush of wild relief that the man was alive, with only his cap knocked off, revealing a head of flattened hair above his whiskers. For a moment, he and Murphy just stared at each other. Then the full scale of the calamity dawned on both of them. "Haul them up! Get them up out of the water!" Men were splashing around, desperate to save the cargo. Will did his own splashing as barrels were pushed towards the pebbled shore. He ignored his hurt shoulder. It was harder to ignore the memory of the flying rope and Murphy in the way of the crash. It could have killed him. He tried to focus on the wreckage. How badly was the cargo damaged? Cork floated, and the rum barrels were airtight, but saltpeter dissolved in water. When they crowbarred open the barrels of gunpowder, would they find it ruined? To lose a barge full of gunpowder, what would that mean? Would Crenshaw's business fold, his wealth floating in the river? Accidents were common on the docks. Just last week, Will had seen a plodding draft horse shy unexpectedly as it pulled a barge along the canals, breaking its ropes and overturning its boat. Abney had a story of a snapped chain that had killed 4 men and sent a boatload of coal to the bottom. Murphy had 2 missing fingers from badly stacked crates. Everyone knew the daily reality: hazard is skimping, corners cut. "A bloody rope slipped," swore Beckett, an older laborer with a faded brown waistcoat fastened tight up to the throat. "There," he pointed at the broken tether. "You," he turned to Will, who happened to be closest, "get us some more rope and a crowbar to open up these barrels." He gestured to the warehouse with his chin. "And be quick about it. Any lost time comes out of your pay." "Yes, Master Beckett," said Will, knowing better than to argue. Behind him, Beckett was already ordering others back to their work, directing the flow of sacks and crates around the dripping barrels on the bank. Will hurried towards the warehouse, one of many large brick buildings that lined the foreshore. Crenshaw's warehouse was filled with merchandise in barrels and crates, resting for a night or two before it found its way into drawing rooms, onto dining tables, and into smoking pipes. Inside, the air was cold and sickened with the stench of sulfur in yellow bins and hides in stacks and barrels of cloyingly sweet rum. Will hid his nose in his arm as a pungent whiff of fresh tobacco in stacks was obliterated by the throat-itching scent of rich spices he'd never tasted. He had spent a half-day hauling crates inside a similar warehouse 2 weeks ago. The cough had stayed with him for days and been a nuisance to hide from the foreman. He was used to the foul smell of the river, but the fumes from the tar and the alcohol made his eyes water. A laborer with a coarse, bright-colored handkerchief around his throat paused in his work stacking timber. "You lost?" "Beckett sent me in to find some rope. Down back." He gestured with his thumb. Will scooped up a crowbar that lay alongside a few older barrels and a heaped pile of lines smelling of tar. Then he looked around for a spare coil of rope that he could sling over his shoulder and take back to the barge. Nothing here, nothing behind the barrels. To his left, he saw an object partially covered in a white sheet. Anything there? He reached out and tugged the dusty sheet, which slipped off and pooled on the floor. A mirror was revealed, leaning against a cargo crate. It was made of metal, and it was old, an ancient era, before mirrors were made out of glass. Warped and streaked, it scattered his reflection in choppy glints across its metal surface, hazy glimpses of pale skin and dark eyes. Nothing here either, he thought, and was about to return to his search when something in the mirror caught his eye, a flicker. He looked around sharply, thinking that the mirror must have caught the reflected movement of someone behind him. But no one was there. Strange. Had he imagined it? The warehouse at this end was deserted, long corridors between stacked crates. He looked back at the mirror. Its dull metal surface was tarnished with age and imperfections, so that it was hard to make himself out. But he still saw it, a movement in the mirror's hazy surface that stopped him in his tracks. The reflection in the mirror was changing. Will stared at it, barely daring to breathe. The dim shapes in the metal were reforming before his eyes, into columns and wide-open spaces. It wasn't possible, and yet it was happening. The reflection was changing, as if the room the mirror faced was a long-ago place, and there was no one to tell him not to come forward and look across the years. There was a lady in the mirror. That was what he saw, or thought that he saw. Then the gold of the candle beside her, and the gold of her gleaming hair, caught in a single plait that fell over her shoulder and all the way down to her waist. She was writing, illuminated letters on pages with rich colored borders and tiny figures fitted into the ornate capitals. Her room was open to the balconied night, with vaulted ceilings and a series of shallow steps that led, he somehow knew, into the gardens. He had never seen that view before, but inside him was a memory of green evening scent and the dark movement of trees. He moved closer instinctively to see it better. She stopped writing and turned. She had eyes like his mother. She was looking right at him. He fought the instinct to take a step back. She was coming towards him, her gown unfurling behind her in a train across the floor. He could see the candle she held on its stalk, the bright medallion she wore around her neck. She was coming so close, it was as though they faced one another. He felt suddenly that all that separated them was the distance of an outstretched hand. He thought he must see his own face reflected in each one of her eyes, small as candle flame, a twinned flicker. Instead, doubled, silver and new mint in her eyes, he saw the mirror. All the hairs rose on his arms, the strangeness of it prickling over him. The same mirror, she's looking into the same mirror. A voice said, "Who are you?" He jerked back, sudden, a stumble, only to realize, foolishly, that the voice had not come from the mirror. It had come from behind him. One of the warehouse laborers was staring at him suspiciously, a raised lamp in his hand. "Get back to work." Will blanked. The warehouse, with its dank crates, faced him, dull and ordinary. The gardens, the high pillars, and the lady were gone. It was as though a spell had broken. Had he imagined it? Was it the warehouse fumes? He had the urge to rub his eyes, half wanting to chase the image that he had seen. But the mirror was just a mirror, reflecting the ordinary world around him. The vision in it had vanished, a fantasy, a daydream, or a trick of the light. Shaking off the dazed sensation, Will forced himself to nod his head and say, "Yes, sir." Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Dawdling in the warehouse earned Will 3 weeks of docked pay and a demotion to some of the toughest work on the docks. He forced himself through it, though his muscles burned and his stomach cramped without food. The first 3 days were dredging and lifting, and then Will was put on wheelwork, trudging to turn the warehouse's giant wooden cylinder with 6 much bigger men, his legs aching as the wheel's pulleys lifted giant casks 18 feet in the air. He returned each night to his anonymous, overcrowded lodging house too exhausted to even think about the mirror or the strange things he'd seen in it, too exhausted to do more than tumble down onto the grimy straw pallet and sleep. He didn't complain. Crenshaw was still in business. He wanted this job. Even at reduced pay, dock labor was better than the living he'd scraped when he'd first come to London. He'd spent days scrounging for scraps before he'd learned to pick up burnt-out ends of cigars, dry them, then sell them to dockmen as tobacco for pipes. It was those men who had said you could get unskilled jobs on the docks if you were prepared to work hard enough. Now Will hefted the last sack of barley onto its pile, long after most of the other men had left at the bell. It had been a punishing day's work, double pace with no breaks to try to make up for lost time when the barge came in late. The sun was setting, and there were fewer people on the foreshore, the last stragglers finishing up their work. All he had to do was sign off with the foreman and he'd be free for the night. He'd head to the main street where food sellers gathered to offer a bite to workers for the right price. A late finish meant that he had missed out on his scoop of pea soup, but he had a single coin that would buy him a hot potato in its jacket, and that would be enough to fuel him for tomorrow. Foreman's around front. Murphy indicated upriver with his chin. Will scrambled to get there before the foreman left. He turned the corner, calling a goodbye to Beckett and the last of the workers who stumbled off towards the public house. Crunching along the foreshore, he saw a chestnut seller in the distance crying his wares to the last of the dock laborers, his bearded face crimson with the fire shining through the holes at the bottom of his stove. Then he reached the empty pier. That was when Will really looked at where he was. It had grown dark enough that men had come out to light the grease lamps that coughed and spluttered, but Will had left those behind him. The only sounds were the slap of black water at the end of the pier and the distant calls of a dredging boat moving slowly from the canal to the river, netting whatever it could find. The pier was utterly deserted, with no hint of life, except for 3 men in a disused wherry half hidden alongside the shadowy planking. Will couldn't have said the moment he realized it or what caused it. There was no sign of the foreman. There was no one within earshot to hear a cry for help. The 3 men were getting out of the boat. One of them was looking up, right at him. They found me. He knew it at once. Knew the purposeful look in their eyes, the way they were spreading out to block his path as they climbed out of the wherry. Will's heart jammed in his throat. How? Why are they here? What had given him away? He kept to himself. He kept his head down. He hid the scar on his right hand with fingerless gloves. He had to rub it sometimes to keep his fingers mobile, but he was very careful not to let anyone see when he did that. He knew from experience that the smallest gesture could betray him. Maybe it was the gloves themselves this time. Or maybe he'd just been careless, the anonymous boy on the docks not quite as anonymous as he'd hoped to be. He took a step back. There was nowhere to go. A sound behind him. There were 2 other men coming up to block his path, shadowy figures he didn't recognize. But he knew the coordinated way the men were moving, fanning out to block his escape. It was sickeningly familiar, part of his new life, like seeing her lying on blood-soaked ground and not knowing why, like months of hiding without the first idea why they had killed her or what they wanted from him. He thought of the last word his mother had said to him, "Run." He sprinted for the only way out he could see, a stack of crates to the left of the warehouse. Jumping for the top of the crates, he pulled himself up desperately. A hand snatched at his ankle. He ignored it. He ignored the shaking, the heart-thundering panic. It should be easier now. He wasn't stupid with fresh grief. He wasn't naive like he had been those first nights, not knowing how to run or hide, not knowing to avoid the roads, or what happened when he allowed himself to trust someone. Run. No time to sprawl when he landed in the mud on the other side. No time to get his bearings. No time to look back. He pushed himself up and started to run. Why? Why are they after me? His feet slapped on the wet, muddy street. He could hear the men shouting behind him. It had begun to rain, and he ran blindly into the wet dark over slippery cobbles. Soon his clothing was sodden, and running was harder, his breath too loud in his throat. But he knew the warren of streets and smaller lanes that were in constant construction, a mess of scaffolding, new buildings, and new roads. He made for them, hoping to get far enough ahead to misdirect and hide and let the men run past him. He ducked and wove between the planks and struts of construction and heard the men slow and fan out for him. I can't let them know I'm here. Staying very quiet, he slipped in between struts and then into a space behind a high scaffold that laddered up a half-built structure. A hand grabbed his shoulder. There was hot breath against his ear and a hand on his arm. No, heart pounding, Will struggled desperately, and when a wet hand clamped over his mouth, he stopped breathing. Stop. The man's voice was hard to hear over the rain, but it made Will's blood run cold. Stop. I'm not one of them. Will barely registered the man's words, the sound he made, muffled under the man's heavy hand. They're here. They're here. They've caught me. Stop, said the man. Will, don't you recognize me? Matthew? He almost said, recognizing the voice with a jolt the moment the man said his name. The outline of one of the men from the river resolved into a figure he knew. He went still, disbelieving his eyes as the man's hand slowly lifted from his mouth. Half obscured by the rain, the man was Matthew Owens, a servant of his mother's, in their old house in London. Their first house, their first life. Before they had moved to a series of different out-of-the-way places, his mother never telling him why, but increasingly anxious, wary of strangers, watching the road. "We need to stay quiet," said Matthew, lowering his voice further. "They're still out there." "You're with those men," Will heard himself say. "I saw you at the river." It had been years since he had seen Matthew, and now he is here, had chased him here from the docks, might have been chasing him since Bowhill. "I'm not one of them," said Matthew. "They only think I am." A renewed burst of fear. "My mother's dead." He didn't say it, staring at Matthew's gray hair and blue eyes. Seeing a familiar servant from the old household brought a child's desire for safety, like wanting to be soothed by a parent after cutting his hand. He wanted Matthew to tell him what was happening, but the tug of childhood familiarity hit the cold reality of his life on the run. Just because I know him doesn't mean I can trust him. "They're right on your trail, Will. Nowhere in London is safe." Matthew's low voice was urgent in the shadowed space under the scaffolding. "You must go to the Stewards. The bright star holds, even as the darkness rises. But you must hurry, or they will find you and darkness will come for us all." "I don't understand." Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry, the Stewards, the bright star. Matthew's words didn't make any sense. Who are those men? Why are they chasing me? Matthew took something from the pocket of his waistcoat as though it was very important and held it out to Will. "Take this. It belonged to your mother." My mother? Danger and desire fought. He wanted to take it. The yearning was like a pain, even as he remembered those awful final moments as she had looked up at him, her blue dress covered in blood. "Run. Show it to the Stewards, and they will know what to do. They are the only ones left who do. They will give you the answers, I promise. But there isn't much time. I must return before they notice I'm gone." There was that unfamiliar word again. Stewards. Matthew placed what he held onto one of the planks of scaffolding that separated them. He was backing away, as if he knew Will wouldn't take what he'd left while he was still there. Will gripped the scaffolding behind him tightly, wanting nothing more than to step forward towards the man whose gray hair and tattered black satin waistcoat were so familiar. Matthew turned to go, but stopped at the last moment, looking back. "I'll do what I can to throw them off your trail. I promised your mother I'd help you from inside, and that's what I intend to do." Then he was gone, hurrying back towards the river. Will was left with his heart racing as Matthew's footsteps faded. The sounds of the other men were fading with him, as though their search was moving on. Will could see the outline, the shape of what Matthew had left him. He felt like a wild animal looking at bait in a trap. "Wait," he wanted to call out after him. "Who are they? What do you know about my mother?" He stared out into the rain after Matthew, and then all his attention returned to the small package on the scaffolding. Matthew had said to hurry, but all Will could think about was the object that lay in front of him. Had his mother really left it for him? He came forward. It felt like he was being pulled by a string. The package was a small, round shape wrapped in the leather tie that Matthew had taken from the pocket of his waistcoat. "Show it to the stewards," Matthew had said, but Will didn't know what stewards were or where to find them. Will reached out. He half expected those men from the docks to descend on him at any moment. He half expected this to be a trick or a trap. He picked up the package, his fingers numb with cold. Unwinding the tie, he saw a rusted piece of metal. He could barely feel its jagged edges, he was so cold. But he could feel its weight, unexpectedly heavy, as though it was made of gold or lead. Will angled it for better light, and felt the shiver go through his whole body. Roughly circular, twisted, it was an old, broken medallion. He recognized it. He had seen it before, in the mirror. A wave of dizziness passed over him as he stared down at the impossible in his hands. The lady had worn the same medallion around her neck. He remembered the shine of it as she walked towards him, her eyes fixed on him, as though she knew him. It had been shaped like a 5-petaled hawthorn flower and bright as new gold. But its surface now was dull, cracked, and uneven, as though years had passed, as though it had been buried and dug up, weathered and broken. But the lady in the mirror was just a dream. She was just a trick of the light. Turning it over, he saw that the medallion had writing engraved on it. It wasn't written in any language he knew, but somehow he could understand the words. It felt like they were part of him, like they came from deep inside, a language that had always been there, in his bones, on the tip of his tongue. "I cannot return when I am called to fight, so I will have a child." He didn't know why, but he started to shake. The words in that strange language blazed in his mind. He shouldn't be able to read it, but he could. He could feel it. He saw again the image of the lady's eyes in the mirror, as if she was looking right at him. My mother's eyes. Everything around him disappeared until he could only see the lady, an aching sensation between them as they faced each other. "I cannot return when I am called to fight." She seemed to say it directly to him. "So I will have a child." He was shaking harder. "Stop," he gasped, wrapping his hands around the medallion, willing the vision to vanish with all his might. "Stop." It stopped. Will was left breathing shallowly. He was alone, the rain dripping from his hair, soaking through his cap and his clothes. Just like the mirror, the medallion was ordinary again, an old, dull thing with no hint of what he had just seen. Will looked up to the place where Matthew had disappeared into the rain. What was it? What had Matthew given him? His fingers gripped the medallion so tightly the jagged edges cut into him. The streets by now were empty. No one had heard his gasp at the medallion's vision. The men searching for him had moved on. It was his chance to get away, to run. But he needed answers about the medallion and the lady and the men who were chasing him. He needed to know why all of this was happening. He needed to know why those men had killed his mother. Putting the medallion on its cord around his neck, he started running back through the rain, feet splashing in the mud. He had to find Matthew. He had to know what Matthew hadn't told him. The streets whipped past him. The eyes of the lady in the mirror burned in his memory. When he finally came to a stop, panting, he saw that he had come almost all the way back to the warehouse. Matthew was sitting on a street bench a few blocks from the river. The street was better lit than the ones he had come from, and Will could see that Matthew was wearing buckled shoes and pleated pantaloons with his white shirt and black waistcoat. Will had so many questions that he didn't know where to start. He closed his eyes and drew a breath. "Please, you brought me that medallion. I need to know what it means. The stewards, what are they? How do I find them? And those men, I don't understand why those men are chasing me, why they killed my mother. I don't understand what I meant to do." Silence. Will had spoken in a rush. Now, as the silence stretched out, he felt his need for answers transforming into a darker throb of fear. "Matthew?" he said in a small voice, though he knew. It was raining hard, and Matthew was sitting out in it, oddly exposed. He wasn't wearing a jacket. His arms were slack in his drenched shirt sleeves. His clothes were sopping on his body. Water dripped from his unmoving fingers. The rain was pelting him, running in streaming rivulets down his face, into his open mouth, over his dead open eyes. They're here. Will threw himself, not along the road, but sideways towards one of the doors, a last desperate hope that he might alert the owner or find his way inside. He took the first blow at the outer gate. Before he could reach the door, a hand grabbed his shoulder, another closed around his neck. No. He saw the hair on one man's arm and felt the hot breath of another against his face. It was the closest he had been to any of them since that night. He didn't know their faces, but with clotting horror, he saw one thing he did recognize. On the underside of the wrist reaching for him, an S was branded into the man's flesh. He had seen that S before, at Bowhill, burned into the wrists of the men who had killed his mother. He saw it when he couldn't sleep, snaking into his dreams. It felt old and dark, like an ancient evil. Now it seemed to squirm over the man's skin, in raised, moving flesh, crawling towards him. Everything he'd learned in 9 months on the run vanished. It was as if he were back at Bowhill, stumbling away from the house and the men who were chasing him. The rain had made it hard to see that night, and easy to trip and fall, scrabbling down banks and splashing through ditches. He hadn't known how long he'd pushed on until he collapsed, shivering and wet. Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. He had wanted, it was stupid, his mother, but she was dead, and he was unable to go back to her because he'd made a promise. Run. For a moment, it was as if the snare was reaching for him from out of a deep pit. Run. Thrown down hard onto his back on the soaking cobblestones, Will tried to push himself up, putting his weight on an elbow, and was shocked into gasping at the pain of his shoulder as his arm collapsed under him. They overmastered him immediately, though he used all his strength. He'd never had to fight before that night in Bowhill, and he wasn't terribly good at it. Holding him down, one of the men hit him methodically until he lay reeling on his back in his sodden clothes, breathing as best he could. "You've had an easy life, haven't you?" The man raised his foot to nudge at Will briefly with his toe. "A mama's boy, clinging to your mama's skirts. That's all done now." When he tried to move, they kicked him again and again until his vision turned black and he stopped moving altogether. "Tie him up. We finish up here, then take him to Simon's ship." "Out of the way, rat." A thoughtless hand shoved Violet backward, shutting her out of the spectacle on the deck. Pushed and jostled, she craned her neck for a glimpse. She couldn't see much past the shoulders of the sailors, the press of their bodies thick with the smell of anticipation, brine, and sweat. So she scrambled up onto the rat lines, wedging her arm into the knotted rope to hold herself in place. Her first glimpse of Tom was over a crowd of caps and kerchiefs, the sailors encircling him on the deck. It was Thursday, and Simon's ship, the Sealgare, was moored on the crowded river. Heavy with cargo, its main mast flew the 3 black hounds, Simon's coat of arms. Violet wasn't supposed to have snuck aboard, but she knew the ship from the work her family did for Simon, a great source of pride for them. The oldest son of the Earl of Sinclair, the man her family called Simon, had his own title, Lord Crenshaw. He oversaw a lucrative trade empire on behalf of his father. They said his reach was farther than King George's, stretching out across the globe. Violet had glimpsed Simon himself once, a powerful figure in a rich black coat. Today, there were men with pistols guarding the railings, others barricading the pier. But everyone else was on the quarterdeck, the work of loading and securing cargo halted. From her perch high on the ropes, Violet could see the tense jostling among those crowded in a rough circle. These hard men were all gathered to witness one thing: Tom was going to be honored with the brand. He was stripped to the waist, his head exposed, his dark auburn hair falling about his face. He knelt on the planking of the ship. His bare chest rose and fell visibly. He was breathing quickly in anticipation of what was about to happen. The air of those watching was expectant, partly jealous too, knowing Tom had earned what was about to be given to him. One or two of them were drinking whiskey as though they were the ones who would need it. She understood how they felt. It was like the ceremony was happening to all of them. And in a way it was, like a promise. Do well for Simon, please Simon, and this is what you will get. A shipman came forward, wearing a brown leather over-apron, like a blacksmith. "You don't need to hold me down," said Tom. He had turned back anything he was offered to help him deal with pain: alcohol, blindfold, leather to bite down on. He simply knelt and waited. The cord of expectation pulled tighter. At 19, Tom was the youngest to ever take the brand. Watching, Violet swore to herself, "I'll be even younger." Like Tom, she would do well in the world of trade, bringing back Simon her own trophies, and then she too would be promoted. "As soon as I get a chance, I'm going to prove myself." "Simon rewards your service with this gift," said Captain Maxwell. He nodded to the shipman, who moved to stand near a brazier of heated coals that had been brought out onto the deck. "When it's done, you'll be his," he said. Honored by his brand. The shipman pulled the branding iron out of the hot coals. Violet tensed as though it were happening to her. The iron was long, like a fire iron, but with an S at the tip, so hot from the coals that it glowed red, like a moving flame. The shipman came forward. "I swear this oath to Simon," said Tom, ritualistic words. "I am his loyal servant. I will obey and serve. Brand me." Tom's blue eyes looked right at the shipman. "Seal my pledge into my flesh." Violet held her breath. This was it. Those with the brand became part of the inner circle, Simon's favorites. They were his most loyal followers, and it was whispered they got special rewards, and more than that, Simon's attention, which was its own reward for many of them. Horst Maxwell, the captain of the Sealgare, bore the brand, which gave him authority even above his station. Tom held out his arm so that the clean skin of his wrist was visible. The only other time Violet had seen a man take the brand, he'd screamed and spasmed like a fish on the floor of a boat. Tom had seen that too, but it didn't seem to faze him. He met the shipman's eyes determinedly, holding himself in place with his courage and his will. Captain Maxwell said, "That's it, boy. Take it well." Tom won't scream, Violet thought. He's strong. The men were so quiet now that you could hear the lap of the water against the hull. The shipman lifted the brand. Violet saw a sailor turn his head, not wanting to look, less brave than Tom. That was what Tom was proving. Take it, and show you're worthy. Violet gripped the ropes tightly, but she didn't look away as the shipman brought the cauterizing brand to the skin of Tom's wrist. The sudden burning smell was terrible, like seared meat. Hot metal pressed into flesh for longer than seemed necessary. Tom's every muscle bunched with the desire to curl around the pain, but he didn't. He stayed on his knees, breathing heavily in and out, his flesh trembling like an exhausted horse covered in sweat at the end of its run. A roar went up, and the shipman held Tom's arm aloft, howling him to his feet for everyone to see. Tom looked dazed, stumbling up. Violet saw a brief flash of the skin of his wrist, branded with the shape of an S, before the shipman quickly doused it with alcohol and wrapped it in a bandage. "That's how I'll be," thought Violet, brave like Tom. He disappeared from her view, the crowd swallowing him in a wave of congratulations. She was craning her neck again, straining for any glimpse. Cut off, she went slithering down the ropes, trying to reach Tom through the press of men, even as she was shoved impersonally here and there, pushed back. She couldn't see him at all, though the sickly rich smell of cooked meat lingered. A painful grip on her arm wrenched her sideways. I told you to stay back, rat. The man who gripped her arm had lank hair under a dirty kerchief, his beard a rash across his cheeks. He had the rough skin of a sailor, red capillaries like netting on his face. The manacle of his fingers hurt. She smelled stale gin on his breath and felt a wave of revulsion. She pushed it down and dug her heels in. Let go. I've a right to be here. You're an ugly brown rat who's stolen his better's clothes. I haven't stolen anything, she said, though she was wearing Tom's waistcoat and trousers, and his shirt too, and the shoes that he'd outgrown. And then, humiliatingly, she heard Tom's voice. What's going on? Tom had shrugged into a shirt, though the 2 buttons of the high collar were still undone and the front ruffle hung open. Violet had a clear view of him as space opened between them. Every eye was on them. The sailor held her by the neck. This boy's causing trouble. The sheen of sweat from the branding still on him, Tom said, That's not a boy. That's my sister, Violet. Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. She saw the sailor react to that the same way that everyone reacted to it, with disbelief at first, and then with a new way of looking at Tom, as if they had learned something about Tom's father. But are you questioning me, sailor? Freshly branded, Tom had more authority than anyone on the ship. He was Simon's now, and his word was Simon's word. The sailor closed his mouth with a snap, releasing her instantly to stumble onto the planking. She and Tom faced each other. Her cheeks felt hot. I can explain. In London, no one guessed that Tom was Violet's half-brother. They didn't look alike. Tom was 3 years older and didn't share her Indian heritage. He looked just like their father, tall, broad-shouldered, and blue-eyed with pale skin and auburn hair. Violet was slight and took after her mother, with brown skin, dark eyes, and dark hair. The only thing they shared was their freckles. Violet, what are you doing here? You're supposed to be at home. You took the brand, she said. Father will be proud. Tom instinctively gripped his own arm, above the bandage, as though he wanted to grasp the wound but knew that he couldn't. How do you know about that? Everyone on the docks knows about it, said Violet. They say Simon brands his best men, and they rise in the ranks, and he gives them all special rewards, and... He ignored her, talking in a low, urgent voice, glancing at the men nearby with tense concern. I told you not to come here. You need to leave the ship. She looked around them. Are you joining his expedition? Will he put you in charge of a dig? That's enough, said Tom as his face shuddered. Mother's right. You're too old for this. Following me around, wearing my clothes. Go home. Mother's right. It hurt. Englishmen abroad didn't usually bring their bastard daughters with them back to England. Violet knew that from the fights between her father and Tom's mother. But Tom had always stood up for her. He'd tug one of her curls and say, Violet, let's go for a walk, and take her out to a street vendor to buy her hot tea and a currenty roll, while inside his mother shouted at their father, Why do you have that girl living in this house? To humiliate me? To make me a laughingstock? But you gave me these clothes, she heard herself say, and the words seemed small. Tom started to say, Violet. Later, she would think that there had been warning signs. The men on the pier, the tense looks of the sailors, the patrols with pistols, even the tightness in Tom's mouth. Now the only warning was Tom jerking his head up. A sudden jolt shuddered the ship, sending her stumbling sideways. Violet heard a shot ring out and turned to see the sailor who had fired it, white-faced, his pistol shaking. Then she saw what he was shooting at. Swarming over the side of the ship, up grappling ropes and planks, came men and women dressed in a white starburst livery. Their faces were noble, like something out of an old storybook. Their features were varied, as though they came from many different lands. They seemed to rise up out of the mist, and they didn't have modern weapons. They were armed like knights, with swords. Violet had never seen anything like them before, like a myth brought to life. "Stewards!" screamed a voice, jolting her out of her reverie, and chaos broke loose, the unfamiliar word spreading like wildfire. Stewards, Violet thought, the old-fashioned moniker ringing in her ears. Tom and Captain Maxwell reacted as if they knew what it meant, but most of Simon's men were just running for weapons or drawing pistols and immediately starting to shoot at the attackers, the deck filled with thick smoke and the choking smell of sulfur and saltpeter from the guns. Violet was knocked back and saw everything in a jumble. 3 of the attackers, Stewards, swung up around the bowsprit. One of them closer to Violet leaped the rail with freakish ease. Another pushed one of the half-ton crates out of her way with one hand, which was impossible. They're strong, Violet thought with shock. These stewards in their white starbursts had a strength and speed that couldn't be natural. As they evaded the first round of pistol shots and started to fight, Simon's men letting out screams and cries in the smoke as the stewards began to cut them down. She felt Tom's hand close on her shoulder. "Violet," her brother's voice strong. "I'll cut them off here. I need you in the hold to protect Simon's cargo." "Tom, what's happening? Who are these?" "The hold, Violet, now." "Swords." No one used swords anymore, Violet thought, watching in shock as a male steward with high cheekbones calmly hewed down the ship's bosun, while a female steward with blonde hair ran her blade through the chest of one of the sailors with guns. "Find Marcus," the blonde steward ordered, the others fanning out, obeying her authority. Tom was stepping out to face them. Violet needed to go. The deck was a jumble of sight and sound, the fighting pushing closer. She was rooted to the spot. "Simon's lion," said the blonde steward, while another beside her said, "He's just a cub." Lion, thought Violet, the strange word echoing in her, even as she realized they were talking about her brother. Tom had picked up the branding iron and was holding it like a crowbar. Amidst the gunfire and the swords, it looked foolish, but Tom stood out in front of the others, facing down the line of stewards, as though he was willing to take them on alone. Tom said, "If you know we took Marcus, you know you're not invincible." The blonde steward laughed. "You think one lion can stop a dozen stewards?" "One lion killed 100 like you," said Tom. "You're not like the lions of old. You're weak." The steward's sword flashed a silver arc. It was fast, so fast. Violet saw only an instant of shock on the blonde steward's face before Tom smashed the sword out of her hand, then drove the crude iron bar through her chest. Then he was pulling out the bar and rising to face the others. Tom wasn't weak. Tom was strong. Tom had always been strong. Violet stared at him. There was blood on Tom's face, blood on the iron, blood spattered over the white of his shirt, turning it red. With his auburn curls a halo around his head, he did look like a lion. He threw her a single look. "Go, Violet. I'll follow you down when I can." She nodded blindly. She went, scrabbling backward, then ducking and running across the planking, as the ship shuddered again as though it had been hit. Above her, the rigging swayed and shook. A barrel rolled uncontrollably across the decking. More gunfire. Violet raised her arm to her mouth so that she didn't choke on smoke. Her heels skidded on blood. She glimpsed Captain Maxwell loading a pistol, then careened sideways to avoid 3 of Simon's men struggling with a steward before she made it through the haze into the hold. Relief. As the hatch closed, there was no one here. The sounds from above deck were muffled, shouts and cries, and the muted crack of gunshots. She tried not to let it feel like the doors to her father's study closing, shutting her out after Tom was led inside. Stewards, Tom had called them. They had called him lion. That word was beating at her like blood. She remembered a younger Tom bending a copper farthing in half with his fingers, telling her, "Violet, I'm strong, but you can't tell anyone." His strength was a secret they kept between themselves, but now it made her ordinary brother seem as though he was like the stewards, strange and otherworldly. Lion. She kept replaying the moment that Tom had killed the blonde steward, red blood on the iron bar. She had not believed Tom capable of killing anyone. Her hands were shaking. It was stupid. Locked up tight in the hold, she was the safest person on the ship. She squeezed her hands into fists to stop it. That worked, a little. She needed a weapon. She looked around herself. The Seal Gear's hold was a cavernous space, with thick beams near the stairs, and crates, barrels, and containers extending to the back of the ship. Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. A long line of lamps hanging from hooks overhead disappeared into a darker area, like the black interior of a cave. There, she could see only distant shapes, half-draped canvas, and huge wooden bins. This was Simon's cargo, part of a steady stream of goods that he brought back from his trading outposts. They said Simon was a collector, and that his trade funded the unusual objects that he brought back from around the globe. Tom had been rewarded with the brand for procuring one of them, something rare and hard to find. Violet could only guess what strange items lay inside these crates. An uneasy chill passed over her, as if she shouldn't have come down here, as if there was something here that shouldn't be disturbed. She stepped off the last of the stairs. In this murky lamplight, it was hard to remember that it was sunny outside. Crates loomed on either side of her, anonymous shapes that flickered in the lamplight, appearing to shrink and grow. Despite the snatches of light, it was cold, cold as the river. The Sealgar was low in the water, weighed down by the cargo. Outside, rather than towering above the river, prow tall as a building, it lay near level with the pier, accessible by ladders. Down here, she was submerged. Moving deeper into the hold, she found herself sloshing through water. Water? It was ankle-deep and cold, with the dank, repugnant smell of the river. "Who's there?" said a tense voice. A splash as she turned, her heart racing at words in a place she had thought was empty. A boy of about 17, in a torn shirt and ripped breeches, was chained up in the darkness of the hold. The boy was clearly a prisoner, chained to the heavy beam behind him, irons so thick they looked more like anchor chains than restraints. Under the tangled dark hair, his pale skin was bruised and mottled, old bruising and fresh in a pattern of purples and yellows. He'd been beaten, more than once. The shoulder of his torn jacket was dark with blood, his shirt marked and stained, hanging open to show that the bruising covered his body. She stared with cold, creeping horror. Why was there a boy her own age chained in the hold of this ship? In her mind's eye, she saw again Tom pulling the iron bar out of that woman's chest, red with blood. What's happening? The boy had trouble standing upright as he spoke, his weight on the wooden beam. He was breathing shallowly, as if even that was difficult, and trying to hide the effort, like a wounded creature trying not to show that it was in pain. The ship's under attack. By who? She didn't answer that. She told herself that if Simon had a boy down here, he must have reason for it. He must be a prisoner or a petty thief, an urchin criminal, the paid flunky of one of Simon's merchant rivals. She told herself that the boy had brought this on himself. He must be dangerous. The boy wore the tattered clothing of a dock laborer, but with high cheekbones and a certain intensity in his dark eyes, he didn't quite look like one. His eyes were fringed by long dark lashes that might have been pretty in a less battered face. "You don't have Simon's brand," said the boy. Violet flushed. "I could have," fighting down the impulse to grip her own wrist where the brand would be. "If I wanted." She flushed harder, feeling like she had been tricked. She realized that as she was observing him, he had been observing her. "My name's Will," he said. "If you helped me, I don't have the key," she said, "and I wouldn't help you even if I did. This is Simon's ship. He wouldn't have you here unless you crossed him." "He's going to kill me," said Will. Everything seemed to stop. She could hear the sounds of fighting as she looked at the boy's bruises, the dried blood on his face and shirt. Simon doesn't kill people. But as she said it, she felt a pit opening up underneath the words, no longer quite certain of anything. "You could find the key," said Will. "I could slip out during the fight. No one would ever know you were the one who—" "Check every inch of the hold," a man's voice. They both jerked their heads towards it. A woman answered him. "If Marcus is here, we'll find him, Justice." Will realized at the same moment she did. "Hey," called Will. "Over here." "No." She spun around to shut him up. Too late. The two came striding around the corner. Stewards. It was her first time seeing them up close, in full armor and white livery with a silver star. Will's eyes went wide. The first of them was a tall man who looked like he might be Chinese. He was even more imposing than the others, wearing an expression of purpose and concentration. Justice. Beside him was the woman who had spoken. She was a similar age to Justice, perhaps 20, her voice containing the hint of a French accent. They both wore the same white surcoat over silver armor. They both had the same cut of hair, shockingly long for a man, half pulled back from their faces with a tie to then fall loose down their backs. They both had swords. Not the thin, whippy cutlasses that brigands still sometimes use to overrun barges on the river, but two-handed broadswords, the kind that could cut a man in half. Her thoughts raced to her brother, Tom. She remembered how easily the stewards had killed Simon's sailors, cutting through their bodies like butter. If two of them were down here, what was happening above deck? Violet was grabbing a broom handle and stepping forward to stand in their way before she knew what she was doing. Her heart was pounding. Facing her, the steward called Justice was overwhelming, not only handsome, but radiating nobility and power. Violet felt small, insignificant. She stayed where she was anyway. Tom was brave, she thought. If she could slow them down, even for a moment, she could buy her brother time above deck. Her eyes met Justice's. "It's not Marcus," said the French steward, holding Justice back by the arm. "Simon's keeping prisoners down here, a girl and a boy. Look, if you let me go, I'll give you anything you want," said Will. Justice looked past Violet towards Will, and back again. "We'll help you," said Justice. "We'll help both of you. But right now, it's not safe on deck. You have to stay down here while we clear this place out." "Clear it out," said Violet. "He thinks I'm a prisoner, like that chained-up boy?" Her hand tightened on the broom handle. "Justice, there's something else down here." The French steward had taken a step away from the three of them into the dark of the hold, with a strange expression on her face. "Not the prisoners, something—" Justice frowned. "What do you mean?" "I don't know. Can't you feel it? It's something dark and old, and it feels—" Violet could feel it. It was the same sensation that she'd had coming down into the hold, like there was something down here that she didn't want to go near, and she was closer to it now than she had been on the stairs. She knew that Simon brought artifacts back from the digs he had scattered across the empire. She had even seen some of them, sneaking after Tom on the days he did business on the docks. Pieces of armor in iron caskets, strange chunks of stone, the broken-off limb of a statue. Simon's operations were a constant stream of digging and taking. What if the item Tom had procured was here? What if it was what was causing her to feel— "It's the reason for all the guards," said Justice grimly. "It's not Marcus they're protecting, it's something on this ship." A pistol shot rang out from the stairs. Everything after that happened in a jumble. "Get down," Justice shouted, throwing himself between her and the pistol. She was enveloped by his warmth, his body curving over hers protectively. She felt him jolt with a sound of pain through gritted teeth. When he pushed her back a second later, she could see the red stain blossoming on his shoulder. He'd been shot. He'd been shot protecting her. Violet stumbled backward into a crate, staring. A steward had just saved her life. The French steward had drawn her sword. They're coming. Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Justice drew his sword alongside her, ignoring the bullet in his shoulder. "We kill Simon's lion, then strip the cargo from this ship. Tom. She didn't have time to react. Another pistol shot burst half the wood from the corner of a cargo crate. The fight was suddenly in the hold. Simon's men were reloading and taking aim at the stewards, while others struggled on the stairs, a tangle of bodies and the slash of swords. One of the hanging lamps was smashed sideways, a short-lived burning arc that extinguished itself in the water, making visibility harder. She had to get to her brother. She pushed off the crate and took her first steps, only to look down and find that the water level was now up to her knees. The dark swirl of it was tugging at her legs, swelling in at a disturbing speed. That isn't right. There shouldn't be water in the hold, and it shouldn't be this deep, knee-height and rising. She looked up at the cargo. She felt that cold sense of dread again, as if there was something dark and terrible down here with her. Her eyes fixed on one crate, chained down the way the others weren't. As soon as she looked at it, the feeling of aversion became almost overpowering. That crate, that was it. There's something else down here. It's something dark and old, and it feels, "You're not going anywhere, steward." She jerked around to see Tom, standing silhouetted in the entrance to the hold. Alive. Tom was alive. A rush of relief and pride almost overwhelmed her. His shirt was slashed open, and he was covered in blood, holding the iron bar. But he was her brother, and he was going to win the fight for Simon and her family. "Where's Marcus?" said Justice. Tom came down the steps, iron bar at the ready. "I've killed the others." "You're going to tell me what you've done with Marcus," said Justice, "or I'll cut down everyone on this ship, then find him anyway." "You won't get past me," said Tom. Tom's strong, she thought. Tom will show him. But as the two young men came together, it was immediately clear that if Tom was strong, Justice was stronger. He came in under Tom's iron bar, and with a single blow, sent Tom flying in an arc across the hold, into the heavy beams of the ship. The impact took out the support struts near the stairs, pulverizing the wood, and sent huge beams crashing in a collapse that came smashing down, exploding crates open in the dark depths of the hold. And that single crate, the one that she had seen and not wanted to go near, was knocked from its stack to crash down onto the planking. No. A wave of sick horror rolled over Violet as the crate shattered, a choking, tangible feeling, as if something terrible had been released into the hold. She didn't want to turn her head and look at it. One of Simon's men nearby whitened visibly, as if the wave of sickness from the crate had hit him even more strongly. A moment later, he swayed, his skin mottling. She made herself turn and look. There's something else here, and it feels. She saw people staggering, vomiting, collapsing into the water. Then she lifted her eyes further, like it's trying to get out. It looked plain, except for its black hilt and its long, carved black sheath. It was a sword that had fallen out of a smashed container, and now lay tumbled on the edge of a crate. The fall had exposed a single sliver of its black blade, the rest of the sword still quiescent in its sheath. The wave of revulsion she felt at that glimpse of black blade was like nothing she had ever felt before. "Sheathe it!" she wanted to scream, knowing immediately that it was the source of the roiling sickness. In the next moment, she saw arcs of black flame leaping out from the blade, striking the hull and pulverizing it, letting in a new rush of water. As she watched, the flame struck one of Simon's men, and he vomited up black ichor, as though his internal organs had rotted through. Sheathe it, cover it, but no one could get to it without risking the black fire. Around her, people were screaming and scrambling to get to the exit, panicking as the black flame flared like unholy lightning, killing anyone it touched. Others were simply trying to get as far away from the sword as they could, whimpering and hiding behind crates that wouldn't save them when the black fire struck. All the stewards were dead. Only Tom and Justice were still fighting, locked in battle like two titans. In the black light of the flame, Justice hauled Tom up out of the water, silhouetted for a moment, hitting Tom hard enough that he reeled, then hitting him again and again. Tom! The water was up to her waist and rising. Violet was waiting to reach them, pushing hard through water as the black flame arced nightmarishly. It was very dark, most of the lamps jostled out, and much of the cargo now floating, like nighttime icebergs. She didn't have a weapon. She just threw herself bodily at Justice, knocking them both backward into the water. There was a ringing crack as the sharp corner of a floating crate hit the base of Justice's skull. His hands instantly went slack, and he floated, face down and unmoving. Violet was already splashing towards her brother. "Tom!" she called out. "Tom!" Tom's face was white, unconscious, but he was breathing, and she could get him out of here. Alive, she thought, cradling Tom in her arms. But for how long? She looked up desperately for a way out, and saw the boy, Will. He had the sword in his sights and was trying to get to it, rather than cowering back from the flame. He was going to try to sheathe it, she realized as her skin prickled over. The same idea that she had abandoned as impossible. Her first instinct had been to save her brother. Will's had been to save everyone. He was making gritty, determined progress. Straining against his chains towards the sword looked like straining against a battering force, and he was injured and weak. He's going to make it, she thought, in stunned disbelief, even as she squirmed at the thought of what it would be like to touch that horrifying weapon. At what might happen to Will. She had seen men collapse and vomit up black blood. What would it do to someone who touched it? Will's outstretched hand was 6 inches from the sword when he hit the limit of his chains. He can't reach it. He couldn't close the gap, his whole body straining. Unable to get to him, she remembered the moment when he'd begged her to unchain him. She had refused. She had damned them all. Will, Tom, even the captain, she thought. They were all going to die here in this hold. And then she saw something that shouldn't have been real. The sword hilt began turning towards Will, rotating until it faced him. Then, from one blink to the next, it was in his hand, as if it had jumped the 6 inches into his grip. That isn't possible. As soon as he had it, he drove it back into its sheath. Everything stopped. The flame went out. The sickness ended, leaving her gasping. In the new ringing silence, the moans and sobs of the terrified survivors were suddenly audible, along with the rushing sound of water and an ominous groaning from the hull. Violet was staring at the boy in disbelief. He pulled it to him. He pulled the sword to him with an invisible hand. The boy was shaking, curled over the sword, his eyes opened full of agonizing struggle, as if it was taking everything he had to keep it sheathed. Just for a moment, he looked right at her. "I can't hold it," he said to her. The sword was fighting him. "Go, throw it," she said. "Throw it into the river." "I can't," said Will, the words forced out through pain. He looked like he was barely holding on. "Get everyone out." At the look in his dark eyes, she understood what he was telling her. If she could clear the ship, he would hold the sword here as long as he could, as long as he had to. She nodded and turned. "Go." She roughly shoved at one of the stupefied men until he stumbled towards the stairs. The hold was a wrecked space rapidly filling with water. Genuine intimacy. Authentic warmth. Tasteful artistry. The exit was still half blocked. 3 of Simon's men were pulling desperately at the giant wooden beam that jammed it. At least half a dozen others were gasping and coughing, dragging themselves through the water, while several closer to her were clutching onto crates, just staring at the boy, their faces slack and eyes wide. Others were dead. She had to get everyone out, had to force her way around the lifeless bodies with Tom, pushing others through the water towards the exit. Some of the bodies were bloated and disfigured, as if the black flame had twisted them. She didn't want to look at them. She saw a steward floating face down, and with a jolt, recognized Justice's black hair floating in a dark corona around his head. "Go, there isn't time." She grabbed another man by the shirt and hauled him forward. She couldn't bear to be in here another moment, couldn't stand to be near the repellent sword. Following behind the last of the staggering, drenched men, she took up Tom's body and heaved its awkward, wet weight up the stairs until she finally emerged out of the hold onto the deck. The first touch of fresh air on her face was miraculous. It was like the sun breaking out from behind clouds after the stifling, fetid wetness of the hold. Above her, the wide open sky. For a moment, she just drank it in. And then she saw the deck. The black flame had penetrated here too, parts of the deck scoured as though burned with lashes of fire, its planking shattered and uneven. There were screams from the riverbank, shouts, people pointing, a terrible groaning of wood behind her, and she spun to see the mast was falling. A second later, it smashed onto the deck, sending rope and bits of planking flying, the whole ship starting to tilt. She ran. Below her feet, the deck was sloping. The Sealgare was going down. Cries of "take the rope" and "jump" from the foreshore didn't help her, not with Tom to drag across the deck. And then, Tom! Captain Maxwell's voice was calling her from the railing, and she felt a rush of thankfulness. She stumbled gratefully towards him as his hands took the weight of Tom's body from her, pulling him down a makeshift gangway towards the pier, with her following, until finally she stepped onto dry land. Relief, so great she wanted to dig her fingers into the dirt and pebbles of the foreshore, as if to prove to herself that it was real, that she had done it, that she was here. She sank to her knees next to where Maxwell had laid her brother. "It's all right, we've got him." She heard that as if from a distance. "Tom, come on, Tom," Maxwell was saying, and Tom chose that moment to cough and start to come around. "Violet?" he said in a roughened voice. "Violet?" And Maxwell answered, "She's right here, Tom." As if from far away, Violet could hear Maxwell saying to her, "You did well, getting him off the ship. Simon will be pleased when he hears all you've done. Simon will be pleased." And that was what she had wanted, to impress Simon, to be like Tom. But she just sat there, wet, exhausted, and dripping, on the foreshore next to them. It should have been finished, but she knew it wasn't. The bank was thronged with men and women, shouting, crying, crowding around those plucked from the water and staring across at the Sealgare. She heard voices exclaiming, "I saw it, black flame." The murmurs across the crowd in all the languages of the docks, "Miracolo, merveille." "There was a boy who took up the sword," a voice beside her was saying, and with a shock, she recognized the man who had called her a rat as he dragged her by the scruff of the neck. He'd been saved, just like all the others. She thought of the boy in the hold, his bruised face. She wondered which of these men had beaten him, whom he had also saved. He had saved everyone on the ship, but not himself. She stood up. The Sealgare's bulk was listing in the water, untethered. Gangplanks had fallen away, and there was a gap of more than 10 feet of water between the hull and the pier. The gap was widening. She knew what she had to do. For so long, all she had wanted was to prove herself, to Tom, to her father, to Simon. But there were some things more important than that. Violet took the ship in her sights, ran, and jumped. It was like jumping back into hell after having made it out the first time. The Sealgare was a deserted wasteland. It groaned dangerously, the mast broken, the deck cracked, planking splintered and protruding. Cargo barrels were smashed and scattered. Half of a ripped sail was hanging across the deck. She swallowed down horror as she descended the stairs into the hold. Images of black fire played behind her eyelids. She expected it to burst out at her at any moment. But inside, the hold was dark and almost fully flooded, water pouring in to swirl ice cold at her chest. She pushed through it, half swimming, past the overturned crates, past the wreckage and signs of the fight. The boy was still chained, and alone now in the watery hold. He was breathing carefully, staying quiet in the dark with his head up, as if, even alone, he was trying not to show he was afraid. He was still holding the sword, but she saw that he had found some way to lock it into its sheath, the same mechanism that must have restrained it before the crate burst open. "You can let go of it," she said. His knuckles were white where they gripped the sword. Let it go. Let it go down with the ship. After a moment, he nodded and threw it, and she watched the gleaming, wavy length of it sink into the water. Around her, the hold was dripping, the water at chest height and rising. It would not be long now before the rushing water filled every last space of air and dragged the Sealgare under. When she looked at the boy, she could see in his eyes that he knew he had no way out, chained to a drowning ship. He looked back at her with his dark eyes. "You shouldn't have come back here." She said, "You said to get everyone out." She had pushed through the heavy water until she stood facing him. She could feel his desperate hopelessness, despite the wry half-smile that he managed through his shallow breathing. "You don't have a key," he said. "I don't need a key," said Violet, and she reached into the water and took hold of the chains. "Lion," the stewards had said, and no one ever realized they were siblings, but Tom was not the only one with strength in his veins. She heaved. The wood splintered, the iron screamed and came free, and for a moment the boy just stared at her, and they were looking at each other with a kind of wonder, and a recognition as though across a chasm. In the next moment, as she took his weight on her shoulder, the boy, Will, she recalled, collapsed against her, sliding into unconsciousness in her arms. He was lighter than Tom and easier to carry, so thin that he seemed underfed, a fragile casing to hold enough strength to try to save a ship. His face was hollowed, cheekbones too sharp, new bruises blossoming under the pale skin. A flash of fierce protectiveness made her determined that she would get him out to safety, no matter how difficult it might be to fight their way to shore. "Here," called a voice from the stairs. There was another shuddering jolt from the ship, which was listing sideways so that the whole hold was on a diagonal. "This way." She made her way towards the voice, pulling gratefully through the water. Then her stomach swooped and sank as she saw who had called out to her. His collar was torn and blood-stained, and he was soaking wet, even the tendrils of his hair dripping, so that the bright insignia of his steward's star was barely visible, but he was alive and breathing. He had stayed here, or no, she realized as she looked at his face. He had returned here to fulfill a promise, just as she had. "Take my hand," said Justice. "Miss Kent." The man spoke to Catherine directly, though her guardian aunt and uncle were not yet in earshot, still stepping out of the carriage with her younger sister. Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. "I'm afraid that Lord Crenshaw has been delayed. There has been an incident on the docks." "An incident?" said Catherine. "What happened?" She stood in her best new dress of white sprig muslin as the luggage was being brought down from the carriage. Her aunt's maid Annabelle had spent hours testing different hairstyles on Catherine before deciding on one that arranged gold ringlets on either side of her face, with a delicate pink ribbon to bring out the fresh blush of her cheeks and the wide blue of her eyes. "One of my lord's ships went down in the Thames." "Went down?" said Catherine. Aunt Helen said the words in a shocked voice. "Is he all right?" "My lord is unhurt. It was a cargo ship. He wasn't aboard. He sends his regrets that he can't be here to show you the house." The house! Their new house, provided by her fiancé, Simon Crenshaw, Lord Crenshaw, the oldest son of the Earl of Sinclair. Simon was the heir to a title and a fortune. His father owned half of London, it was said. Annabelle had later whispered, "The expensive house." "Not at all. We understand completely," said Aunt Helen. "Please, show us in." "Are you sure?" Aunt Helen had said to Catherine, taking both her hands and sitting on the small sofa with her on the day Lord Crenshaw had proposed to her. At 16, Catherine had not yet been out in society, but her aunt and uncle had arranged some small visits of the most respectable company, in the hope of improving her prospects. Though she was the daughter of a gentleman, Catherine and her sister were both orphans without a fortune, and Catherine had known for a long time that her family's future depended on her ability to make a good match, but that her chances as a young girl in reduced circumstances were slim. A remarkable beauty, were the words Mrs. Elliot had said, peering at her through her bifocals. It's a shame she has no fortune or connections. Catherine remembered Lord Crenshaw's first visit as a whirlwind of preparations, pinching her cheeks to give them color, her aunt assuring her that it was proper to have no jewelry, and Annabel peeking out from beside the window curtain at the arrival of the carriage. "It's very grand," Annabel had said. "Shiny black wood, with a driver and 2 footmen dressed in such fine clothes. There's 3 black hounds on the carriage door. What a noble family crest! And gilding on the sides." Annabel drew in a breath. Now he's stepping out. Oh, Miss Kent, he has such a handsome look. Now, as she was escorted to the large columned doorway of the fine London terrace, Catherine decided she had never been more sure of anything. The terrace was in beautiful proportion, with its elegant facade and rows of high, evenly spaced windows. It looked like a house where only the most refined family would live. Behind her, the carriage man gave a flick of his whip and a "hi-ya," and the carriage was moving away to the stables behind the house, because it was appropriate that a grand townhouse like this should keep an equipage. She turned to the man, who was Mr. Prescott, one of Lord Crenshaw's solicitors. Mr. Prescott had a distinguished, lined face and gray hair under his tall hat. She asked him in the doorway, "Did Lord Crenshaw ever live here?" "Yes, indeed. He stayed here often as a young man. Over summer, of course, he lives at Ruthin with his father. He takes a house on St. James Square when he is in town." Ruthin was the family estate in Derbyshire. Lord Crenshaw had described its rolling green grounds, the southern aspect with its lake, arched walking paths where you could stroll in summer. Ruthin eclipsed any of Lord Crenshaw's townhouses and housed the priceless artifacts he brought back from around the world. She found herself imagining its ivy-mantled walls and its corbelled bell turret, and how it must feel to walk around an estate knowing it was your own. "So he did live here," said Catherine, almost to herself. The solicitor smiled. "He has had it redone for you. It was far too masculine to suit a young lady." Stepping into the wide hall with its marble floors, Catherine loved it immediately. She could see the morning room with a delicate frieze and pretty cornices, the perfect place to sip a little breakfast of hot chocolate. The drawing room opposite had a beautiful classical fireplace with fluted sides, and she glimpsed a broadwood piano, surely installed so she might sit and play after dinner. The staircase rose to a second floor, where her bedroom would be, and she already knew it would be charming, with delicate silks framing the windows and bed. "I liked our old house," said Elizabeth. "Elizabeth," said Aunt. Catherine looked down. At 10 years old, Elizabeth was a pale girl with flat, dun-colored hair and very dark, strong eyebrows. "We're going to be very happy here," Catherine told her younger sister, touching her hair. She spared a thought for their cozy home in Hertfordshire with its comfortable furniture and old-fashioned wood paneling. But Lord Crenshaw's house surpassed it in every way. The night of the proposal, she had stayed up in bed with Elizabeth, talking about the future that had opened up for her, for all of them. "We'll be married at St. George's, Hanover Square. I'd have it happen at once, but Aunt Helen says we must wait until I turn 17. After that, we'll live at Ruthin, but we'll come up to London for the season. He'll keep a house for Aunt and Uncle, and you may stay with them or with us as you wish, though I hope you would choose us. You'll have a governess, one you like, and he's going to settle a dowry on you, so your chances of a good match will be higher too. Oh, Elizabeth, did you ever think we'd be this happy?" Elizabeth had frowned at her with her stern monobrow and said, "I don't want to marry an old man." "You'll be rich enough to marry whoever you want," Catherine had said, hugging her sister affectionately. "I apologize for our youngest," Aunt now said to Mr. Prescott. "The house is extraordinary." "You must, of course, meet the staff," said Mr. Prescott. "Lord Crenshaw has made every arrangement." There were a lot more staff than Catherine had been expecting. There was a housekeeper, a butler and footman for the main house, a cook and kitchen staff for the kitchens, a groomsman, driver, and stable hands in the mews, and curtsying maids of different types that Catherine didn't follow. Her aunt greeted each of them, asking a series of questions pertaining to the running of the household. Catherine was delighted to learn that she was to have her own lady's maid, Mrs. Dupont. Mrs. Dupont was a young woman with dark hair in an elegant style, perfect for a lady's maid in a household of means. With the name Dupont, she might be French, thought Catherine with excitement. Having heard a French lady's maid was the truest sign of refinement. Mrs. Dupont had no French accent, but she immediately endeared herself to Catherine by saying, "Oh, you're even more beautiful than they said, Miss Kent. The new styles will look so well on you." Catherine was very pleased by that, imagining the dresses that she would have. "You had heard me described? Lord Crenshaw speaks of you often with the highest praise." Of course, Catherine knew Lord Crenshaw thought well of her. She had seen it even in their first meeting, his eyes on her, heavy and assessing. At 37, he was old enough to be her father, but there was no sign of gray in his hair, which he wore natural in a classical style, the same dark brown as his eyes. And her aunt's maid Annabel had assured her that he cut a very fine figure for a man of older years. Catherine could imagine him on horseback, or surveying his grand estate, or commanding his household of servants. Lady Crenshaw. That idea was still new, and never failed to come with a little thrill. She would attend balls and house parties and host elegant gatherings, and there would be new dresses every season. Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. She was just thinking that she might be able to wear a little more jewelry now that she was a young lady engaged when Mrs. Dupont gestured to nearby stairs. "Upstairs, your room is there." The motion caused her dress sleeve to shift a little. "What happened to your wrist?" said Catherine. Mrs. Dupont quickly pulled her sleeve down. "I'm sorry, Miss Kent. I didn't mean for you to see that." Catherine couldn't help staring. On Mrs. Dupont's wrist, there had been a burn mark in the shape of an S. Catherine forced her eyes away, feeling oddly unsettled. Mrs. Dupont couldn't help it if she had a blemish on her wrist, and it was wrong to feel queasy about it. But it wasn't the burn itself that disturbed her, Catherine thought. It was something about the S. "How did the ship sink?" Elizabeth's voice. Mr. Prescott turned towards the young voice, and so did Aunt and Uncle. Catherine was opening her mouth to hush Elizabeth again when her aunt said slowly, "It is strange for a ship to sink in the river, isn't it?" The servants looked at her and then looked at each other. Mr. Prescott didn't answer at once, but he looked troubled, as if there was something he was reluctant to say. Catherine's attention caught and held. They knew something. All of them knew something she didn't. What is it? "There are rumors that there was foul play," Mr. Prescott said after a moment, as if this were a trifle, "or an attack by one of his rivals. Lord Crenshaw has men looking for a boy he believes is responsible." "A boy?" said Catherine. "Yes, but not to worry," said Mr. Prescott. "We'll find him soon enough." Coming to slowly, Will forced himself not to stir. He could feel the prickle of mattress straw beneath him, his nose full of its smell. Cut hay left sitting in the field too long, the musk of all the other bodies that had lain on the mattress without airing, stale beer, an in-room maybe, and he could hear voices. "I've never seen anything like that before." A girl's voice. "No one has," quietly. "I did not know that anyone could sheath the corrupted blade, but whatever the boy did, it appeared to exact a price." Will kept very still. "They're talking about the sword. They're talking about that sword on the ship." Simulating sleep, he carefully catalogued what he could of himself and his surroundings. He wasn't chained up. The bruising and cuts from the beatings throbbed, and his hair was still damp, but the chilling cold from the river was gone. He recognized the voices, a man and a girl. Who is he?" The girl, sounding a little hushed. "I only know that Simon wants him, and he's hurt. He just fainted. I didn't hit him or anything." The girl, a bit defensively. "When he wakes up—" "He's awake," said Justice. Will opened his eyes at that to find Justice's steady gaze was on him. His jet-black hair framed a face of startling nobility. Will remembered him from the ship, the shearing power of his broadsword as he plowed through rising water. He had cut through the men on that ship like hope. "Now we must decide what we do," said Justice. Justice was wearing a long brown cloak that covered his strange garments, but he still wore a sword. Will could see it distorting the shape of his cloak. Justice looked even more incongruous in a grimy room with cracked plaster walls than he had on the ship, like heroic statuary in an unexpected setting. Behind him, the girl, Violet, slouched, boyishly handsome with a fierce scowling look. It was Violet who had come back for him. Will remembered that clearly. Her impossible strength felt like a secret that had passed between them, the connection they had shared in their joint experience of the extraordinary. But the way they were both looking at him was new, wary, as though he were something dangerous, and they didn't know what he might do. It sent him right back to that night at Bowhill, the attack, his mother's desperate words to him as she died, being hunted by those men every waking moment since, and not knowing why anyone would try to kill him, only seeing that look as the knife drove towards him. Will pushed himself up on the bed, ignoring the blanching pain, the dizzy spin of the floor. "I need to leave." The door was to his right. It was the only way out. The windows were all closed, each black lacquered shutter locked with a heavy wooden latch. The thick plaster walls muffled most of the sound, but he could hear murmurs drifting up from beneath the wooden floor. This was almost certainly the upstairs room of an inn. His heart started to pound with the old fear. The first rule, hard learned, was to stay away from inns, because the roads and public houses were watched. "It's all right. We made it off the ship," said Violet. "You're safe." "None of us are safe," said Justice. He was coming forward. It was all Will could do not to flinch. Justice came so close he felt the air stir as Justice's brown cloak swirled and settled. His eyes on Will were searching, tracking over the marks and bruises on his hands and face, then looking into his eyes. "But I think you know that better than any of us," said Justice quietly. "Don't you?" Will felt exposed. He felt seen, as he had not since he started running. These two, they knew Simon wanted him. They might know more, might know the answer to the question that gnawed at him. Why? Why did he kill my mother? Why is he after me? After all, they were part of it, part of the world of the mirror, the medallion, and the terrifying burst of black flame. Justice's physical feats on the ship had not been natural. He had thrown a young man from one end of the ship's hold to the other, as impossibly strong as Violet, who had wrenched chains apart. Either one of them was strong enough to tear him in half, but what scared Will was not their strength, but the idea of what they might know about him. "I don't know what you mean." He kept his voice steady. "Here," said Justice, instead of answering. "Drink this." Justice unhooked a thin silver chain that hung from his waist, where a monk might wear a rosary. It was a single piece of white chalcedony set at the end of a chain, and it was worn smooth like a beach pebble. "It's a relic of my order," said Justice. "It helps those who are hurt." "I'm fine," said Will, but Justice was taking the battered tin cup from the table along with a pitcher of water. Dangling the chain, Justice poured the water so that it ran down the chain over the stone, into the tin cup. "They say that after the Battle of Oridus, our founder used this stone to tend the wounded. Their number was so great that its jagged edges were worn smooth by the water, as happens with every use, and perhaps its power diminishes as well. Yet it is still a marvel to those who know nothing of the old world. When the water hit the stone, it sparked and glittered like the clearest spring water gleaming with new sunlight. Will felt the same prickling that he had when he'd looked into the mirror. A marvel, Justice had called it. Justice handed him the cup with the stone at the bottom and the silver chain hanging over the side,
and Will found himself taking it, even though he had meant to turn it aside. The glints from the stone reflected up onto his face like sunlight. He lifted it to his lips, cool and perfect. His dizziness receded, as did the bone-deep weariness he had felt since the ship. And though there was no miraculous knitting of cuts, the worst of the pains from the beatings seemed to fade a little, so that breathing was easier. "These are rooms at the White Hart," Justice said. "And you're right, we can't stay here long. Simon will be searching every lodging house, and he has more than one way to find a person. I told you, I need to go." Will tried to rise. Justice shook his head. "You can barely walk, and you're mistaken if you think the streets of London are safe. Simon's eyes are everywhere. Only the hall is beyond his reach. We must wait until nightfall and then find a way to cross." "The hall?" said Will. Justice said, "I don't think the two of you have any idea what you're caught up in."
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Will looked instinctively at Violet. She had a tumble of dark curls in a boy's cut, her brown skin scattered with a sprinkling of freckles across her nose. In boy's trousers, jacket, and waistcoat, she was dressed similarly to him, although her clothes were of far better quality. The two of you, Will didn't know what had forged this uneasy association between her and Justice. The last thing he remembered was attempting to take a step with his arm around Violet's shoulders and feeling weakness wash over him. Before that, Justice had been fighting against Simon's men, while Violet had been fighting for them. Now, Violet was hanging back near the shuttered windows looking tense, while Justice had come forward past the room's only chair and table, his attention all on Will. "Then tell me," Will said. "Here's what I know," said Justice. "Simon was searching for a boy and his mother. For 17 years, he bent his whole attention to finding them. He watched the roads, the lodging houses, and the ports in this country, on the continent, and beyond, to the farthest reaches of his trade empire. And for 17 years, the boy's mother evaded him, always staying one step ahead. Until 9 months ago, when Simon found and killed them both." Justice leaned forward, fixing Will with his gaze. "Then, last night, as I watched Simon's ship from a hidden vantage, I saw his lion shouting orders in the rain, while men holding flaming torches brought a prisoner on board under cover of darkness. I thought that prisoner was my shieldmate, Marcus, but it wasn't. It was someone else." Will's breathing was shallow. "I don't know what any of that has to do with me." "Don't you?" said Justice. And Will thought of months of hiding, and before that, years of fear in his mother's eyes. "Though I can't summon the blade, I have thought many dark and dangerous things," said Justice. "And Simon is the most dangerous of them all. If he has turned his eye to you, then you will not escape him by hiding." Violet broke in, shattering the moment. "This isn't possible. Simon's a traitor. You're talking about him like he's... Simon's ruthless, but so is every man on the docks. He doesn't kill women and children." "Do you really think all of this concerns the simple dealings of trade?" said Justice. "You've seen the brand on the wrists of Simon's men. You've seen the unnatural strength of the one Simon calls his lion." "Lion, you mean," Violet said. "You mean that boy? The boy you were fighting? The boy who took you both captive," said Justice. "You both?" Will's eyes jerked helplessly to Violet, whose flush darkened guiltily. Violet wasn't a captive. Violet had gathered up that boy lion in her arms and pulled him from the sinking ship. Justice doesn't know. The realization hit him fully. Violet worked for Simon, and Justice didn't know. Justice had brought her here, believing she was Simon's captive. It made sudden sense of their strange alliance. In a rush, Will understood the nervy tension in Violet, as well as Justice's calm trust in her, the way he turned his back to her as though she was no threat. In the dark chaos of the hold, he must not have seen who had knocked him out.
Justice had no way of knowing that Violet had left him floating face down and unconscious, ignoring him to instead save Simon's lion. Will remembered waiting alone and exhausted, the black water swirling at his chest. He had sheathed the nightmare sword, but he had had no way off the ship, chained to one of its heavy beams. He had thought it was over. He had thought that all his running had led him to a dark dead end that would seal him up with water. He had looked up to see Violet's face on the stairs. She had waded forward and put her hands on his chains, and he had woken up here when he had not expected to wake up at all. "That's right," said Will, without hesitating, "the boy who took us both captive." He deliberately didn't look at Violet, his eyes on Justice. "Simon's creature," said Justice, with distaste, "sworn to serve him as a lion always will. It's in his blood." Will felt, rather than saw, Violet react to those words. "You know," said Will, "don't you? You know what connects all these marvels," he might have said, using Justice's word, or he might have used his own, horrors, all these strange and unnatural things. A lady in a mirror with eyes like his mother, a sword on the ship that spewed black fire, Matthew pressing a strange medallion into his hand, his dead eyes staring as the rain soaked his clothes. "I can't tell you all of it," said Justice, lowering his voice. "Even to my order, much is shrouded in mystery, and some tales are too dangerous to tell, even in daylight. I've seen things. I know Simon isn't a good person," Will said. "No one good burns their name onto their men." Justice was shaking his head. "Did you think the S that he brands into the flesh of his followers stood for Simon? For servant, perhaps, or submission? That S is the symbol of something older, a terrible sigil with power over his followers that even they do not fully understand." "A symbol of what?" said Will. Justice just looked back at him. He knows, Will thought again. His heart was pounding. That S had felt ancient, evil, and rapacious, as if it, even more than the men who bore it, was hunting him. He felt right on the edge of understanding, as if something vast and important lay just outside of his reach. After a long moment, Justice pulled the chair forward and sat, half shadowed by the dim light of the shuttered room, his heavy brown cloak settling around him. "This is as much as I can tell you," he said, and the shadows of the room seemed to gather in close as he spoke. "Long ago," said Justice, "there was a world of wonders, of what you and I might call magic. Great towers and palaces, fragrant gardens, and marvelous creatures. It was like the words of a familiar story, yet it was one Will had never heard before. In that world, a dark king rose, growing in power and killing those who stood in his path. The light from the room's only candle flickered, obscuring the plains of Justice's face. It was a time of terror. The dark king's shadow spread out across the lands. Armies broke against his power. Cities fell to his hordes. Heroes gave their lives to hold him back, just for a moment. The lights of the world went out one by one, until there was only one light left, the final flame. There, those on the side of light made their last stand. Will saw it, an island of light surrounded by a vast expanse of darkness, and over it all, rising a great and terrible power wearing a pale crown. "They fought," said Justice, "until the earth was scoured. They fought for their own lives and for all the generations that were to come. And with a single act of great sacrifice, the Dark King was overthrown." How? Will was caught by it, as if he were there, battered by the fighting, tasting the ashes and flame. "No one knows," said Justice, "but his defeat came at a terrible cost. There was nothing left of that world. The survivors were too few, and the world fell to ruin. Years passed, and all that had been was lost to the silence of time. Grass growing over the fields where armies once fought, palaces no more than a scattering of stones, and the deeds of the dead forgotten. and gradually humanity took up residence and built cities and knew nothing of what had come before. For that world is our world, with all its wonders gone, except for fragments, like this stone, which time will take too, until even it is worn away into nothing. Justice held up the white chalcedony, which swayed like a slow hypnotist's watch at the end of its chain. A remnant, thought Will, of a once great world. And Simon, said Will. He felt half-dazed, like one blinking out of a dream, almost surprised to find himself in an ordinary inn-room and not looking out at the vistas of the past. Justice gazed back at him with dark eyes. Simon is descended from the Dark King, who swore to return and retake his kingdom, said Justice.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Simon works to bring him forth and restore him to his throne. It was as if a chill wind pierced him, turning Will cold. Simon works to bring him forth. The words rang in his mind, like his fear of what lay beyond the locked shutters, Simon's men killing his mother, then hunting him down with that S on their wrists and trying to kill him too. An ancient world, a dark king, it ought to have been impossible, but he could feel that presence in its pale crown, as if it were right here with them. As the white chalcedony swung on its chain, Will knew somehow that it was not the only remnant. The blade on the ship had been another, a terrible weapon unearthed by Simon for a deadly purpose. He shivered at the memory. None of that is written in any of the history books, said Will, shaken. Not all that is written has passed, said Justice, and not all that has passed is written. Justice looked troubled. My order are all that's left who remember. Only we keep the old ways, and it is no accident that the Dark King reaches his hand across time now, when our numbers dwindle. Justice's coat slipped back from his left shoulder, and Will saw two things at once. The first, that the fabric of Justice's sleeve was red with blood from wrist to shoulder. Justice had taken a bullet to protect Violet, thinking that he was saving her from Simon's men. The second was the symbol on his livery, torn and grimy but visible. It was a silver star, its points of varying lengths, like a compass rose. The bright star holds, he thought. You're a steward, he said. He was suddenly conscious of the medallion that he wore under his shirt. Simon's men hadn't taken it, uninterested in a dull, warped piece of old metal. It's our sacred duty to stand against the dark, said Justice, but if Simon succeeds, we will not be enough. The last time that the Dark King rose, all fell before him. The only one powerful enough to stop him was, and Will felt the knowledge pushing at him like it was part of him, a lady, said Will. He remembered her in the mirror, ancient and beautiful, but with the same determination in her eyes as his mother. He remembered the jolt of familiarity and the shock when their eyes had met, as though she recognized him. His stomach twisted. She looked at me like she knew me. You saw her? In a mirror. Will closed his eyes for a moment, feeling the warm metal against the skin of his chest. Then he made his decision. She was wearing this. With unsteady fingers, he unbuttoned his coarse shirt and took out the battered medallion. It swayed on its leather tie, engraved with the words in that strange language, which now took on a new meaning. I cannot return when I am called to fight, so I will have a child. Justice had gone very still. Where did you get that? Will thought of his mother's old servant Matthew, his sightless eyes, the rain soaking his clothes. It belonged to my mother. Justice let out a breath. Will wanted to ask a question, but in the next moment, Justice's hands clasped around his own on the medallion and pressed it back to his chest. Show it to no one else. He seemed shaken.
and that, more than anything, convinced Will to quickly tuck the medallion back in his shirt and do up the buttons again. "I must take you to the elder steward. I came to that ship searching for my shieldmate, Marcus, and have stumbled on something beyond me." Justice's eyes were serious. "But I swear to you, I will protect you. My sword is yours, and by my life I will not let Simon take you." Justice closed his eyes briefly, as though even he might be afraid. "Though I think, having had you in his grasp, he will tear London apart to find you again." "You must go to the Stewards," Matthew had said. Justice was offering answers. Justice understood what he faced. Justice was the only person he had met who was fighting against Simon. Will found himself nodding, once. Justice said, "It's not long till sunset. Once it's dark, the three of us can make for the hall." "The three of us?" said Will, and thought again of this strange alliance of three, forged in water and black fire. He turned to look for Violet, but the girl had gone. Violet pushed out onto the street, her heart pounding. Outside, there were just the regular sounds of London, the clop of hooves, the barks of an overexcited dog, the cry of the evening newspaper, "Fine evening mail." A stagecoach trundled past on spoked wheels. A boy darted in front of a water cart, and the driver called a perfunctory "Watch it" after him. She blinked at the normality of it. It was nothing like the inn-room she had left, the boy on the bed with the dark eyes, and the man who dressed like an ancient knight and talked about the stirrings of a bygone world. Magic and dark kings? Will had listened to Justice's stories like he believed them, and she, even she, remembering the black fire on the Sealgar, watching the bruises fade from Will's face as he drank water poured across the surface of a stone, for a moment she had started to believe. Justice had talked about Tom like he was a monster, like he'd hunt a woman down and kill her, like he served a dark power and did it willingly. A horror rose up in her. Simon's creature, it's in his blood. She remembered Tom splattered in blood, driving an iron bar through a woman's chest on the Sealgar. Long ago, there was a world that was destroyed in its battles against a dark king. A burst of laughter to her left, a cluster of young men in rough spun shirt sleeves passed her, still slapping each other on the back at the tail end of their joke. Violet let out a breath and shook her head. The street was just a street. There weren't men out searching, no shadowy figures sent by Simon. Of course there weren't. Those stories were just stories. This was England, where everyone knew magic wasn't real, and there wasn't any king except George. She hurried on. Her brother would be at Simon's warehouse. He'd insist on working with his first coughing breath, still dripping river water. He would see her and throw his arms around her, as glad to see her as she'd be to see him. He'd ruffle her hair, and things between them would be the way they used to be. No one needed to know that she had helped Will escape. She slipped skillfully through a piece of broken boarding into a loading yard. She had grown up on these docks, where she had often scavenged odd jobs for herself. Some nights she had snuck out of her house to sleep high up among stacked crates, or just to sit, gazing out at the ships, their lights bright. Now, clambering up a stack of cargo, she looked out at the river that was like a second home, and went cold. It looked like the site of an explosion. Great tracts of riverbank were gouged and burned where they'd been lashed by ropes of black fire. Ruined, dripping cargo lined the foreshore. The pier was smashed and twisted, the lapping water clogged with splintered wood. On the bank, dockers strained at a winch crane. A team of men had roped 4 draft horses in heavy collars and were calling "heave-ho" as they hauled. A wave of horror passed over her. They were dredging the river for the corrupted blade. No, no, no. The thought of that thing back in Simon's hands made her stomach churn. The cold, trapped terror of the hold swept over her as she remembered Simon's man vomiting up black blood. They were going to find it. The search spanned the full length of the docks. Simon's men were manning barges with nets and long poles, and somewhere down there, the blade was waiting, the corrupted horror of its presence barely held back by its sheath. Black fire tearing a hole in the hull, the men around her rotting from the inside out. Staring out at the wreckage now, she saw the scale of what the blade had done. Simon collects objects, she recalled sickly. She thought of Simon's archaeological digs, his trade outposts, his empire, spread across the world, all to drag things up out of the earth and back to London. Like the blade, full of dark power that could tear a ship in half.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. "I don't think the two of you have any idea what you're caught up in," Justice had said. "Capsized," she heard from the gathered crowd on the bank, trying to fit natural explanations to the sight when nothing natural had done this. "Burst pump and freak weather." She tore her eyes from the wreckage. The bank swarmed with onlookers held back by Simon's dockers. She glimpsed a few distinctive jackets, quay guards from the Thames River Police. A flash of auburn hair amid the crowd on the bank, Tom. She was scrabbling down from the crates the instant she saw him. Staying out of sight, she maneuvered through the dredged cargo, glimpsing Tom greeting the Seal Guards Captain Maxwell. As the two men walked, she followed the distinctive glint of Tom's hair. They stopped on the far side of a few stacks of cork. There was no one else around, just her brother and the captain talking in low voices, perfect for an inconspicuous homecoming. Violet stepped out, opening her mouth to say "Tom" when she heard 39 dead in the attack, but there are no more bodies in the water. The boy is missing. And the girl? The auburn-haired man wasn't Tom, it was her father. Some child's instinct stopped her in her tracks, the sight of her father's back and shoulders conjuring up guilt, as though she might be in trouble. Hastily, she stepped back, finding a shadowed space between the piles of cork. "Where is Violet, Maxwell?" Her father's shoulders were taut, his voice clipped in the way it became when he was controlling himself. "There's no sign of her," said Maxwell. "Search again. She has to be found. Mr. Ballard, I saw her jump back onto the ship. I don't know how anyone could have survived." "She can't be dead," said her father. Violet was taking a step forward, opening her mouth to say, "I'm right here," when her father said, "I need that stupid mongrel back alive." Violet stopped, the words like a slap. She felt everything go very still and soundless, as if every particle of air had been sucked away. "Tom may be of lion blood," her father said, "but he can't come into his true power without killing another like him. I haven't kept that bastard girl in my house, humiliating my wife and jeopardizing my social standing, only to have her die before time." Violet felt her back hit the cork before she realized she had moved. Her fist shoved hard into her mouth to hold back the sound that tried to get out. She was staring at her father. "Well, keep looking," Captain Maxwell was saying. "If she's out there, we'll find her. Then do it, and for God's sake, don't alarm her. Tell her that her brother has been asking for her. He's sorry he had harsh words for her. He misses her. She'll do anything for Tom's approval." She was stumbling back blindly. Barely aware of her surroundings, she wasn't thinking about being caught. She was just trying to get away, her limbs clumsy with horror. She pushed through the stacks of cork and didn't hear the voices approaching, footsteps coming right for her, when a hand grabbed her and pulled her to safety behind some crates. Scant seconds later, her father and Captain Maxwell rounded the corner, passing right by the spot where she had been standing. In the dim space between crates, she was staring at Will's shocked face. Let go of me. You don't have any right." "I heard," said Will. "I heard what they said." She felt hot, then cold. He had heard. He had heard the words that made her shivery sick.
The feeling of exposure was horrible. You can't go back to them. He was holding her by the shoulders, pressing her back into the crate. She could push him off, shove him away easily. If she could just... She was strong enough. If she could just... "Why are you here?" she said thickly. "If they find you..." "They're not going to find me. You don't know that." "If they do," said Will, "we'll go together." "Why would you?" "You saved my life," said Will. He said it simply. She remembered that Simon had spent years tracking him down, then had chained him to a post on a ship filled with unnatural cargo. Yet he had followed her here. "Everyone who has ever helped me is dead," said Will. "I didn't want that to happen to you." She stared back at him. He had come all the way back into Simon's stronghold, and he'd heard the words that had turned her life into a lie. Tom can't come into his true power without killing another like him. Her father wanted to kill her. And Tom? Did Tom know? Did he know what their father planned to do? "Come with me," said Will. "He's my father," she said. If she could just... And Tom's my brother, the lion. As children, she and Tom had done everything together. Their father had always encouraged their closeness, as he'd encouraged her presence in the house. "She's the same blood as Tom," he'd say. She felt sick. She remembered how normal the day had seemed before her ordinary world had been shattered. Stewards and lions and a sword that spewed black fire. No, not normal. Tom getting Simon's brand burned into his flesh. The smell of it like cooked meat, and a boy beaten and chained in the hold. What Justice said. She made herself ask it, through chattering teeth. "Do you think it's true?" "I don't know," said Will. "But whatever's happening, we're both part of it. Is that why you want me to come with me? I want answers, like you. And I tried running. The things that are happening, I couldn't get away from them. I couldn't run from what was part of me. Neither can you." "They're my family," said Violet. Will said, "Simon took my family from me too." She didn't know him. With the bruising mostly faded, he looked different, like a clerk, if a clerk were all cheekbones and intense eyes. His dark hair and too pale skin were half hidden under a cap, and his faded blue jacket was torn at the shoulder. Stewards hate lions. You didn't hear them on the ship. On the ship, before Tom killed them. "Whatever I am, I'm not welcome." "You don't have to tell them what you are," said Will. "No one knows what you are except you." She realized it then. She was going to follow him, this boy she barely met. He's here, isn't he? Justice. Justice who hated lions. Justice who had fought her brother and almost killed him. Justice who might kill her too if he knew what she was. "You're going with him to the Stewards?" Justice who had taken a bullet for her in the confusing crush on the ship. Justice who thought she was Simon's captive and Will's friend. Will nodded once. "I have to know what I am, what Simon wants with me." Will had lied to Justice for her. Will had come back here to help her. They had stumbled into this together. And he was right. She wanted answers. Violet closed her eyes. She said, "Then I'm going too." Darkness had fallen, but there were lights on the river, and lamps and torches flaming on the banks, where the work of salvage was still going on. It gave them both cover to creep around in. Will was good at hiding. Slipping in and out of shadows and gaps, he had a skill born of necessity. Discovery for Violet had only ever meant a box on the ears. Discovery for him meant capture and death. He knew how to move, where to put his feet, when to stay still. They had to reach the other side of the pier, through stacks of crates and stuffed sacks and long lines of lumber. There was no sign of her father, but twice she heard voices that sent her heart into her mouth. And once they had to cram themselves into a space between bins when Simon's men patrolled. Justice was waiting, a cloaked figure indistinguishable from the shadows, until Will pointed towards him with a silent tilt of his chin. He had stayed back to deal with Simon's guards while Will came in to find her, she realized. He was likely the reason they had seen so few patrols. He had cleared them out. As he emerged, Violet felt a shiver of fear, remembering Justice's strength on the ship. He had thrown Tom around like he weighed nothing, then survived a blow to the head that had set him floating face down in the water.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Even now his hand rested protectively on his sword, an old-fashioned weapon like his old-fashioned clothes and his old-fashioned way of speaking. If he knew what I was, good, was all Justice said, with a nod. We must go. He didn't ask her where she'd been, just seemed glad that she was safe. They set off with Justice in the lead. She found herself staring at him, at his jet-black hair that was straight where hers was curly, his upright posture that seemed to radiate authority, the seriousness of his warm brown eyes. It's dark enough now that we can try to cross without being seen. If we can make it past Simon's patrols. There was a sudden commotion from the bank, and all three of them jerked their heads towards it. Something's happening, said Will. The clatter of a carriage, the sound of voices from the river. But more than that, there was a shift in the air that she felt but couldn't quite name, like the build-up before a storm. She could almost taste it. Dangerous, electric. Justice's expression changed. James is here. Will turned. James? He didn't recognize the name, but he could hear the tension in Justice's voice. Simon's men seemed to feel it too, waiting in tense clumps on the bank. James is here. The carriage was arriving like a processional, announcing itself with the sound of hooves, wheels, and the clink of harnesses. There were 3 men riding before it, each wearing a single piece of broken armor atop their riding clothes. It gave them an unnatural look. They felt wrong, their sunken eyes unblinking, their faces death-white. They cantered ahead of the carriage like the obverse of Stewards. The carriage itself was black, high-gloss lacquered wood, drawn by 2 black horses with arched necks and flared nostrils, their eyes hidden by blinkers. On the doors, and carved into the wood, were the 3 black hounds that were Simon's coat of arms. The curtains were drawn, you couldn't see inside. Driving right down into the crowd, it only stopped where packed dirt became the pebbled foreshore. 2 carriage men leaped down from their seats with a spring. They opened the carriage door, as for some lord in the high street, and that was when James stepped out onto the riverbank. The air changed, lifting like the breeze in a long-ago garden. It's you, Will thought, as though they knew each other. Palaces fallen to ruin, grass grown over the fields where armies fought, a world with all its wonders gone, except for fragments, glimmers that left you breathless. He was beautiful, a golden beauty. He might have been carved from fine marble by some master, but there was no one in the world who looked like this. A shiver of fear rippled across Simon's men, a strange reaction to James's young, lovely face. His youth itself was a small shock. James was a boy of about 17, Will's own age. Will found himself moving closer, ignoring the reaction of Justice behind him until he was right at the edge of the wet crate. Will heard one of the sailors say, "It's him, Simon's prize." Another answered, "For your life, don't let him hear you call him that." The fear among the crowd winched tighter. James strolled forward. All activity had ceased with James' arrival. The men who had gathered around the carriage fell back, opening up a path for him. Will recognized 1 or 2 of them from the hold of the Sealgar, and realized with new fear of his own that there were no lingering bystanders. Those few who remained were Simon's men down to the last. There were brands under those shirt sleeves. The crunch of James's boots on the pebbles on the foreshore was loud. The riverbank was illuminated near the carriage by a row of torches that flamed on poles and lanterns that men held aloft, their faces flickering. The river behind them was black, with a choppy, glinting path of moonlight on its surface from the high 3/4 moon above. The sky was clear. The occasional sound was distant, a muted splash, the far-off ring of a bell. James's cool blue eyes surveyed the damaged chaos of the bank. His elegant silhouette embodied the fashion of the times. His golden hair brushed in a fashionable part, his jacket with its taut waist, the fine fabric of his trousers with their glove-like fit, his long, shiny boots.
Mr. Sinclair, Captain Maxwell of the wrecked ship, greeted him, bowing deferentially, even nervously, though James was likely more than 30 years his junior. As you can see, we've dredged almost all the cargo. Some of the larger pieces can be salvageable, and of course you lost the boy, James said. In the pin-drop silence, his voice carried. Will felt his stomach flip at the confirmation that they cared more about him than about the ship or its cargo. Who was in charge? James's mild question was met with silence from the men. The only movement was the lapping of the water on the foreshore, a soft in and out like the waves of the sea. "No, Tom, you don't have to," said a voice. And Tom was ignoring it, pushing past the men in the crowd to step out and stand in front of James. "I was," said Tom, "Violet's brother." Will hadn't seen him since the attack, Violet dragging him unconscious out of the hold. Tom looked recovered and even wore a new set of clothes, though his good brown waistcoat did not match James's exquisite tailoring, and his sleeves were pushed up roughly, as if he'd been doing the kind of physical labor that was beneath his station. In front of the men, Tom dropped to one knee so that James was looking down at him. James's eyes passed over him, a long, unhurried look. "Bad kitty," said James. His voice was not quite pleasant. Humiliated red flooded Tom's face. "I accept any punishment Simon wants to give me." "You let stewards board the ship," said James. "You let them kill your men. And now the one thing Simon wants is in steward hands." Another voice cut across the riverbank. Will saw Tom's father stepping forward. "The boy's only been missing a few hours. He can't have gone far. And as for the attack, if it had just been stewards, Tom could have fought them off. It was the boy who— You saw what he did to the ship. We weren't warned. We had no idea that the boy that he could." "Your son's best quality," said James, "is that he doesn't make excuses." Tom's father closed his mouth with a snap. On one knee, Tom looked up, his hands fists, his face determined as he made his pledge. "I'll find him." "No, I'll find him," James said. The gathered men were uneasy, shifting in the repressed silence. The three too pale men swung silently down off their horses, their single black pieces of armor faintly repelling. Those left on the banks were shooting nervous glances from them to James and back again. Will felt it too, a strange pressure growing in his chest. James merely peeled off his gloves. The three men took up positions around James, as if guarding him from interruption. Their livery was emblazoned with Simon's 3 black hounds, but it was the single piece of armor they each wore that made Will queasy. The pieces were different, as if the 3 men had scavenged different parts from the same armor suit. Pitch black and metal heavy, they emanated wrongness, like the chalk-white faces of the men and their staring sunken eyes. One of the gathered dockmen handed James something, a patch of frayed blue fabric. James closed his newly bare fist around it. Will realized with a shiver that it was a blood-stained scrap of his own jacket. Then James went very still. It was so quiet now that Will could hear the flaming of the torches. Behind him, Tom's father yanked Tom off his knees and pulled him backward, as if out of the way of danger. And the watching men were shrinking away from James as well, like singed paper curling back from a flame. Will could feel something happening, like words whispering, "I will find you. I will always find you." Like a metal gauntlet closing around flesh. Try to run. Behind him, the flame light illuminated the faces of the men. They were terrified. "Will," said Justice.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. It jerked him out of the moment, his heart pounding. He heard the urgency in Justice's voice and was surprised to see fear in Justice's eyes, reflecting that of the men on the docks, as if they knew what was to come. "We have to go, now." The stirrings of a breeze were kicking up dust and scraps in whirls of air by James's feet. The torch on the pole closest to James flickered and went out like a snuffed flame on a wick. The wind rose. It wasn't the wind. It was something else. "We have to go. We have to leave before James gathers his power." He could feel it, a tang in the air. He felt an almost mesmerized desire to stay and watch James do it, and a desire to see if he could stop him. Was there a way to stop magic? Will looked past Justice to a winch crane that stood out near the river, repurposed to haul goods from the water. Those manning it had paused their work when James arrived. The crate it held was dangling in the air, still dripping. It was dripping quite close to James. Beside Will towered the pile of salvage from the Sealbear, a high stack of beams, which included long, thick interior logs and 2 sections of the main mast, tied with rope to prevent them rolling. Will put his hand on the rope knot. If the beams rolled, they would knock the brace from the winch crane and send the crate crashing down to hit James, or close enough to distract him. Will's heart was pounding. He knew how to tie ropes and untie them. He knew how to alter knots to make them slip. Before Justice could stop him, he tugged at the fibrous knot of rope and pulled it open. "What are you doing?" Justice grabbed his hand back from the rope, but Will was barely aware of it, his eyes on James. "Show me what you can do." The first beam swung out before it rolled, missing the crane and splashing into the river. It was the second beam that hit, knocking the brace from the crane winch, which spun violently, releasing the whole length of its chain in a tumbling crash and rattle of noise. High above, the crate plummeted. James's head jerked around towards it as the released chain flew upward. As the crate plunged, James flung out his hand and the crate abruptly stopped, frozen unnaturally in mid-air by his gesture. It was a display of power beyond anything he had dreamed. For all Justice's talk of magic, the sight of a boy holding a ton crate suspended in mid-air with nothing more than his will stole the breath out of Will's lungs. He had wanted to test it, to see it. Now he had. "Got you," Will thought, with a twist of excitement. James was visibly struggling to control the crate, his chest rising and falling, his outflung arm trembling. Everything had stopped. The wind, the sense of rising danger, it had all cut off the instant James's concentration had swung to the crate. Simon's men were stumbling back, frightened of the crate above them, the oaten, unnatural display of power. A second later, James swept his hand sideways, and the motion flung the crate violently away, smashing it into 1,000 harmless splinters on the bank. James looked up. His blonde hair was mussed, and he was breathing unevenly. He looked spent, but his eyes were furious, full of barely repressed emotion. With those deadly blue eyes, he looked right across the docks at Will. "They're here," said James. "Go," said Justice. They ran, scrambling over the crates and boundary walls towards the street. Justice ran swiftly, and Violet kept up with him, sure-footed, sailing over the detritus of the shipyards. Will struggled to match them. His last glimpse of James had been to see him sharply giving orders to the 3 men with the disturbing pale faces, who had mounted smoothly, their dark horses wheeling and turning in Will's direction. Now he could hear hoofbeats, and when Justice pulled them all out of sight into a doorway for a moment, Will fought to catch his breath. "Who are those men?" said Will, chilled by their 2 pale faces and sunken, unblinking eyes. "They're dressed like stewards." "Those are no stewards," said Justice grimly. "They're Simon's creatures. He calls them the remnants. Each of them wears a piece from an ancient suit of armor, once worn by a member of the Dark King's inner guard. Simon excavated the armor near a ruined tower in the Umbria Mountains, at a small village called Shigeno." Justice kept his voice low. "The remnants used to be men. The armor changes them. Do not let them touch you." Will shivered, thinking of that ancient guard, rotted away underground until all that was left was a few fragments of his armor. He didn't want to think about that armor being worn by someone else, or that remnants of a dark guard might be hunting him. The hoofbeats were louder. The moon passed behind a cloud, and they used the cover to run across the open street, towards the mouth of another, smaller and narrower. But there was no way to outrun a mounted guard. Will scoured the street for a place that a horse couldn't follow, a doorway or an opening that would not also be a dead end. "Here,"
called Justice, using the hilt of his sword to break open the lock of a small loading yard. Inside was an old hauling cart, its owner gone for the night, but the cart remained, with its workhorse still in part harness. Justice strode inside. "Can you ride?" Piling into the yard, Violet and Will looked at its single, shabby inhabitant, neck lowered past bony shoulders, hooves splayed. "An old cart horse?" said Violet, with disbelief. Justice put a hand on the horse's neck. He was a poorly kept gelding, his black coat shoddy, his mane muddy and clumped. He is a cart horse, but his breed traces its line past the Middle Ages. His ancestors were war horses. He has heart, and he will run. And indeed, there was something in the tone of Justice's voice that seemed to stir the horse. When Justice touched him, the horse lifted his head. Will looked at Justice and Violet. Justice was offering him the horse because he believed Will was somehow important, and that he would make better time on horseback than on foot. He also knew that Violet and Justice could get away if Will rode out on horseback, drawing the remnants away from them. The remnants would chase him. Simon's men always chase him. They'd ignore Violet and Justice and come right for him. He thought, an old cart horse against the 3 fresh, glossy steeds he'd seen wheeling on the riverbank? "I can ride," said Will. Uncoupling the horse from the cart shafts, Justice looked up, his hands on the buckles. "We'll split up and meet at the hall, the 3 of us." Will nodded as Justice led the horse out by its bridle. "You'll need to cross the Lea," said Justice. "It's 3, maybe 4 miles from here, at least half of that through open countryside. After that, it's the Abbey Marsh, treacherous going for horses. The Abbey was torn down 100 years ago, but the gate still stands. Make for the gate." The gate, thought Will, fixing the idea of it in his mind. Justice used the top 3 inches of his sword to cut through the longer driving reins of the cart's bridle, then tied them off, shortening them enough for makeshift riding reins. As he did, Violet touched Will on the arm, drawing him away to one side. "I know you're only agreeing to ride alone to keep them from coming after us," said Violet. Will looked quickly at Justice to make sure he hadn't heard. "They'll follow me no matter what I do. I know that. She broke off. He wondered if she was concerned about being left alone with Justice. He was opening his mouth to reassure her when she reached out and knocked his shoulder with her fist, a gesture of solidarity. "Good luck." It was all she said, brown eyes serious in her boyish face. Unused to fellowship, Will nodded wordlessly. There was no saddle and no stirrup to push himself up with, so Violet made a stirrup with her hands, and Will took hold of a clump of mane and hoisted himself up and onto the horse's warm, broad back. Justice was at its neck, murmuring to it in a strange language.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Will found he could understand the words. "Run, as your ancestors ran. Do not fear the darkness. You have greatness within you, as do all your kind." The horse tossed his head, as if something in him was responding. His black mane was tattered, but he had a brave look in his eye. Looking up at Will, Justice said, "Ride fast. Do not look back. Trust the horse." Will nodded. Skittish with new energy, or alarmed at the darkening of the shadows, the horse was hard to hold. Will had ridden in his youth with his mother, but never bareback with only makeshift reins. He drew in a shaky breath. Then he drove the horse out into the center of the road and called out. "Hey," he called. "Hey, I'm here." The 3 men rounded the corner on horseback, and Will's skin went cold. The remnants were like the vanguard of a nightmare. The shadowy ground beneath them seemed to move. Hunting dogs were sliding in and out of their horses' legs like a royal of snakes. This close, the single piece of armor each remnant wore gave them asymmetric silhouettes. One wore a gauntlet, one a shoulder piece, and one a broken shard of black helm that covered the left side of his death-white face. The sight of them was like looking into an open tomb. They were just men, just Simon's men. But even as Will told himself that, a remnant stopped in front of an ivy-covered wall, and the dead of its eyes seemed to spread to the vine where the remnant's armor brushed against it, the green leaves withering, desiccating, and darkening, the blackness spreading like rot. Do not let them touch you. Sensing these cold fingers of danger, his own horse reared up on its hind legs and let out a cry, then sprang off down the cobbled stones of the road. Will clutched on, his heart pounding. Ride fast, do not look back. He didn't have much of a head start, but he knew the best paths, and he gained at first. He kept off the straight roads where his slower horse would be at a disadvantage, turning instead into the twisty lanes he'd traversed on foot. His pursuers lost seconds pulling up and turning, and their swarming dogs clogged up the narrow spaces. It gave Will hope that he could stay ahead, but the straggling outskirts of the shipping district quickly gave way to open countryside. In the distance, Will could see the outline of sparse cottages. To the north, the low smocked windmill was a collection of strange dark shapes. To the south was Bromley Hill, a shallow rise scattered with black trees and a lone farmhouse. In front of him was a mile of flat commons, with nowhere to hide until the river. He burst out into the open with the dogs streaming behind him, their baying a terrible, hungry sound. Bred to rend flesh and bring down large prey, the hunting dogs snapped and snarled towards the vulnerable legs of his horse. And even on the muffling grass, Will could hear the threefold thundering of the remnants, shaking the ground. They were gaining. His horse was not a hot blood built for sprints across a flat, but its great heart gave its all, driving its heavier body on. "Run," he called out to it. "Run." His words were snatched away by the wind, but he felt his horse respond and gather itself beneath him, felt its stride stretch out longer. "Run, as your ancestors ran. Do not fear the darkness. Trust the horse." They raced across the flat, barely 2 strides ahead. He didn't even hear the water before it was suddenly looming in front of him, a rushing black channel, as far across as a wide street, cut into a dark grassy bank with an unknown drop. "Cross the Lee," Justice had said. His horse launched chest first into the river. Will felt the bottom drop out from under him and the shock of freezing water as the horse swam with head extended, hindquarters lower than its churning shoulders. He clutched 2 handfuls of mane, clinging to the horse's slippery neck and back. He looked back, a single glance, and saw the shearing spray of water as the remnant in the shoulder piece galloped powerfully into the river. In front of it, like a stream of rats, the dogs were swimming, clambering over each other to reach him. "Up," Will called, "up." His own horse heaved itself up onto the opposite bank, its haunches bunching as it propelled itself for the final leap up the bank slope. He thought he'd see his destination then. Cross the Lee, then make for the gate, Justice had said. He thought he had made it, that reaching the gate now really was possible. But when his horse crested the bank slope, Will turned cold at what he saw. There was no gate, only endless flat marshland, where long streaks of black water flowed around islands of grassy earth. A vast, harrowing landscape, full of sucking mud and slimy ground, where a horse's hoof would sink or skid. He had no choice but to drive his horse into it. He tried to keep to dry land, avoiding the glinting water between the patches of long grass. The footpads of the dogs were lighter, and they raced over the top of the marshland without miring. As his tired horse labored in the swampy earth, the dogs swarmed towards him, narrowing the gap. The gate, he thought, make for the gate. But there was no gate. He was alone on an empty marsh with the 3 remnants behind him, closing in. How close were they? Could he hold a lead and find his way to cover? Will twisted his head, risking a second look behind him. The gleaming black gauntlet was stretching out, about to close on him. Will hurtled himself sideways. His horse screamed and veered with him, the reaching hand closed on air. A second remnant reached out before he'd even righted himself. He could feel the hot breath of a third's mount to his right.
If he looked sideways, he would see them drawing alongside him. He called on his horse one last time, a new sound of hooves swelling and breaking around him, his own breath sobbing with the need to escape. His horse gave its last burst of strength as he looked up through the haze and saw that the sound of hooves was not coming from behind him. It was coming from ahead. Out of the white curling mist rode the stewards. A charge of light, 12 stewards on white horses were galloping hard towards him. They wore the star and carried winged spears like lances, their silver armor glinting in the moonlight. Will gasped as they swept past him, heading right for the remnants. "Back, darkness," he heard the foremost steward call, raising a staff with a stone set in its top that seemed to radiate a shield of light. "The Dark King has no power here." Will turned his horse in time to see the rushing dark of the remnants seem to hit the barrier that the stewards drove before them and break, like a wave smashing against unyielding rock. The horses of the remnants rearing and cowering back, the tendrils of the dark vanishing. "I said back," said the steward, as the 3 remnants whipped their horses, trying to rally. Unable to pass the barrier, the remnants were forced to drag at their horses' mouths with their reins and turn to canter impotently back to the river. Reduced to faltering whimpers, the dogs milled uncertainly with their tails between their legs before finally following the riders, silent shadows moving along the water's edge. The stewards were swerving, surrounding Will, 12 radiant white horses circling around his exhausted black gelding, who trembled, its neck and haunches lathered in sweat. "You have trespassed on steward lands," said their leader, a steward with a commanding voice and a jagged scar stark across the brown skin of her left cheek and jaw. She was hardly older than the others, but marked out by the insignia that she wore on her shoulder, like a captain's badge. "You will tell us the interest those dark creatures have in you before we escort you out of our territory." "A steward sent me," said Will. He thought of the 3 remnants riding back to London, where Violet and Justice were alone and vulnerable. "He's still in danger. You have to help him, Justice."
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. "What do you know of justice?" said another voice. A younger steward in pristine armor was pushing forward, his eyes full of hauteur. "Have you taken him? Have you taken him the way that you took Marcus?" The young steward dismounted, and in the next instant was pulling Will off his horse. Wet and sopping, Will slid off and hit the ground. "Cyprian," the steward captain called, but the young steward ignored her, grabbing Will and pulling up his sleeves roughly. Will barely realized what he was doing until Cyprian made a stymied sound when only Will's thin wrists were revealed. "I don't have Simon's brand," said Will, revolted. Cyprian didn't seem to believe that, his hands pushing up over Will's wrists as though searching for the truth. In the next second, he took hold of Will's shirt and ripped it downward. The wet, abused fabric tore open, jerking Will forward. The medallion swung away from his body, exposed. Will let out a cry and clutched at the medallion while his other hand braced in the mud. When he looked up, he saw Cyprian's immaculate silver armor and his drawn sword. The steward captain's expression changed. "Where did you get that?" Her eyes were fixed on the medallion, which dangled on its leather tie. Justice had warned him not to show it to anyone. Now all these milling stewards had seen it. He hesitated for a moment, unsure what to do. "My mother," said Will, remembering the familiar face of her old servant Matthew holding the medallion out to him in the rain. The bright star holds even as the darkness rises. He pushed himself up to his knees in the mud. "Her old servant gave it to me, Matthew." Matthew's dead eyes staring sightlessly in the rain. "He told me to come here and to show this to you. He said it belonged to my mother." His eyes met those of the steward captain. The look on her face was one of shock, with a flicker of fear. "We must take him to the elder steward." Her words echoed Justice's, but she said it as an order to the others. The other stewards looked stunned, sharing glances that were openly disturbed. Cyprian gave their feelings voice. "You can't mean to take him inside the walls," said Cyprian. "Captain, no one not of steward blood has ever stepped into our hall." "Then he will be the first," said the steward captain. "And if it's a ruse, what better way to get inside our walls than to play a victim evading capture? Our most sacred oath is to protect." "Enough," said the steward captain. "I have made my decision. What will be done with the boy now is not for you, but for the elder steward to decide." Cyprian shut up at that. "Bind him," said the steward captain, wheeling her horse, "and take him into the hall." Will tried to get her to listen. Justice is still out there. The remnants galloping behind him, the outstretched gauntlet reaching for him. There's a girl with him. Both of them are in danger. Those things that were chasing us, black rot spreading across the leaves of a vine. I saw a vine wither when they touched it. "Justice knows his duty," was all the steward captain said, ignoring him as Cyprian stepped forward. "Tie his wrists, novitiate," said the steward captain. Will had to force himself not to jerk back as Cyprian lashed his wrists together in front of him. His horse had no saddle to bind him to. Instead, Cyprian tied his ankles together by a length of rope that passed under his horse's belly, so that if he slid off, he would be dragged. Will gripped his horse's mane awkwardly, his lashed wrists making it hard to move his hands. His black gelding was roped to the white horses of the others, and they set off in a procession of twos, 6 stewards ahead of him and 6 behind. Being restrained made Will's heart pound in his mouth, a fine sweat breaking out over his skin. If they were attacked, he couldn't run. If they were surrounded, he couldn't fight. He clutched his horse's mane with every instinct at screaming alert. The marsh stretching out, a shadowy, alien landscape. The pairs of stewards like strange glimmers in the dark. The captain rode ahead, her expression forbidding. Lita, the others had called her. The discipline in her bearing reminded him of Justice and was echoed by the others in the procession. But she lacked Justice's warmth, her eyes impassive on the marsh ahead. Cyprian was too perfect, riding straight-backed in garments that seemed to repel the mud of the marsh. He was one of 2 stewards who were younger than the others, Will's age, and he and the girl were dressed differently too. Their surcoats were silvery gray instead of white, and their armor was simpler, like that of a steward in training. Novitiate, the captain had called him. Will's tension rose as they rode through the night. His mother's old servant Matthew had told him to come here, but what if Matthew had been wrong? What did he really know about these knights who rode white horses and called themselves stewards? Will wanted to believe that he was riding towards answers, but he felt as if we're traveling to a strange, unknown country, leaving everything he knew behind. As they rode in a long column, Will could hear all the night sounds of the marsh, the rhythmic creak of frogs, the soft, distant splashes of small creatures, and the wind over the grassy water, its gusting sound like the roll of ocean waves. The occasional calls of "all clear" and "ride on" rang out from the steward captain at the head of the column. And then he saw it with a shock, rising out of darkness in the thin moonlight. "Hold formation and stay close," said the captain, halting for a moment as they crested a grassy slope. "We're taking him across." She urged her horse forward. "The gate," Justice had said. A broken arch standing alone on the ruined moor. It was a gate to nowhere, lit by the moon. It stood out starkly against the sky. A few tumbled stones might have formed part of a long-ago wall, but had long since fallen into the water. Will's skin prickled with the strangest sense of recognition as the line of white-clad stewards rode towards it through the dark. He felt like he knew it, like he had been here before, but how could he? "What is this place?" he said. "This is the Hall of the Stewards," said the captain. But there was no hall, just a lone arch on the vast empty marsh. It made him shiver that they were riding towards a hall that didn't exist, or that had long since crumbled to ruins, with only a single archway left. Something had stood here once, long ago. Before he was ready, the captain was driving her horse forward. At the head of the column, she was the first to pass through the arch, and to Will's utter shock, she didn't emerge on the other side. Instead, she vanished. What's happening? Will's heart was pounding at the impossibility of what he had just seen. A pair of stewards disappeared through the arch, and the column was still moving forward. Will was seized by the dizzy feeling that there was something important through that arch that was just out of his reach.
Another pair of stewards vanished, and Will was certain that he could hear the sound of hooves striking stone, echoing as if from a tunnel or chamber. But how could that be when there wasn't any chamber, just the grass and mud and wide open sky? Wait, he wanted to say, but in the next moment he was right in under the arch himself. He felt a lurch and a momentary panic when he didn't come out onto the marsh on the other side. Instead, he found himself riding under fragments of ancient stone and giant pieces of masonry. Disembodied, they scattered the earth and filled him with awe. And then he looked up and caught his breath at what he saw. An ancient citadel, gleaming with 1,000 lights. It was monumental and very old, like the huge pieces of stone around him. Ancient battlements stood high, a second arch over an immense gateway, and behind that, soaring towers. Parts of it were a ruin, but that only increased its strange, aching beauty.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. It was like glimpsing a wonder that had passed from the world and that once this citadel was gone would be lost forever. The feeling that he knew this place swept over him again, though he had never seen it before. The Hall of the Stewards. The words rang like a bell that made something in him tremble. "No outsider has ever passed through our gates," he heard a steward say behind him, jolting him out of his reverie. "I hope the captain knows what she's doing, bringing you here." He looked back and saw the others riding in single file. Behind them, he could still see the marsh on the other side of the arch, covered in grasses. He blinked, the ordinary patch of marsh at odds with the extraordinary sight in front of him. Is this what justice meant? An ancient world that was destroyed, except for remnants? High above the citadel, a giant flame burned like a shining beacon that defied the night. It was set atop the walls, lighting the gates and showing off the splendor of the citadel. And if the walls were old, the flame was new, leaping like young gold. The bright star holds, thought Will, and the trembling sensation grew stronger. "Open the gates," came the call, and on the walls above, 2 stewards on either side of the gate began pulling the chain rope, not with a crank or a lever, but with their own unnatural strength, and the huge portcullis began to rise. Passing through the gates, Will felt dwarfed by the size and wonder of the place. He saw a vast courtyard of ancient stonework, 4 enormous columns, each broken at the top, reaching up into the empty sky. The great staircase leading to the first of the buildings was intact, stone steps rising from the courtyard to an immense doors. It must have been a place of great wonder at its height, and even now it was still beautiful, as the bones of a ruined cathedral are beautiful, conjuring its past in elegant remnants of stone. And then he became aware of the stares, the shocked reactions, as the stewards on the walls saw him. Whole groups of stewards in the courtyard stopped and stared. In their old-fashioned white livery, the stewards suited this ancient place as monks suited a monastery. Will felt like an intrusion in his muddy clothes, an ordinary boy on a black horse. Every eye was on him. The steward captain ignored them, dismounting in a smooth motion. "Cut him down," she said, and Cyprian pulled a knife from his belt and slashed the rope that bound Will's ankles so that he could be yanked off his horse. This time, when Will hit the ground, he kept to his feet, though his bound hands unsettled his balance and he stumbled a little. "Take the horses," the captain told the others, and they dismounted and took up the horses' reins with the deference of squires, leading them away. Will's horse screamed, showing the whites of his eyes and rearing up out of reach as a steward tried to take his bridle. He was refusing to leave Will. "Easy, easy, boy," Will said, his heart feeling tight, as the horse that had carried him so bravely now fought to stay with him. "You have to go with her." He felt his horse's warm breath and the velvet brush of its muzzle as it hesitated uncertainly. He wanted to put his arms around its neck and hold it close, but couldn't, his wrists tied. "Go," he said with a pang of loss. He watched the steward finally lead his horse away and felt utterly alone. Pale in the moonlight, the citadel rose before him in giant arches and immense white stone.
Looking at it, Will felt as if every great human building was just an echo of this splendid form, trying to recreate something half-remembered, with tools and methods too crude to ever capture its beauty. Once those walls were fully manned, he thought, and the citadel blazed with light, and then he shivered, not knowing where the thought had come from. A pair of stewards were coming towards him. In their white tunics, they had the look of monks on their way to speak with the abbot, though Captain Leda in her silver armor looked more like an ancient painting of a celestial knight. "Captain, we were not informed that a new steward had been called." The steward who spoke was a man of perhaps 25 years, his red hair worn in the steward style. "The boy is not a new steward," the captain spoke brusquely. "He does not have steward blood. We found him on the marsh, being chased by Simon's men." "An outsider?" The red-haired steward's face whitened in shock. "You have brought an outsider through the gate? Captain, call everyone into the great hall," said the captain, as if he hadn't spoken. "Now, Brescia, do not tarry." Brescia, the red-haired steward, had no choice but to obey. But Will could see the fear and disbelief in his eyes, as around them the shock rippled outward. An outsider, he heard, an outsider in the hall? It made his skin prickle. He'd wanted answers, but hadn't had the first idea of the enormity of all he might encounter, and he hadn't realized how radical justice had been in sending him here. "You will be brought before the elder steward," the captain said to Will. "It is she who will decide your fate. I go now to prepare a way for you. Cyprian, hold our prisoner in the north antechamber until I give the signal to bring him into the great hall." Cyprian's look was challenging. "My father will not like this. You know our rules. Only those of steward blood are allowed inside our walls." "I will deal with the high janissary," said the captain. Cyprian did not seem pleased by that, but his obedience was immediate. "Yes, captain." A grip closed on Will's arm, hard as a tourniquet, as Cyprian took hold of him and propelled him towards the wide steps of the main entry. To his surprise, Cyprian did not seem to possess the supernatural strength of the other stewards. He was strong, but it was the normal strength of a young man. Will remembered the captain calling Cyprian Novitite. Did that mean the stewards were not born with their strength, but gained it later? 3 pairs of stewards accompanied them inside. They walked in perfect unison, precise and graceful. Roped between them, Will felt like a mudlark flanked by pairs of white swans. With his hands tied behind his back, and still weak from the ship and 2 days without food, he wasn't a threat. But the stewards had spears drawn as if he were dangerous. He suddenly felt that he had stepped into a world that was much bigger than he was, full of practices that he didn't understand. They brought him into an antechamber with a high arched ceiling. The stewards took up positions, 2 at each of the chamber's 2 doors, while the other 2 stayed close to him with Cyprian. "The great hall is ahead," Cyprian said. "We wait here until Leda gives the signal." But as time dragged on, the tight knot of Will's concern wasn't just for what lay ahead. It was for Justice and Violet, who were still out there somewhere with those men in their strange pieces of armor and their dozens of dark hounds. By now, the remnants would be all the way back to London, and Justice and Violet might be anywhere. What about my friends? It was the wrong thing to ask. Cyprian stared back at him with the hauteur of a young knight. His olive skin and dark hair were paired with high cheekbones and green eyes. He had the kind of Mediterranean looks that might have come from anywhere from Egypt to Sicily, and a steward's nobility, combined with an almost too perfect posture and livery. But his green eyes had turned utterly cold. "Your friend Justice is the reason my brother is missing." "Your brother?" said Will. "Marcus," said Cyprian. "Marcus?" Will's eyes widened in recognition of the name, but before he could ask about it, the call came from the far end of the antechamber, summoning him at long last into the great hall. Huge double doors opened on a hall of columns that seemed to stretch forever. Dressed in white and silver, pairs of ceremonial stewards guarded the doors, their armor polished to a gleaming shine.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Entering at spear point, Will looked up and caught his breath at the scale of it. conjuring up structures he had seen only in paintings or book engravings. Like the Great Pyramid at Giza, it was an ancient place, so monumental it had outlasted the civilization that had built it. He felt very small as he was brought forward, his footsteps echoing, the magnitude of the hall overwhelming him. The ceremonial stewards arrayed in their dress armor seemed too few, filling only a tiny portion of the space. Awe slowed his steps as he approached the center. Rising from the dais at the end of the hall, there were 4 towering thrones of pure white marble. Beautiful and old, they seemed to glow in the reflected light. They were made for figures greater than any human king or queen, in command of ancient armies and grand forgotten courts. Will could almost see the majestic figures moving back and forth, bringing their business before their rulers in this hall. But the thrones were empty. Below them, on a small wooden stool, sat an old woman with long white hair. She was the oldest person in the great hall, her olive skin wrinkled as a nectarine stone, her eyes filmy with age. Her clothing was a simple white tunic, her white hair tied back in the steward style. A man who Captain Leda addressed as High Janissary stood beside her, dressed in blue, not white, a heavy silver seal visible around his neck. He was flanked by 24 stewards in silver armor, with worked star detailing, bearing short capes over white surcoats. And a muddied figure was kneeling in front of them. Will's heart leaped. It was Justice, his livery stained, his forearm resting on his bent knee, his head bowed. And Violet was with him, held between 2 stewards, with her hands tied in front of her. She was splashed with mud up to the waist. Likely their journey over the marsh had been on foot. He was so relieved to see her, to see both of them, that he almost forgot what was happening around him, but the prick of a spear driving him forward brought him sharply to attention. "This is the boy you sent to us," the High Janissary said to Justice, "violating our every rule and selfishly endangering our hall." "He's more than just a boy," said Justice. "There's a reason Simon wants him." "So you claim," said the High Janissary. Will's stomach flipped. He felt like he was on trial, but he didn't know why or what for. He could feel the attention of every steward on him, as the 4 empty thrones stared down at him like empty eye sockets. "So I saw," said Justice. He sheathed the corrupted blade. He called it to his hand and put out the black flame. "That isn't possible," said the High Janissary, as the stewards broke out into a ripple of comment. "Nothing can survive once the blade is drawn." Will shivered, because those words felt true. A single sliver of the blade peeking from its sheath had been enough to destroy Simon's ship. Will remembered the instinct he'd had to resheath it, knowing somehow that if it got free, it would kill everyone on board. "Simon had the boy chained and under heavy guard," said Justice. "When I saw him take up the blade, I guessed at why. But I didn't know for certain until I saw what he wore around his neck." "Around his neck," said the High Janissary. Justice looked up. "Will, show them." Slowly, Will opened his torn shirt and drew out the medallion. He didn't understand its importance. He only knew that giving it to him had been the last thing his mother's old servant Matthew had done. Will held it out, no more than a dull, warped piece of metal, once shaped like a 5-petaled flower. Not everyone in the hall seemed to recognize it, but the High Janissary's face whitened. "The hawthorn flower," said the High Janissary, "the lady's medallion." At that there were shocked cries from the stewards lining the hall. "Marcus always believed the boy survived," said Justice. "Anyone can put on a necklace," said the High Janissary. Before anyone else could speak, Leda knelt swiftly at the dais, her head bowed and her right hand held as a fist over her heart. She mirrored Justice's posture, and she seemed to add her voice to his. "High Janissary, Simon's remnants were riding with 24 hounds over the marsh, chasing the boy into our territory.
Simon wanted him enough to risk sending the remnants deep into Steward lands. She drew in a breath. This may be the boy we've been searching for. There were gasps of bat. Simon would like nothing more to infiltrate our hall, said the High Janissary, his mouth thinned. That is the way of the dark, is it not? They worm their way in, taking the guise of a friend. Simon probably gave this boy the medallion and told him to show it to us. Justice was shaking his head. There have been rumors that Simon had resumed his search, believing the boy was alive. Rumors planted by Simon. This boy you have plucked from the docks is a spy, or worse, and you have let him inside our walls. Come here, my boy. The old woman on the stool spoke to him in a kind, conversational voice. Her eyes were on him, her face framed by her long white hair. Will stepped forward hesitantly, aware of the others falling silent as she indicated for him to take a seat on a small three-legged stool alongside her. Up close, he could feel her presence, which seemed warm, steadfast, and wise. She spoke as if the hall had disappeared and they were sitting comfortably together in front of a small hearth fire. "What's your name?" "Will," he said. "Will Kempin." He felt a reaction from the stewards behind him, but the only reaction that seemed to matter was from the old woman. "Eleanor Kempin's son," she said. All the hairs rose on his body. "You knew my mother?" And suddenly he remembered being in the White Hart with Justice and Violet and feeling seen. His heart was beating rapidly. "I knew her. She was brave. I think she would have fought until the end." And Will, who had been there at the end, felt a tremor begin deep in his body that he had to clamp down hard to still. "You have a powerful advocate in Justice," the old woman said. "He is the strongest of us, and he does not often make requests of the hall." The old woman was looking at Will as though she was seeing more than his face, and Will remembered Justice speaking of a steward who could help them, a steward who held all their ancient wisdom. And he realized, "You're the elder steward," Will said. "You're safe here, Will," she said. "We are stewards. Our sacred duty is to stand against the dark." "Safe," said Will. "None of us are safe." He remembered Justice saying those words. The elder steward's snow-white hair matched her white garment and the giant white marble columns that rose to the vaulted ceiling. When she gestured to the great hall around her, she looked like she belonged in it. This is the Hall of the Stewards. Once it was the Hall of Kings. It has had other names too. The Undying Star, it was called once, and its beacon, the Final Flame. Long ago, it was the last stronghold in the battle against the Dark King. Her voice conjured up ancient vistas as she spoke. Now its glories are faded, and its sun has almost set. Yet it holds, as we guard the long twilight against the oncoming dark. Simon may have greater strengths outside, but no one can challenge us inside these walls. Will remembered the stewards driving back the darkness as they galloped in a line of white across the marsh. They had been assured in their power on their own lands, the remnants cowering before them. Justice had told him about this place. The lights of the world went out one by one, until there was only one light left, the final flame. There, those on the side of light made their last stand, a light that had stood against the dark, at the very end of the world. This was it, Will realized with an odd shiver as he looked around at the giant, ancient columns and the 4 empty thrones. Still standing centuries later, when its people were dust and silence, and its stories were forgotten.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. But if this was the last stronghold, that meant all that Justice had said was true, and he was standing in a hall that had seen the final battle, the one place the Dark King couldn't conquer. That thought flickered through him. "It feels familiar to you, doesn't it?" said the elder steward, "as if you've been here before. How did you know that?" "New stewards feel like that sometimes too," she said, "but stewards are not the only ones who have walked these halls." Will felt again the overwhelming sense that he was surrounded by the ghost of a place he knew but that no longer existed. as if he looked upon the bones of a great ancient beast that would never roam this world again. "Why do I recognize it?" he said, the crowding of his mind with half-memory almost painful. "The lady with the medallion, who is she? It has something to do with my mother, doesn't it? Why was Simon chasing us? Chasing me?" The elder steward's eyes were on him. "Your mother never told you?" His heart was pounding, as though he were back at Bow Hill with his mother's eyes staring at him. "Will, promise." "She told me we left London because she was tired of it. Each time we left a place, she said it was just time to move on. She never told me about magic or a lady." "Then you don't know what you are." The elder steward was looking at him with such a searching gaze that she felt as if she could see into him, as if she could see everything, as if she could see Bow Hill, his stumbling run through the mud, the accident on the docks in London, Matthew giving him the medallion, and the moment on the ship when he had reached for the corrupted blade. When he had entered the great hall, Will had felt as if he was on trial. Now it was as though his very self was being weighed by the elder steward, and he was suddenly desperate not to be found wanting. Please, he thought, not even certain what he was pleading for, only knowing that her approval was important to him. Finally, the elder steward sat back on her stool. "We have not taken in an outsider since magic first warded the hall," said the elder steward, seeming to make a decision. "But I offer you sanctuary here if you wish to take it. If you stay with us, you will find the answers you seek, though you will have much to learn, and you may come to wish you had never sought the truth. Dark times lie ahead." And then, after another long look, her eyes warmed. But even in the darkest night, there is a star. Will looked at the grandeur of the hall around him, with its honor guard of snowy stewards. Outside, Simon waited, the relentless chase, the howling dark, no person to be trusted, no hiding place safe. Will looked up at Violet, who was standing tense and nervous, with her hands still bound, and he drew in a breath. "My friend too?" said Will. "Your friend too," said the elder steward, with a half-smile. "Elder steward, you cannot believe that this boy may be, that he is—" The high janissary had stepped forward in protest, but the elder steward held up a hand and stopped him. "Whatever he is just a boy. The rest can wait until he's rested." "This is a mistake," said the high janissary. "Kindness is never a mistake," said the elder steward. "Somewhere in the heart, it is always remembered." Violet scrambled up as Will approached, and he found himself looking at her and Justice, their familiar faces in this unfamiliar place. "I'm glad you made it," said Violet. "You too," said Will. "Justice almost sprained something trying to get to the hall after you." In all the time Will had been running, there had never been anyone who cared if he made it. He looked at Violet's boyish face, her young man's clothes, and the new tense way she held herself. There was so much he wanted to ask her, about her own escape with Justice, and how it was to be here so far away from her family. But he couldn't do that with Justice himself standing beside her. She seemed to understand that, glancing briefly at Justice and then back at Will, and nodding slightly. Will turned his own gaze to Justice, to whom he owed so much. "Thank you," said Will, "for arguing for me." "I told you that you would find welcome here," said Justice, with a small smile. "The elder steward has asked the janissaries to escort you to your rooms." "Rooms? I think you are tired," said Justice, "and still bruised from your capture, and you have gone a long time without rest. Let us offer you the protections of the hall." He gestured. Two girls wearing robes of the same blue as the high janissaries were waiting. Like the stewards, they had a noble, otherworldly look. One was pale and freckled with hair the color of a dry wheat husk. Her name was Sarah. The other girl was taller, and her skin was a darker brown than Lita's. She had the sort of profile that looked sculpted, and wore a blue pendant around her neck. It was she who spoke. "I am Grace," she said. "I am a janissary to the elder steward. She has ordered rooms prepared for both of you."
Will looked back at Violet. Both of them were covered in mud, and he realized Justice was right. They were both exhausted. When Violet nodded, he also gave his assent. Grace took them up steps worn from centuries of footsteps, a slow, spiraling journey upward through a section that felt oddly uninhabited. He saw only glimpses of strange courtyards, corridors, and chambers, many of them fallen to ruin. Around him, the faded beauty of the hall was like the long red of sunset before the last of the light goes out of the world. Grace had an assurance of belonging as she escorted them up. Noticing that the wall was curved, Will wondered if they were now inside one of the towers he had seen when they rode through the gate. He felt again that sense of entering a world that was bigger than he had imagined. Grace stopped at a landing in front of a door. They say that in ancient times, guests used to stay in this part of the hall, Grace said, but stewards do not take in outsiders, and this wing was left empty. The elder steward asked for it to be opened up again. "This will be your room." She nodded to Violet as her counterpart stepped forward with a bristle of iron keys on a chain, producing one to fit into the lock. Violet hesitated on the threshold, turning back to look at Will. He imagined that she'd be looking forward to sloughing off the mud of her trek over the marsh, even as the prospect of staying the night with the stewards felt momentous. Instead, she was delaying. "Is Will's room nearby?" "Right alongside yours," said Grace. "All right then," Violet said, drawing in a breath and giving a thank you nod. Will said, "Until morning," and with a last look back at him, she disappeared into her room. Will turned back to Grace, who gestured to the other janissary to proceed up the stairs. The three of them moved on, around the curving wall. "And this room is yours," Grace said. They had come to an oak door silvered with age that swung open with the key. "The elder steward bids you to rest," said Grace, and with that, the two janissaries left him to step into his new room alone. It couldn't have been more different from his overcrowded lodgings in London, where boys slept on the floor with barely space to stretch out in. Despite the elder steward's kind words, Will had half expected a prison cell or a wintry, abandoned ruin. He walked in, disbelieving, as the door closed behind him. Above his head, the stone ceiling arched in ribbed vaulting, each panel colored with faded blues and silvers as though it had once been painted. The arches met at a carved stone star. There were large windows that looked out on the walls, and a huge stone fireplace with a high mantel. Someone had lit the fire and left a lamp glowing on the small table beside an old-fashioned bed. The bed looked soft and warm, and there was a sleeping shirt for him to change into.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. A flannel, a basin, and a silver ewer of warm water were laid out by the fire for him to wash if he wished, and when he went to pick up the lamp, he saw that there was a small stool on which lay a plate of supper, fresh brown bread, soft white cheese, and a tumble of ripe grapes. His mother must have yearned for a place like this, where she would be safe from the men who were chasing her, where the stewards were there to drive the dark back. She's the one who should be here, but she had never made it inside these walls. She had chosen to take him and run instead, until she couldn't run anymore. He lifted his hand to the medallion that he wore around his neck. A glimmer from the window caught his eye. Walking over to it, he saw again the gleam of that giant flame on the far-off walls, shining like a light in the window, promising home. It was the beacon, tended by stewards even through the night, the final flame, the elder steward had called it, kept lit for centuries. It had burned to the last, when it was the only light left. For a moment he could almost see it, the armies of the dark converging on the hall, and the single light on its walls, shining, defiant. Will stood looking out at it for a long time. Later, when he had washed, put on the sleeping shirt, and eaten the small repast down to the crumbs, he lay in bed with the lady's medallion skin warm against his chest. After a while, his thoughts became a dream, in which he walked these halls long ago, with the lady beside him. She turned to him with his mother's eyes, but her face warped and changed, and where the hall had been, he saw nothing but a great darkness, and above it rose a pale crown and burning eyes of black flame. They drew closer and closer, and he couldn't run. No one could run. The black flame rose to consume him, and then to consume everything. Gasping, Will woke and lay staring up at the carved stone star, and it was a long time before he managed to go back to sleep again. Violet woke to the sound of bells and a drifting morning chant. The chant was melodious, a monastic choral weaving in and out of her sleep, but something about it didn't make sense. The language was unfamiliar. It wasn't Latin. It sounded older. And why could she hear monks instead of the shouts and calls of London traffic? Then, in a rush, it all came back to her. Tom can't come into his true power without killing another like him. Her father's cold, matter-of-fact voice, and her decision to trek at night across marshes with the steward called Justice, who hated lions and had tried to kill her brother. She was inside the Hall of the Stewards. Pushing up in bed, she saw a strange, high-ceilinged stone room with a carved mantel fireplace and arched windows set deep into the stone. The occasional calls she could hear were from outside, where stewards patrolled the walls. The chants drifting in the windows were stewards in some morning ritual. She was surrounded by stewards, and every single one of them wanted to kill her. In London, the kitchen would be preparing breakfast, hot porridge, bacon, eggs, or buttery fish. Her father would be the first down to the table. And Tom, did Tom know she was missing? And then, more frightening, did Tom know? Did he know why her father had brought her to England? What he had planned to do? "Don't be afraid," Justice had said to her last night, misinterpreting her expression as she had stared up stunned at the lights of the hall. "No creature of Simon's has ever set foot inside our walls." She had instinctively put her hand on her wrist, remembering her longing for Simon's brand only that morning. No creature of Simon's. Escorted in past walls ablaze with flaming torches, she had found the hall already buzzing with an outsider's arrival, Will's. They had reacted in shock to Violet too, the second interloper. Overwhelmed, she had been only dimly aware of high janissary, demanding, "What of the others?" Justice had dropped to one knee, head bowed, right hand a fist over his heart, in a formal, old-fashioned pose. "There was a lion," Justice had said. "The others are dead. They hate lions." She had seen the high janissary's look of detestation at the word. And the cold, chilling thought in this strange place, what would they do to me if they knew I was one? She pushed out of bed. Her small room didn't have the grandeur of the great hall, but the strange, faded beauty of the place was more visible than it had been last night. The remnants of frescoes, long ribs of the curved ceiling, the archway leading to the balcony. From outside, she could hear rhythmic calls and disciplined responses of a large group moving through military exercises in perfect unison. And then she saw something that made her stop, her heart speeding up. A steward's uniform was lying out on the chest at the end of her bed. Not the surcoat and chainmail that Justice wore, but a silvery gray tunic with a similar cut, and the star blazon on the chest, along with wool leggings and soft boots, the clothing that the stewards wore when not armored for battle. It had been laid out here for her, like the bed shirt she had put on last night. She looked over at her own clothes, a dank pile of dried mud by the fireplace. She couldn't wrestle back into them, and didn't particularly want to. But she picked up the tunic. It was clean and light to the touch, made of some fabric she'd never encountered before, with embroidery around the star blazon. She could see the tiny, exquisite stitching, and when she pulled it on over her head, she found it fit her perfectly. Cinching her belt and pulling on the leggings and the boots, she was aware of an ease of movement that even trousers and a jacket didn't offer. It felt like putting on clothing made just for her.
Turning to the wall mirror, she was shocked by the transformation, the clothes giving her that same androgynous appearance of a medieval knight that the Stewards possessed. She was suddenly a fighter of the ancient world, proud and powerful. I look like one of them. She could almost hear the battle horn, feel the sword in her hand. If her father saw her in these clothes, if Tom saw her. "It suits you," said a voice behind her, and she jerked around. Will spoke as he swung onto her balcony, dropping soundlessly down from the railing. He was wearing an identical copy of the Steward livery. The clothes had the same androgenizing effect on him that they had on her, highlighting his striking bone structure, though his dark eyes were too intense for him to look pretty. "I don't usually wear skirts," said Violet, with a tug at the tunic, which was skirted below the belt to mid-thigh. "Me neither," said Will, echoing her gesture. Tentatively, they were smiling at each other. The silver tunic suited him too, she thought. She didn't tell him that. She didn't tell him how glad she was to see him. She remembered him lying for her at the White Hart, taking her side against Justice, though she barely knew him. "Thank you," she said, "for telling Justice that I was," she felt strangely shy to say it, "your friend." She drew in a breath. "If they find out Tom's my brother, I don't know what they'll do." Will looked so different in the Steward clothes. They transformed him from the bruised, bloodied rastral in Simon's hold to a young man whose looks suited this strange, ancient place. It reminded her that he was a stranger who had called a sword to his hand. She didn't know him. She still felt wary. But he hadn't turned her into the Stewards. He had lied for her when he didn't have to. "So you're really, like Tom?" said Will quietly. "A lion?" She said, "I don't know. I've always been strong." As children, she and Tom had done everything together. She even shared Tom's cast-off boys' clothing, a habit that Tom's mother had disliked, but her father had thought of fondly, or so she thought. Tom can't come into his true power without killing another like him. I never heard the word lion until yesterday, but you heard my father.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. He thinks one lion has to kill another. That's why he brought me here from India, why he raised me, why he kept me in the house even though Tom's mother hated me. The full truth of it hit her, breathing sharply difficult. Her family planned to kill her, to sacrifice her for Tom to gain power, and she couldn't ever go back to them. She remembered when her father had sat by her bed for 5 days and nights when she'd gotten sick, telling the physician, "Whatever it costs, I need her to recover." She thought of all the times he'd stood up for her to Tom's mother, all the times he'd reassured her, told her she was special. He'd brought her home to kill her. He'd kept her there to kill her. His caring, his concern, none of it had been real. "The Stewards won't find out," said Will. "I won't tell them." Shaken by her thoughts, she looked over at him. He said it with the same calm certainty he'd had on the docks, as if, when he made a promise, he kept it. She might not know him, but they were alone in this place, the two of them. She drew in a studying breath. "You were right," said Violet. "The remnants, those 3 men on horseback, galloped right past us. They only wanted you. Justice and I waited until they were gone, then crossed the river on foot." "Step where I step," Justice had said, picking a careful path across the marsh. Any time she hadn't followed his footsteps exactly, she had found herself up to the waist in mud, scowling at Justice's outstretched hand, ready to haul her back up. In the distance, they had heard the eerie baying of the hounds, and once they had glimpsed the remnants in their ancient armor on the horizon, galloping over the bridge. "We saw them riding west back to Simon, streaming across the land with hounds." She had been surprised at the sharpness of her own relief that Will wasn't with them. "To tell him where I am," said Will. It was darkly shocking. Violet shivered at the thought of Simon turning his attention to the hall.
She had a vision of those black hounds swarming across the Lea, baying as they surrounded that lonely, broken arch on the marsh. "Why does Simon want you so badly?" Her words hung in the air. It was something she had wanted to know since she had stumbled upon him in the hold of the Sealgear. Why would Simon capture a dock laborer, have him beaten and chained up? Will looked different now that he was bathed and out of his ragged London clothes, but he was still just a boy. "I don't know, but you heard the elder steward. It has something to do with my mother." Will looked at the palm of his right hand, which was crossed over with a long white scar. He rubbed a thumb along it, as if unconsciously. It was more than his mother. It was something to do with him, with what he was. The stewards had reacted to him with a mixture of awe and fear. Justice had been the same, going to his knees in front of Will the instant he had seen Will's medallion. Different forces were converging on him, closing on him like a vice. Before she could ask him about it, Will moved to the window and said, "Have you noticed? You can't see London from the windows." "What do you mean?" "You can't see London. You can just see the marsh, disappearing into a kind of mist. It's as if this place is hidden away inside a bubble." That didn't make sense. Distracted, she came to stand beside him, and every hair on her arms stood on end at the sight. There was no sign of London, and the purple marshes faded to a distant blur. She remembered standing on those empty marshes, the arresting, ruined arch against the sky. The Hall of the Stewards hadn't appeared until she had ridden through that arch. Before that, it had been invisible. The utter strangeness of that moment struck her anew. She hadn't thought about what it would look like from the inside. It really was as if they were in a bubble, a pocket, a hidden fold in the world. "Does that mean that the gate is the only way in and out?" said Violet, tension in her voice. It made that lonely arch on the marsh seem even stranger, and made her feel trapped. What happens if you tried to get out another way, if you climbed one of the walls and kept walking? "Your path would bring you back to the wall," said Justice from the doorway. Violet jolted, turning. Her heart raced at the idea of what he might have heard her say. Tom, lions, her family. "Good morning," said Justice. He was a tall, arresting figure in the doorway. His long black hair was half pulled back from his face in a tight bun, the other half falling down his back. His white steward surcoat gleamed. The sight of him made her every nerve come screaming to alert. Where his old-fashioned livery had been incongruous in London, here he fit, part of the other-worldly nature of this place. But he was still a threat. He had attacked her brother. He had attacked Simon's ship. Her heart was thundering. "He brought me here because he didn't know what I was. If he knew, why is there only one way in or out?" An edge to Violet's voice. "The gate protects us," said Justice. "Ancient wards hide this place from the outside world, so that a stranger on the marsh can walk around the gate and even pass through it and never find the hall. But you may come and go freely, so we can leave any time we want," said Violet. "You are our guests," said Justice. "You may leave if you wish, to return to London or simply to ride on the marsh. But if you come back, you will need a steward to escort you through the gate, as it will only open for one of steward blood." Return to London. A sharp stab, pain and danger. She couldn't go back to her family, not to visit, not ever. She forced herself not to show what she was feeling on her face, not with Justice standing before her, gazing at her with his warm brown eyes. It was Will who stepped forward. "Neither of us have business in London." He didn't look at Violet, but kept his voice steady. "For now, we'd like to stay." Relief, even as the tension of maintaining the lie, stretched out in front of her. When Justice turned back to the door, she and Will quickly met each other's eyes, and she felt the renewed reassurance of his presence on her side. "We live lives of simplicity and order, but I think there are some benefits to life in the hall." Justice gestured for them to follow him. "The elder steward wishes to see Will, but is not quite ready. While you wait, I can show you something of the hall. Come." Violet hesitated. Was it safe? The feeling of being on enemy territory was sharp, but she was curious too. She followed Justice out into the corridor. A fortress the size of an ancient city greeted her. Violet caught her breath at the scale of the place that stretched out around her. She had never seen or imagined anything like it. Huge stone carvings made them tiny as they descended wide-set stairs that looked out onto views of interior courtyards. She caught glimpses of abundant gardens where blossoms rioted, while berries and apples and peaches fruited all together out of season. The length of one hallway had a ceiling covered with interweaving coats of arms. It was beautiful, like a forest canopy. Another was crowned with stars carved into the stone where the apex of arches met. "We call it the hall, but it is really an entire citadel," said Justice. "Much of it has fallen into disrepair. The western wing is off limits, and parts of the north are closed as well. There are whole sections and rooms where stewards have not walked for centuries." In the distance, she could see the high outer wall, where pairs of white-clad stewards patrolled, while 3 young men dressed in blue passed them. The simplicity and order that Justice had spoken of was all around them. Everyone here had a purpose, moving amid the beauty and tranquility of the hall as though they belonged to it. "This is the eastern wing of the hall, where we live and train. Stewards rise at dawn and eat after the morning chant. You have missed the morning meal, but the Janissaries have set aside some food for you both."
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. They entered a room with a large wooden table where she could glimpse what looked like kitchens. She hadn't expected anything as simple as breakfast, but the moment that she saw the baskets and linen-covered foods on the table, she was suddenly ravenous. "Janissaries?" she said, sitting down opposite one of the linen parcels and beginning to unwrap it. She breathed in the smell of fresh baked bread. "The life of a steward is strict. We seek perfect discipline, train continuously, and take vows of self-sacrifice and celibacy." Justice sat opposite her but did not eat. If what he had said was true, he had broken his fast hours ago, at dawn. Not everyone with steward blood wishes to become a steward, nor are all those who wish to become a steward capable. Those who lack the desire or who fail the tests become honored janissaries, not stewards. They wear the blue, while stewards take the white. "Like Grace and the young men we saw," said Violet. She remembered Grace showing her to her room and the 3 figures they had just passed in the halls. The janissaries had looked as otherworldly and ethereal as stewards, but they had dressed in blue, not white, and they had not carried swords. Her own tunic was a silvery gray, like those of the novitiates. Gray, blue, and white, she thought. Novitiates, janissaries, and stewards. "Janissaries made this for us?" Justice nodded. "Janissaries keep the knowledge of the hall. They are scholars and artisans. They tend to the libraries, the artifacts, the gardens. It's janissaries who craft our weapons, write our histories, and even weave our clothes." Violet looked down at the tunic she wore. The light, silvery gray fabric seemed like it had been woven by magic, not by human hands. The artistry of the janissaries was beyond anything she had ever seen, and when she took her first bite of the breakfast, it had the same quality. It was simple fare, but more sustaining than any food she had ever tasted. The freshest bread, wrapped in a linen cloth and still steaming. Bright yellow butter newly churned, and the sweetest honey. There were 6 red apples in a bowl, and when she tasted one, it was more freshly rejuvenating than the cool, crisp taste of water in a forest stream on a hot day. "It's as if I always thought food should taste like this, but it never did," said Will. "Some of the magic of the old world still lingers here," said Justice. "You can feel it in the food we harvest, the water, even in the air." It was true. Violet felt refreshed after only a few bites of the warm bread, and the honey melted on her tongue.
Was this what the ancient world had been like? The colors brighter, the air cleaner, the food more delicious? She thought about her family again, eating their breakfast in London. Did they know about this place? They knew what stewards were. Tom had recognized them on the ship. And Simon? Simon knew about the hall. His remnants had chased Will here until the stewards had driven them off. But did they know about its magic, its bright-tasting food, the quality of the air? She felt the pang of wanting to share all of this with Tom, but knowing that she couldn't, and fearing that he had known it all along, and kept it from her. What else hadn't he told her? What else didn't she know? As Justice took them out into a series of gardens, Violet saw stewards and janissaries working side by side, tending the plants and the soil, sharing the menial tasks of the hall. She realized that she was seeing traditions that had been carried out in just this way for hundreds of years, an entire world hidden away that no one on the outside would ever see, especially not a lion. Justice pointed out the armory and then the stables and told Will that later he might visit his horse. But Violet barely heard him, overwhelmed by the realization that she and Will were the first to witness any of it, to breathe the air, to taste the food. Stewards had lived and died here over centuries, following their rules, keeping traditions alive when no one else knew they were here. Why do all of this? Why not live a normal life outside the walls? Justice smiled, not an unkind smile, but a smile of acknowledgement, as if she had asked him the most important question. "Look up," said Justice. High above them on the battlements burned a brilliant beacon, its flames reaching impossibly high into the sky. She had seen it blazing in the dark last night when she had passed through the gate with Justice. The final flame. "Magic sustains it," said Justice. "Magic from before our time. From a distance, it looks like a bright star burning in the sky, the symbol of the stewards." Looking up at it, she imagined she could feel the heat of its flame. As she did, Justice came to stand beside her. "The flame is our purpose," said Justice. "When the Dark King swore to return, we swore to prevent it, no matter how long our order had to stand at the ready. We have kept that vow for centuries, holding the knowledge of the old world, quashing his dark objects where we find them, and preparing for the day when we would fight. In that way, we keep the flame alight." As she looked at the flame, she imagined the stewards of the old world swearing that vow. Had they known what it would mean for their descendants? That they would live apart from the world for centuries, waiting for a day that might never come? Generations of stewards, rising each morning to their mission, holding to their traditions, living and dying while the Dark King lay silent. "Outside, the world sleeps like an innocent who is not afraid of the dark," said Justice. "But in here we remember. What has come before will come again, and when it does, the stewards will be ready." Like a single flame burning, they had carried light of knowledge across the centuries. The undying star, the elder steward had called it, the final flame. But the spark of light that the stewards had tended all these years was even more fragile than she had thought. If the stewards had ever faltered, ever allowed themselves to drift from their mission, the past would have faded out of memory, and the Dark King could have returned to an unknowing world. No one would have seen him coming. No one would have known how to stop him. The past would have risen to overwhelm the present, and all the battles fought, all the lives given to defeat the Dark King would be as nothing. He would rise again, and all he had to do was wait until the world forgot him. That thought stayed with her. "Now come," said Justice, "I will show you the heart of the hall." They entered the great hall through its giant doors. What had been a vast torch-lit cavern by night was by day transformed into a cathedral of light. Sunlight streamed in from high windows, creating huge beams of light that reflected off the many white columns, like a dazzling forest of white trees rising high and bright. Violet saw the 4 empty thrones high on the dais. Now that she had a sense of the history of this place, she wondered for the first time about the figures who had once sat there. The Hall of Kings, the elder steward had called it. What happened here? Violet said, looking around, at the magnificent structures of stone. How did this place survive when everything else was lost? Justice followed her gaze up to the empty thrones. Each one was different and carved with a unique symbol: a tower, a faded sun, a winged serpent, and a flower she had never seen before. Long ago, there were 4 great kings of the old world, said Justice. The hall was their meeting place, a nexus of sorts. But as the Dark King rose, the 4 kings faltered. 3 made a bargain with the Dark King and were corrupted, and the 4th fled, his line lost to time. It was the stewards of the 4 kings who stood against the Dark in their stead, part of the great alliance who joined the final fight. The Hall of Kings became the Hall of the Stewards, said Violet. Justice nodded.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. The stewards swore when the battle was done that they would keep guard against the Dark King's return. Humans were growing in number, and the last remaining magical creatures of that world spent what was left of their power to hide the hall, shrouding it in wards and magic. Now we stewards serve in secret, and those who have the blood of stewards are called from across the world to join our fight. It explained why many stewards seemed as if they were from other countries, if they had come here from across the world as their kings had once done. Violet had heard different languages spoken in the hall, particularly when the stewards had gathered in knots to discuss her arrival with Justice. She remembered that she had also heard stewards with different accents, like the French steward on the ship. It said that in our darkest hour, the stewards will call for the king, and the line of kings will answer. Justice smiled a little ruefully, as if even to him this was just a story. But for now, we stand, because we are the only ones left, and we hold to our vows to guard against the dark, to watch for signs, and to remember the past as stewards have done for centuries. She couldn't help wondering what had happened to those ancient kings. They had left the fight to the stewards, who had taken it up loyally, holding to their duty for far longer than anyone might have imagined. What had made the kings turn from the fight? Around her, the hall took on a new importance, and as they walked through its forest of marble columns, she thought about the kings and queens who had lived in here, glimmering, majestic beings who surpassed humanity in power and beauty. Then she turned and saw a face. It was floating midway up the wall and staring at her. She let out a sound and stepped back. A second later, she saw that it was only an etching. Tarnished and faded, the face of a lion was staring back at her with liquid brown eyes. It was carved onto the old, broken piece of a shield that hung on the wall like a trophy. "What is that?" she said. "The shield of Rassilon," said Justice. The shield of Rassilon. That name echoed in her, stirring something deep. The lion seemed to look right at her. She reached out to the stone beneath the shield where strange writing was carved into the wall. Time had half eroded its words. Violet's fingers brushed the words, tracing the cool stone, her heart pounding. What does it say? "We stewards have lost most of our knowledge of the old language," said Justice, "but I'm told it says, 'Rassilon, the first lion.'" Violet jerked her fingers back as if singed. She was staring at the lion with its great mane and liquid eyes, her pulse racing. The first lion. "The stewards have few artifacts of the old war," said Justice, "but this is one of them. Here, the shield of Rassilon was broken." She couldn't help staring at the lion on the shield, her mind racing with 1,000 questions. Who was Rassilon? Why had the stewards fought him? How had he come to fight for the Dark King? This shield, what is it? What am I caught up in? The lion seemed to gaze back at her. She imagined stewards with spears encircling an animal that bled where it was pierced in the side. Stewards had been fighting lions since the great battles of the old world. "Excuse my interruption, Justice." A girl's voice jolted Violet out of her reverie. She recognized Grace, the janissary who had shown her to her room the night before. "The elder steward is ready to see Will." Heart pounding, Will followed Grace down a long corridor, deep into the hall. The architecture changed around them, the archways lower and narrower, the shapes of the carvings different, the walls thicker. A stillness hung over everything, as if no one ever came to this part of the hall. They reached double doors set at the end of a passageway. Will stopped, aversion keeping him back. He felt as if he was about to enter a tomb, a place that should not be disturbed. "I don't want to go in there." But Grace pushed the doors open. The room was circular, with a domed ceiling, the gray stone old as the immovable rock of a mountain. In the center was a stone tree, carved to reach the ceiling. The tree was dead, desiccated and blackened, as if a living tree had ossified centuries ago. Will shivered with a shock of terrible familiarity. He knew this place, but somehow all he knew was gone, replaced by the strange, desolate presence of the dead stone. The elder steward was waiting beside the tree, a solemn figure in white. High Janissary Janek stood beside her, his unpleasant eyes as unyielding as the stone. His blue Janissary robes looked wrong, a splash of color in the gray room, like life disturbing the dead. The doors closed behind Will, and he was alone with them. With each step forward, Will's sense of familiarity grew. He could almost see what had been here before, a phantom vision just out of reach. What is this place? "This is the tree stone," said the elder steward. "It is the oldest and most powerful place in the hall, but it is also a place of great sadness, where stewards rarely come." Will knew the elder steward and the high janissary were both watching him, but he couldn't take his eyes off the tree stone. He knew it, he remembered it, or almost remembered it, like a word on the tip of her tongue, except that what he remembered was different from what was in front of him. "You sense something from it," said the elder steward, "don't you?" The high janissary made a scornful sound. Will barely heard him, his attention fixed on the tree. It was as if he was standing in the dark, where there should be light. It shouldn't be dark. There should be light. "The tree of light," said the elder steward, her eyes on him. "It was called that once." "A guess," said high janissary Janek. "Or else he really does feel it," said the elder steward. He could feel it, except that he was looking at its absence, like looking at a wasteland and knowing it had once been a forest, where she had walked among the trees. "She was here, wasn't she?" said Will, turning to the elder steward, his heart pounding. "A long time ago, the lady was here and the tree was alive. It was more than alive. It was bright." Who was she? How had he seen her in the mirror? She had felt so real when this place was long dead. He lifted his hand to the medallion under his tunic. The tree of light was a hawthorn tree, like the hawthorn medallion he wore around his neck. A hawthorn tree was the lady's symbol. How did he know it had once shone with light? "It died when she did," said the elder steward, nodding. "It said her touch will bring it back to life and make it shine." Will looked up at the tree, its dead branches like skeletal remains in an empty landscape. "Put your hand on it," said the elder steward. His stomach twisted. He wasn't sure he wanted to. The elder steward and high janissary Janek were looking at him as though it was a test. He reached out and placed his palm on one of its cold granite branches. He could feel it, worn smooth by the passage of time. No light shone or green shoot stirred. It was dead, like everything in this place. "You see?" "Nothing," said Janek. Will glanced at the high janissary, who was staring back at him with a mixture of scorn and contempt. "Ignore him," said the elder steward. "I want you to try." "Try?" said Will. "Close your eyes," said the elder steward, "and try to find the light." He wasn't sure what she meant him to do, but he could feel the weight of her expectant gaze. Will drew in a deep breath and closed his eyes. Under his hand, the stone was cracked and weathered with time and felt cold.
He tried to silently will the tree to light up, but it was like trying to will stone to fly. Simply impossible. The elder steward stepped forward and spoke again gently, as if he had not understood. "No, you're looking in the wrong place. The lady made the tree stone shine, but the light wasn't in the stone. It was in her." Will closed his eyes again.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. He could feel the tension, the sense of importance from both the elder steward and the high janissary in her. He tried to imagine that there was something inside him that was waking up. His memory was starting to churn. He remembered the lady staring out at him from the mirror. He remembered his mother's face, white with fear. Will, promise. He didn't want to remember. He didn't want to unearth the past, the pain slicing through his hand, the breath sobbing in his bruised throat as he stumbled across the muddy hill, his mother's last words ringing in his ears. Will, wrenched open his eyes. There was no light, not even the faintest glow. The high janissary was right. The tree stone was dead and cold, and whatever was needed to bring it to life, it wasn't inside him. "He's not the one we seek," High Janissary Janek was saying. "He doesn't have the lady's power. This is a waste of time." The elder steward gave a small, almost sad smile. And yet, the lady made her promise. The lady? The High Janissary shook his head scornfully. Where was the lady when Marcus was taken? Where was the lady when my wife was killed? Where was the lady when my... He bit down on whatever he had been about to say, as though he couldn't bear to let it pass his lips. His face was white. "Janek," said the elder steward gently, "the lady is dead, Euphemia. We are the ones who have to fight, not a boy who lacks skills or training." "I won't waste my time on a fantasy," said High Janissary Janek, and he turned and stalked out of the doors. Will was left alone with the elder steward in the quiet chamber. Her long white hair framed her kind, wrinkled face. The name Euphemia suited her, though he had never heard it spoken before. With the tree stone dark and dead-looking beside her, Will felt like he had let her down. "It is not your fault," said the elder steward. "He's a good man. He adopted Cyprian and Marcus when they most needed a father, and raised them as his own. But he doesn't trust outsiders. He hasn't since his first son died 6 years ago." "I'm sorry," said Will, looking back at the tree stone. "I tried. Janek is right," said the elder steward. "You lack training. You're not ready." The elder steward looked into his eyes as if she was searching for something. But which of us is ready for what life asks us to face? We don't choose the moment. The moment comes whether we will it or no, and we must make ourselves ready. Ready for what? For a long second, she just continued to look at him. "Justice has told you some of it." In the Inn of the White Hart in London, Justice had told him about an ancient world that fell to darkness. A few days earlier, he wouldn't have believed it, but he had seen black fire tear apart a ship, and a girl his own age use her bare hands to break open chains. He said that there was once a dark king who tried to rule, said Will, but that he was stopped by a lady. Her. She? He knew so little about her, but he yearned to know everything. The glimpse he had seen of her in the mirror, she had looked at him like she knew him, like they were connected. She had looked at him with eyes like his mother. He drew in a breath. They loved each other, and she killed him, said the elder steward, somewhere far to the south near the Mediterranean Sea. We don't know how she defeated him, only that she did. She was the only one who could. He had so many questions, but churning at the heart of them all was why? Why had Matthew pressed the lady's medallion on him? Why had Justice brought him to the hall? Why had the elder steward told him he was the one the stewards were seeking? Why did the stewards look at him the way they did, with fear, awe, and hope? "You think I'm her, somehow." The elder steward gave a slow nod. "You have her blood, passed down to your mother.
and the blood of the lady is strong. The elder steward's voice was grave, strong enough to kill an ancient king. That is why Simon seeks you out. She looked at him. He is trying to return the Dark King. It is his one desire, the thing he seeks above all else. Under the Dark King's dominion, dark magic would be returned to the world, humans slaughtered and subjugated as the past is brought into our present. Simon wants to stand over it all as the Dark King's heir, and the blood of the lady is the only thing that can stop him. My mother was meant to kill the Dark King, said Will. Later, he would think back on it as the moment when he had understood, all the pieces fitting together into a picture he didn't want to see, his mother's destiny. Now, his mind flew back to Bowhill, kneeling beside his mother as her blood soaked into the ground. The realization swept through him, his mother's last words to him, her death, and the reason for it, the reason for everything that was happening to him. Will, promise. Will's fingers closed over the medallion. He remembered the lady looking right at him through the mirror. He remembered his mother gasping, "Run." He felt his fingers start to shake and clamped down on it, clutching the medallion tighter. Eleanor stopped Simon once before, years ago, said the elder steward. He killed her sister, Mary, your aunt, in his first attempt to return the Dark King. But those were his early, clumsy efforts. He is much closer to his goal now. And with Eleanor dead, he believes nothing stands in his way. The elder steward held his gaze. "Except you." "Me?" said Will, grappling with the immensity of it. "But I can't." Oh gosh, he could see the lady's eyes on him, like his mother's eyes, staring up at him. Will, promise. She had known. She had known. All those months, all those years of running, he had known that his mother had been afraid. He had just never known what it was she had been afraid of. "You are blood of the lady, Will," the elder steward said, "and she fights the Dark King still, through you." He stared at the elder steward, feeling the cold emptiness of the stone room, the black branches of the dead tree like cracks in the world. "I can't fight the Dark King." The tree seemed to mock him, proof that he couldn't do what they wanted. "I don't have her power." Unconsciously, he clutched at the medallion. It dug into the scar on his hand. "Look down at the medallion," said the elder steward. "You can read it, can't you? You know the words of the old language, even if you don't understand why." He looked down at the words carved into the warped surface of the metal. It was true that he could read them when he shouldn't be able to, when they were written in a language that he had never seen before. "I cannot return when I am called to fight, so I will have a child." It was a message sent across time. A message to him, he thought, feeling his skin chill. The lady had carved it, meaning for him to read it. It had been passed from hand to hand countless times over centuries, and it had made its way to him, as she had meant it to. In the mirror, she had looked at him like she recognized him. "My mother," said Will, struggling to process all of this. "She knew?" "Many have borne the blood of the lady," said the elder steward, "but only one will find themselves facing the final fight, and the final fight is almost upon us. Those of us with the blood of stewards feel it too. You feel it? The way she felt it?" He thought of his mother in those final moments, the desperation as she had looked into his eyes. It is different to train your whole life to face a threat that might never come than it is to begin to see the signs, the portents that the Dark King's return is almost here. The elder steward's face was serious with purpose, and he could only feel the hard edge of the medallion in his hands. He was trembling. "The signs?" he said. "You've met James Stanclair," said the elder steward. "You've seen what he can do?" Will nodded. "James is not a descendant of the old world as you are." The elder steward paused, her eyes shadowed. "He is a reborn, one of the most frightening portents."
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. In the final days, the Dark King ordered that his greatest generals, servants, and slaves be killed, so that they could be reborn with him and usher in his reign. His deadliest fighter was called the Betrayer. They say he was the brightest symbol of the light until he betrayed his own kind to serve the Dark King. He became the Dark King's most ruthless general, a merciless killer known for his beauty, his blue eyes and golden hair. Are you saying James isn't merely a descendant? He is the Dark King's general, reborn into our time. He is young now, but when he grows into his power, he will be more terrible than you or I can imagine. For he is not one of us. He is not human, and he is here with one purpose only, to herald the way for his master. A powerful shiver went through Will, and all the shadows in the room seemed to deepen and rise as she said, "Sarsian, the Dark King, the final eclipse, the endless night, whose dark reign will bring about the end of our world. Sarsian." The name struck like black fire, like something he'd always known that came blazing back to life until it threatened to overwhelm him. He remembered the crude S burned into the wrists of Simon's men, and the words that Justice had spoken at the Inn of the White Hart. That S is the symbol of something older, a terrible sigil with power over his followers that even they do not fully understand. Sarsian. He saw again a shadow reaching out of the past, spreading out over London, over Europe, over a world that had no defenses, because it had forgotten. In his vision, then as now, the lights went out one by one until all was dark and still. He'd stop it if he could, he thought. He'd stop it from happening again. He'd prove to his mother that What do I have to do? The elder steward didn't answer him at once, just looked at him with searching eyes. "You said Simon was close," said Will. "You said my mother stopped him in the past, but that now he was almost at his goal. How?" He could see in her eyes that there was something she didn't want to tell him, and he was suddenly desperate to know. He focused on Simon as someone he could fight, something he could do. "Simon has acquired something," said the elder steward after a pause. "Something he's needed for a long time. Call it the last piece of a puzzle that he is trying to solve. We are working to get it back before he can." She would not say more. "The stewards are here to stop Simon. At all costs, we will fight to prevent him from returning the Dark King." Her eyes on Will's were steady. "But if we fail, you must be ready." Ready. Will felt a cold understanding settling in him, a terrible truth that he couldn't push out of his mind. Will, promise. For that was the last part of it, the final realization in his mother's eyes. "You mean to kill him. That's what you think I have to do. Kill the Dark King before his new reign ends this world." "Ready to face an enemy unlike any you have ever seen," said the elder steward. "One who will seek to turn your mind to darkness, to sway you to his cause, even as he ends this world to make way for his own. A relentless force seeking out any who oppose him, extinguishing every last spark of light and hope until the very ends of the earth." The elder steward picked up the wall torch. "Look, I know you can read the words they wrote." She held the torch aloft, illuminating the dark above the giant doors. High above, there were words crudely chiseled in the stone. Will turned cold, only half hearing the elder steward as she spoke. "These doors mark the entry to the inner fort. It is the oldest and strongest part of the hall, but these words were written above every door in every fort, in every town. These are the words the people saw as they barricaded themselves in when their outer walls were breached. As they waited in the dark, their last cry, their greatest fear, even as their doors broke open and they faced what was on the other side." Will could almost feel it, the fear as the people huddled together.
The torchlight flickered over the words. He knew what it said. He could read the ancient script that the people of the old world had carved in rock as they huddled together in the dark. He is coming. "You're loyal to him, aren't you?" said Justice. He meant Will. Violet flushed. "He saved my life. A stranger saved my life the day I learned my family planned to kill me. Will might be a stranger, but he was the only one here who knew what she was. He knew, and he had stood by her side." After a long, studying look, "Come with me," said Justice, seeming to make a decision. "There's something I want you to see." Violet's palms felt clammy as they made their way towards the eastern side of the hall. Being alone with Justice made her nervous. It was the powerful strength of his presence and the omnipresent danger of what she would do if she found out she was a lion. Rounding a corner, she heard the same faint, metallic sounds of sword fighting that had drifted into her room this morning. They drew her forward, past a row of columns, to a wide-open arena. She saw perfect rows of young fighters. There were perhaps 24 novitiates. They all wore the same silvery gray tunics Violet and Will had been given, embroidered with the Stewards' star, and skirted to mid-thigh. They all moved in unison, a pattern of sword movements that flowed one into another, identical. She watched entranced as their swords lifted gracefully, then arced to the right. One boy was astonishingly better than the others, his long hair flying around him as his sword sliced the air. She thought she recognized him, Cyprian, the novitiate who had accompanied Will into the great hall. She couldn't take her eyes off him. He was strikingly handsome, the way a statue is handsome, nose, eyes, and lips all in faultless symmetry. But it was the way he moved, embodying the ideal steward, that made her yearn to be like him, to fit somewhere as well as he fit, to find a place where she— "Halt!" called Cyprian. The novitiates instantly stopped, their sword tips held out with unwavering precision. She was the interruption, she realized suddenly. They were all looking at her. She fought the instinct to take a step back. "What are you doing here, outsider?" Cyprian's voice was cold. He crossed the training courtyard to confront her, his sword still in his hand. "It's that girl," she heard one of the novitiates say behind Cyprian, "that girl who came from outside. Are you here to spy on our training?" She flushed. "I heard you from the corridor. I didn't know I wasn't allowed to watch." "Steward training is private," said Cyprian. "Outsiders don't belong." "I brought her here," said Justice, arriving behind her. "She is our honored guest, and there is little harm in her watching you practice. Shouldn't you be out looking for my brother?" That stopped Justice completely. "It is the steward's way to offer aid to those in need," Justice began, his voice gently chastising. Cyprian was uncowed. "You're barely half a steward, walking around without a shieldmate. You've made a mockery of our order with your mistakes and your recklessness." "That's enough, Cyprian," said Justice, his voice hardening. "You may be foremost among the novitiates, but you do not yet have the authority of a steward." Cyprian accepted the reprimand without lowering his eyes. "Justice might think you can be trusted, but I don't," he said, his eyes holding Violet with a cold look. "I'll be watching you. Do not let Cyprian disturb you. He has strived his whole life to please his father, and High Janissary Janek does not take well to outsiders." Justice had brought her to a room that had the look of a disused training hall, its walls hung with old arms and armaments. He spoke kindly, but standing alone in a room with Justice was not reassuring. Instead, the tense sense of danger returned tenfold. In his white livery, Justice was a fighter in a place made for fighting, part of this space filled with the ghost of battles from an ancient past. Cyprian's words jangled in her head.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Why did you bring me here? Violet tried to keep the tension from her voice. She could still hear the sounds of the novitiates' training, though they were distant. They were a reminder that she was here under false pretenses. She had the sudden fear that Justice was going to tell her that she couldn't stay in the hall. Will's insistence that she was his friend, that he wouldn't go anywhere without her, had only brought her so far. Sent back to London, she would have nowhere to go. She waited tensely. But Justice didn't answer her question directly. "This is the room where I trained for many years when I was a boy." Justice walked forward with an air of nostalgia. "You trained here?" "I practiced the drills here whenever I had time to spare," said Justice. "That was when I first came to the hall." "Came?" said Violet. Justice nodded. "Cyprian is one of the few born to the hall. Most stewards are called. It happens around the age of 7, sometimes earlier." She remembered him saying that those of steward blood were called from across the world. Cyprian's parents must have been janissaries, since stewards took a vow of celibacy. "For those of us who are called, the hall is like a place we've always known, and everything here makes a kind of sense," said Justice. "Your friend Will felt that way too. He is blood of the lady, as I am blood of the stewards. We share a connection to the old world. You, on the other hand, you are the first true outsider to come into the hall." Outsider. Cyprian had called her that. He thought she was an ordinary girl brought here from London. He was wrong. She had her own connection to the old world, just not one that she could ever tell stewards about. "Is that why you showed me those fighters?" "I showed you the fighters so that you could see our mission," said Justice. "Relics of the old world still exist. The corrupted blade, the shield of Rassilon. Stewards scour the world for any surviving objects from those times," said Justice. "Pieces kept by unknowing collectors, excavations that uncover fragments of the past. Where we find his dark artifacts, we destroy them or lock them away to prevent them from doing harm. When we must, we battle evil unleashed from such objects or awakened in archaeological digs that delved too deep into the past." "But the real fight is coming," said Justice. "Your friend Will stands at the center of a great battle. He may be all that can hold the Dark King back." "What does that have to do with me?" To her surprise, Justice went over to one of the racks, took out one of the long silver swords and held it out to her, hilt first. "Here, a sword, like the ones the novitiates had been using when she had watched them training." Her heart began to beat faster at the purposeful way he was proffering the sword. He meant for her to take it. She did, gingerly testing its weight. She had never held a sword before and was surprised at both the solidity and the heft of it. And then, disconcertingly, she was looking at him over its length. "You heard the word shieldmate," said Justice. "Stewards do everything in pairs. We take a partner when we take our whites, someone to fight beside and protect. That's what Marcus was to you?" "A shieldmate?" said Violet. "That's right." She looked into Justice's warm brown eyes, remembering how desperately he had looked for Marcus on the ship. "You could be that for your friend," he said. Violet curled her hand around the hilt and lifted it. She shivered with the same sense of destiny she had felt when she had put on the steward clothes. A connection to the past, as if she held a sword in an ancient battle. She thought of Will, then of the sequence she had seen the novitiates practice. She tried to replicate it, stepping forward and arcing the sword to the right. She could feel how awkward it was. New to her body, the motion did not flow easily. This was a crude copy. She didn't have the grace of the stewards. She finished the first movement, frowning, knowing she could do better. But when she looked up at Justice, she saw that she had surprised him. "You did that from memory?" She nodded. "Try the second movement." This time, as she began the slow arc, he brought his own sword up to meet hers in a counter movement, as if they were clashing in a stylized battle. Now the third. His sword met hers again, this time on its downward stroke. Then he began a slow, sweeping attack that aimed at her neck, and she found herself lifting her sword into the fourth movement, which was somehow a perfect block to his attack. It was her turn to show surprise. "We train for the opponent that we will face," said Justice, responding to her expression, "when the day comes that we are called on to fight." Justice, in his steward garb, faced her with a sword in his hand.
Their blades came together again as she executed the fifth movement, and Justice became that opponent. The beautiful, abstract sequence suddenly had a purpose. She found herself looking at Justice across naked steel. Her heart was pounding, and not from exertion. Relax your hands. You don't need to grip the hilt so tightly. It was unnerving to mimic fighting him, yet thrilling at the same time. You tried to kill my brother. Another movement. Stewards killed the first lion. Another. She remembered her lion brother, Tom, blocking a steward's sword with an iron bar, right before he drove it through the steward's chest. Less weight on your front foot. It felt terrifying, and right. She had dreamed of taking part in the battle, just never thought she'd be training to fight against Simon. Blade tip higher. Hold it steady. The sequence was relentless. Her arms had started to hurt, and her tunic was damp with sweat. Cyprian had made this sequence look easy. Justice, moving with her in counterpoint, made it look easy. 3 movements left. Why couldn't a lion sight for the light? Why couldn't she find a place here? She was as strong as any steward. 2 movements. Your friend carries a great burden, said Justice. If he is what the elder steward believes him to be, when the darkness comes, he will need a protector, someone who'll stand by him, someone who'll defend him, someone who can fight. 1. I can fight. She gritted out the words, and with a surge of determination, she finished the final movement. Chest heaving, she looked over at Justice in victory. Good. She felt a rush of success. Now do it again. Justice stepped back, lowering his sword. Again, she burst out. He called a halt hours later. Dripping with sweat and trembling with exhaustion, she looked up at Justice. Her vision was hazy, her limbs at the edge of their endurance. She was barely able to lift her sword. Your movements are crude. You are not a steward. You do not have our training, said Justice. But you have the heart, and I will teach you. She stared at him. He was a steward, her father's enemy. But she didn't have to follow her father. She could forge her own destiny. She tightened her grip on the sword. Then teach me, she said. Utterly exhausted, she was barely aware that it was evening. Training over, she wanted nothing more than to collapse, pouring herself onto the bed in her room. But she found herself instead walking back into the great hall. At this time, there was no one else here, just those ghostly white pillars stretching off into the dark. Her footsteps echoed, too loud. The raised dais emerged out of the gloom, the 4 empty thrones staring down at her. They had the look of a majestic tribunal, reigning supreme over all brought before them. But they weren't the reason why she was here. The broken piece of shield hung on the wall. She stopped in front of it and looked up at the face of Rassilon, the first lion. The lion seemed to gaze back at her. His visage looked so noble, his great mane curled in proud metallic whorls around his face, his eyes serious above the triangle of his nose. He almost seemed like he had something to say to her too. What is it, she thought, suddenly wishing she could talk to him too.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. I'm not betraying you by training with the stewards. It's what you would do too, she thought. Isn't it? How could something as honorable as a lion have fought for the dark? As she had not dared to do before, she now reached out and touched the lion's face. A sound behind her. She whirled, heart pounding. Cyprian. He had come from late practice just like she had, still armed and wearing his fighting tunic. Are you following me? She challenged him. He'd been training all day too, but he looked irritatingly perfect, without a single hair out of place, as though hours of sword work was easy for him. She was too aware of the dirt smudged across her forehead and the sweat tendrils in her hair. I'm stronger than you, she thought defiantly, but her heart was hammering guiltily. Had he seen her touch the shield? What are you doing in our hall? His hand was on the pommel of his sword. I'm just walking, or isn't that allowed? He looked over at the shield, then at her. That's the shield of Rassilon. Her heartbeat spiked higher. She couldn't explain what had brought her here, the connection she felt to the ancient creature. Violet flushed. "I don't care about an old shield." Cyprian's mouth curled unpleasantly. "Whatever you're hiding, I'm going to find it out." It wasn't fair. Born to the hall, Justice had said, and he looked it. He fit here better than she had ever fit anywhere. Nerves transmuted into provocation. "Trying to toady up to your father?" Instead of answering, Cyprian looked back at the shield, as if he was looking right back into the past, his posture straight and his eyes steady. "Lions are servants of the dark," he said. "Do you want to know what stewards do with them?" "What?" she said, and his answer made her turn cold. "We kill them," said Cyprian. "We kill all of them we can find." "Justice said that you fought James," said Emery. About 16 years old, with long brown hair worn in the steward style, Emery was a shy-looking novitiate Will had seen training with Cyprian. He had just approached Will with his two friends, Carver and Beatrix, standing behind him, and was waiting wide-eyed for Will's reply. "Not exactly," said Will carefully. On his way back from requisitions, Will was carrying 2 extra tunics, a cloak, and a pair of tall fur-lined boots. The tunics were light, but the cloak and boots he had been given were soft, warm, and made for winter. They each had astonishing artistry, as if spun from threads of silvery moonlight or the softest, most delicate cloud. "But you did see him?" said Emery. He was wearing a gray-silver tunic, like the ones that Will held in his arms. He talked about James as if Will had encountered a mythical creature, like the Hydra or Typhon. "James is a reborn," Will reminded himself, "a living piece of the old world." The stewards spent their lives studying the histories and trying to glean what was forgotten from the artifacts that they collected, keeping the ancient traditions as best as they could remember them. He could see the awe in Emery, like that of a researcher face to face with his subject. "What was he like?" said Emery. "Did he talk to you? How did you get away?" "Emery," said Carver, curbing the younger boy's questions. Then, to Will, "I hope these questions do not plague you. We do not spend much time with outsiders, and the reborn to us is a figure of legend." Carver was the oldest of the 3 novitiates, perhaps 19 years old, with dark hair and the serious voice of one who did not talk much. Though he was taller than the others, too, by almost a head, he had a quiet look. "It's all right," said Will. Then, to Emery, "James was on the docks. I distracted him just long enough that we could get away. Justice told us to run, and he was right. Even with a head start, we almost didn't escape. But it wasn't James who chased us. It was 3 men with pale faces and sunken eyes, each wearing a piece of black armor." "The remnants," said Emery, wide-eyed. "Then it's true. Simon really is on the rise." Beatrix's voice had the trace of a Yorkshire accent. Will knew that many novitiates were born outside the hall, but it was still strange to think of them being called from anywhere as ordinary as Leeds. "It's why they moved up the date of your test," she said it to Carver. "There might be many reasons for that," Carver said. "Test?" said Will. "To become a steward," said Emery. "He's going to pass his test and take his whites and sit with the stewards at the high table." "That is not certain," said Carver. It was his turn to flush. "The test is difficult, and many fail, and there is no shame in becoming a janissary. And you? Will you be training with us?" Beatrix's attention was on Will. "No, Will hadn't let himself think about the days ahead that had been planned for him, and it became real only as he said it. "I'm training with the elder steward." He saw the eyes of the novitiates widen. Training in magic? The unspoken words hung in the air. The way the novitiates reacted made him realize that magic was something out of myth to them, too. They'd had the same look in their eyes when he'd talked about James. The idea of training made him nervous, at the same time that he felt drawn to it, glimmering with promise. It took on a greater weight when he saw how the novitiates reacted to it, as if he was about to embark on something beyond their understanding. "I've never heard of the elder steward taking a student," said Beatrix. "Not even Justice," said Emery. "You have been given a great honor." Carver broke the spell of reverence with a nod of acknowledgement. "Stewards and janissaries alike seek the counsel of the elder steward.
She has knowledge that no others possess, and if she is training you, it is for a purpose. She is the wisest and most powerful steward in the hall. Justice had said that too. Will remembered the way the elder steward had looked at him the night he had come to the hall, as if she was seeing right into his heart. He wanted to make sure he never let her down. "Any advice?" said Will. "Don't be late," said Beatrix, as a frowning trainer called out to them with a sharp word, and the 3 novitiates went hurrying off to their own lessons. To train someone in magic, that has never been done here before. The elder steward's eyes were serious. Not by a steward, not by anyone since the last of the old cities fell and magic went out of the world. Will came into the tree chamber, the dead branches of the tree like cracks, making him shiver. He looked over at the elder steward, a figure of snowy white beside the black tree, holding a single candle. "Stewards do magic?" Will said. The stewards on the marsh had driven the remnants back with an invisible shield. He remembered the black hounds fleeing before it, remembered the pale faces of the remnants cowering back. But the elder steward shook her head. "Stewards use artifacts from the old world. We have no magic of our own. I saw stewards conjure a light." His memory of the white light on the marsh was vivid. On the marsh, a shield of light to drive back the remnants. It had been bright and fierce, and it had seemed to envelop and protect the stewards, pushing the creatures chasing him back. "Stewards who patrol outside the gate carry stones with them," said the elder steward. "We call them ward stones, but in truth they are pieces of the hall's outer wall, which has its own power to repel invaders." Ward stones? He thought of the strange invisible barrier that enclosed the hall, hiding it from the outside world. Could 12 stewards riding in formation create a shield by carrying stones from the hall? The strength of the ward stones fades the further they get from the wall, but they have some power all the way to the banks of the Lee. The remnants and the swarm of dogs driven back across the river, all the stewards' magic comes from such artifacts. We use what remains, though artifacts of the old world are few, and we cannot remake or repair what breaks or lost. There is no one left who remembers those skills.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. The elder steward smiled sadly, her eyes on the dead branches of the tree. Then she looked back at Will. "But your power is different. It is part of you, in your blood. My blood." Those words still filled him with a sickening unease. It made him even more determined to do this, and even more frustrated that he couldn't. But there was one other time that he had seen magic, and it had not been an artifact. It had been raw power, summoned with the glitter of dangerous blue eyes. "James can do magic," he said, and that stopped her. "You're right, but he is a reborn. His knowledge is innate. Or perhaps Simon sat with him like this, with old books and rumors, not realizing he was training a creature far more powerful than he was himself, taking a deadly chance with what he might unleash." She looked at Will, a long, steady look. No steward would train a reborn. "Why?" said Will. "Out of fear that they would use their power for evil and not for good," said the elder steward, "and that they would become something that could not be either stopped or controlled." The idea of Simon training James made something twist in his stomach. Beginning his own training felt like following James, but starting years late. He wanted to catch up to him, even as the idea of James as a reborn brought its own disturbing fascination. The books in our libraries have crumbled and been rewritten and crumbled again. Nothing remains in the old language, which you might have been able to read. We have only snippets in Arabic, in ancient Greek, in Old French. The elder steward gestured for him to walk with her to the other side of the room, where she carried her candle to a stone table with 2 chairs. "Together, we will walk these ancient paths that have not been trodden in centuries, and today we begin here. In the place where magic once flowed, let magic come again." Will looked up at the dead tree. It was so large that its branches stretched over them like black cracks in the sky. It seemed like a testament to everything that he couldn't do,
a piece of the dead world that he couldn't bring back to life. He had touched it and felt no spark in it or in himself. Ignore the tree. The elder steward brought the candle forward and put it on the small table. We begin where light already exists, with a flame. She sat at one end of the table and nodded for him to sit at the other. Slowly, he sat. The candle lay between them, but he was still too aware of the spreading branches of the dead tree overhead. "The power to stop the Dark King lies within you, Will," she said. "But you are right about James. If you want to fight the Dark King, you will have to first fight him." She was so certain when he felt nothing but churning doubt. James hadn't seemed to need anything more than concentration to make the air crackle. But if Will had magic, it lay beyond his reach. "What if I can't?" he thought. He remembered James with his hand outflung, the crate hanging in the air above him. What if I don't have that power? He drew in a breath. How? "With light," she said. "Look at the candle and try to move the candle flame." He sat in front of the candle. It was smooth and cream-colored, made of beeswax, not tallow. The flame was an upright lozenge, bright and steady. Will looked up and thought, "Move." Nothing happened, no matter how much he wanted it to. Once or twice, he felt a wild stab of hope. Did I do it? But the candle's few shifts and flickers were due to air currents, not because of him. "As you did with the tree stone," said the elder steward, "reach beneath the surface. Look for a place deep inside." Deep inside. He kept his eyes on the candle flame, willing it to move. It was a foolish feeling, like trying to look more intensely out of his eyes, or tense up the back of his head. He had failed to light the tree, but this was just a single spark, a flame. He closed his eyes. He tried to picture the flame in his mind, to make it not just an image, but a true embodiment of the flame. Distantly, he was aware that he was shaking. If he could just... Will opened his eyes, gasping. Nothing. The candle was steady, not a single flicker. The elder steward was gazing at him. There was a sword on the ship, a weapon that spewed black fire. "Justice said you called it to your hand?" "What happened?" she said softly. "I didn't want those people to die, and so you summoned the corrupted blade?" He didn't want to talk about that. "I wasn't trying to do it. It just seemed to come to me." The sword had words in the old language carved into its sheath. "Do you remember what they said?" He remembered the faint markings on the sheath, carvings that he'd felt under his hands. But I couldn't read the inscription. It was worn away. A jet-black sheath with markings worn by time and the touch of 100 hands. "The blade was not always corrupted," said the elder steward. "It was once the sword of the champion." "The champion?" said Will. The elder steward's face was warm in the candlelight, turning the white of her hair and her tunic to soft gold. Called Ecthalion, it was forged by the blacksmith Than Rama as a weapon to kill the Dark King. It's said that a great champion of the light rode out with it to fight him, but could do no more than draw a single drop of the Dark King's blood. That's all it took to corrupt the blade. You've seen its black flame. That is the power contained in a single drop of blood from the Dark King. She leaned forward as she spoke, and Will almost felt as if the tree and the stones in the room were listening. "But there is another story," she said, "that one with the heart of a champion will be able to wield Ecthalion and even cleanse it of its dark flame. If you had been able to read the inscription, you would have seen the words that once shone silver before the blade turned black. 'The sword of the champion bestows the power of the champion.'" "I'm no champion," said Will. "I didn't cleanse the blade. And yet it came to you. And now Simon has it." The elder steward sat back, and to her surprise, she gave a smile back. "But you do not need Ecthalion to defeat the dark," she said. "Even those who think themselves powerless can fight with small acts, kindness, compassion." "The stewards fight with swords," said Will. "But our swords are not what make us strong," said the elder steward. "The true power of the stewards is not our weapons. It is not even our physical strength. It is that we remember." and something in her eyes seemed ancient. When the past is forgotten, then it can return. Only those who remember have the chance to stave it off. For the dark is never truly gone. It only waits for the world to forget so that it may rise again. She looked at him with a grave expression. "I think there is great power in you, Will," she said, "and when you learn to wield it, you must make your own choices. Will you fight with strength or compassion? Will you kill or show mercy?" Her words stirred something inside him. He could feel it, even though his mind wanted to shy away. He didn't want to look at it, but he forced himself to, and when he did, it was there. Not power, but something else. "A door," said Will, because he was overwhelmed by the feeling. "There's a door inside me that I can't open." "Try," said the elder steward. He looked deep inside himself. He was standing in front of a giant door made of stone. He tried to push on it, but it didn't move. He could feel somehow that it was sealed tight, and there was something on the other side. What was behind a door? He pushed at it again, but it didn't budge. He tried to think of the steward's battle and all that depended on his success. Open, he thought, straining to try to move it, shift it, anything. Open. "Try," said the elder steward again, and he threw everything he had at it. "I can't," he said, frustrated to his core. It seemed to taunt him, no matter how he pummeled at it, no matter how he pushed and strained. "That is enough for today," said the elder steward as Will came gasping up out of his reverie.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. He didn't know how much time had passed, but when he looked at the candle, it had burned down almost to a stub. "I believe you need something to focus your mind. Tomorrow, I will begin to teach you the chants of the stewards. We use them to still our inner turmoil and to focus our concentration." She rose, still speaking, and Will stood with her, thinking of the dristing steward chants that he heard each morning. He knew they were significant, but had not understood their purpose before now. "The chants have been handed down to us across generations," said the elder steward. "They have shifted and changed over the centuries, but they were once used by those with magic in the old world, and I believe they will still have some power. Come." She moved to the other side of the table and picked up the candle. Then, as if weakened, she swayed, and the candle dropped from her hand. Will rushed to pick it up, then stepped in to support her. She leaned on him gratefully, but for a moment he had the strangest impression that the candle hadn't dropped from her hand. It had instead dropped through it. He shook his head to clear it. "Are you all right?" "Just tired," she said with a smile, her hand on his arm solid and warm. "One of the effects of getting old." "Will," called Emery, waving him and Violet over to his table in the dining hall. Novitiates began their morning chants at dawn, and the first bell rang an hour before that. They ended their training at sunset. Downstairs in the dining hall, rows of novitiates sat at long tables set for an evening meal. Sitting with Violet in the chairs Emery had gestured for them to take, Will found himself famished, as though his exercises with the elder steward had worked up a great appetite. Violet tore open a warm piece of bread, while Will helped himself to a generous portion of hot pottage, thick with barley and leeks. The first spoonful was warm, comforting, and heartening, and he had soon eaten it down to the bowl, never having eaten better. Several of the novitiates at surrounding tables gave Emery strange looks at his friendliness to the outsiders. Emery didn't seem to care, and had shifted so that Will and Violet could sit with him, alongside Beatrix and Carver. "You're dressed differently," said Will. Emery and his friends were not wearing their usual novitiate tunics, but were instead dressed in the kind of garments that were worn under armor. "We're going outside the gate," said Emery. "With the stewards, on patrol. Tonight." He said it as if it was uncommon. "Novitiates don't go outside the walls often?" said Will. "No, hardly ever. That is, the best go, sometimes." Like Carver, thought Will, or Cyprian, who had been riding outside when Will had met him. "But for us, it's an escalation of our training.
We're going to ride along the marsh to the Lea, then north as far as the coppices on the flats. It was funny to hear Emery talk about the River Lea as if he was describing a mission to an exotic location. Will supposed that to novitiates who had lived most or all their lives inside the hall, the outside world must seem a strange place. He tried and failed to imagine Emery or his friends on the streets of London. Do you know why they're sending you out now? Emery shook his head, but then leaned forward to speak almost secretively. Everyone's saying the stewards are preparing for something big, he said. They want the novitiates to be ready as we can be. It's why Carver's test was moved forward. You said it yourself, said Beatrix. Simon is on the rise. The reborn has come into his power. And, said Will. And you're here, said Beatrix. Will flushed, feeling the eyes of everyone on him. He knew what the stewards thought, that he was blood of the lady. They thought he could kill the Dark King. But when he thought about what he was supposed to do, all Will could remember was the dead tree and the unmoving candle flame. It's like the alliance of old, said Emery, all of us fighting together. Will's stomach turned. I can't, he thought. I can't be what you need. He didn't want to say that, with all of them looking at him. He felt Violet's shoulder leaning slightly into his and was grateful for the silent gesture of support. He drew a steadying breath. When is your test? Violet asked Carver. In 6 days. And it's early? I'm 19. Novitiates usually test a year later, unless their blood is very strong. Carver's quiet, serious manner was different from the strong certainty of Beatrix and the shy, naive friendliness of Emery. The three of them were a tight-knit group, and he seemed like the steadfast presence that kept them together. Who will your shieldmate be? Said Violet. Carver shook his head. I haven't been told that yet. You don't choose? Said Will. He was surprised that such an important relationship was assigned rather than chosen. I thought it was a deep connection. It didn't make sense. Wasn't a shieldmate a partner for life? We're paired by our elders, Carver said to Will. The connection comes later. That seemed like a risky way to gain a life partner. What if you didn't like your shieldmate? The stewards he saw in the hall were always in pairs. They bedded down together, ate together, patrolled together. Perhaps stewards were so dutiful that they accepted any shieldmate, or perhaps after they were matched together, some kind of bond was formed. I wondered if it might be Cyprian, said Carver, but he isn't testing for another month. Will looked over at Cyprian. He was sitting 2 tables down, with a group of novitiates Will didn't recognize. Straight-backed and perfectly attired, he had the quality of a steward about him already. But Cyprian was 16, and Carver had said novitiates usually took to pest at age 20. He's 3 years younger than you, said Will. Carver nodded. He'll be the youngest to take the test since the elder steward. So who will get stuck as Cyprian's shieldmate? Said Violet, as if she couldn't imagine anyone wanting to be. But Carver answered her question seriously. Probably Justice. But he hates Justice, said Violet, as Will's mouth fell open in shock. They're the best, said Carver, as if this explained everything. Later, Will talked to Violet in his room. The stewards are preparing for something, said Will. A mission. I wonder if it has to do with the object the elder steward told me about, the one Simon took. The elder steward had said Simon had taken possession of an artifact that he would use to return the Dark King, but she had refused to say what it was. Why? You think they're going to try to retrieve it? Maybe. Violet was sprawled across his bed, still in her training clothes. She had dropped her sword on the floor when she had collapsed down, exhausted after her evening drills with Justice. Will had pushed his own practice to one side, looking away from the candle and rubbing his tired eyes. He picked up her sword. It was heavy. The simple act of holding it was difficult. But it took his mind off the unlit candle that he practiced with each night, and his failure to make progress. Violet had tried staring at it with him the first night before she gave up. Now he tried one of Violet's sword movements, and almost lodged her sword in the bedpost. Not like that. Thrust up, like it's going under an armor plate, she said, when she had finished wiping her eyes. He shook his head and replaced the sword. Your family worked for Simon. What do you know about him? He's rich, said Violet. Stupidly rich. My father has done business with his family for almost 20 years. He has offices in London and a trade empire that stretches all the way across Europe. He also has digs all around the Mediterranean, in southern Europe and northern Africa. She paused and thought for a moment. His family estate is in Derbyshire. It's miles from London. It's supposed to be very grand, but he hardly ever invites people to visit there. Will's mind fixed on that one detail.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. He has family? Violet shrugged. A father, and a fiancé. I heard she's beautiful. He's rich enough to marry whoever he wants. Simon. Will tried to picture him. The man he had thought so much about since Bohill. The man who had changed the course of his whole life. Was he frightening, commanding, sinister, cold? He was the Dark King's descendant. Was he like the Dark King? Did he look like him? Have his traits? Had something been passed down to him across the years? I've never even seen him, said Will. He knew so little about Simon, even after everything that had happened between them. He had only a scattering of impressions. The kind of man who would brand his servants. The kind of man who would order others to kill. The kind of man who wanted to return the past to the present, heir to its terrible king. I have, said Violet. Will's eyes flew to her face. He came to see my father, and he met Tom too, in my father's office. I wasn't allowed to join them. What was he like? I only caught a glimpse of him. I was watching from the stairs, a shadowed figure in rich clothes. Honestly, what I remember most was how my father was acting. He was so toadying, maybe even scared. Scared, said Will. His mother had been scared. Years, moving from one place to another, of hurriedly packing, looking over her shoulder, until Bohill, where Simon's men had found her after she had stayed too long. Violet clambered up onto her elbows. Have you ever noticed that there are no old stewards? Said Violet. What do you mean? They die, said Violet. They die in battle, like they died on Simon's ship. There are old janissaries, but no old stewards. She was right. The only old steward in the hall was the elder steward. It's the price they pay, said Will, thinking of Carver and the other novitiates. They all believe the Dark King is coming, and that it's their duty to stop him. What happens if Simon attacks the hall? You can fight, and I'll flicker the candles, said Will, and she let out a shaky breath, stopping to punch him in the arm as she rose to pick up her sword. You spoil him, said Farah. Will had come to the stables before his lesson to see the black cart horse, carrying an apple he'd saved from his breakfast as a thank you for the horse's courage. When the black horse saw him, he cantered over to the railing, tossing his head, then whinnied softly and waffled the new apple up from Will's hand. Will rubbed his neck, the strong curve of muscle under the satiny fall of his black mane. Farah was the stable master, a steward of about 25 years. Her brown skin was streaked with dust from her work in the training yard, and her hair was tied all the way up. She had come over from the stalls, only a few stewards and janissaries at work this early. He helped me, Will said softly, feeling the warm, strong arch of the horse's neck beneath his hand, and remembering their race across the marsh. He's brave. And perhaps there was something in the food or the air here, because the black horse had changed in even a short time. His neck was arched, his black coat had grown glossier, and there was a gleam in his eye that hadn't been there before. He was beginning to look like a battlefield steed, one that could lead a charge. He's a Frisian, said Farah, one of the ancient breeds, made for war. Brave, yes, and powerful enough to carry a knight in full armor. But the days of the warhorse are gone. Now Frisians pull carts in the city. Does he have a name? Valdethar, Will said, and the horse tossed his head and seemed to respond to the name. It means dauntless.
The word from the language of the old world came to him instinctively. When he looked up, Farah was looking at him strangely. "What is it?" said Will. "Nothing. She broke off. And then, "It is a long time since that language was spoken in this place. Valdethar." The black horse seemed to grow taller, as if the name had made him more himself. Will came back to the stables every morning. He loved to brush Valdethar until his coat shone and his mane was a black waterfall. Once or twice he went out to ride with the novitiates, and the steward horses they rode were a strange delight. Graceful, otherworldly creatures, with silvery white coats and high flowing tails, they had the arresting beauty of a Pegasus. Farah said they were descendants of some of the great horses of the old world, the last herd of their kind. In motion, they were as mighty as a wave crest, as light as foam, as intoxicating as spray from the ocean. But Will secretly preferred Valdefar's powerful earthy gallop, and he was pleased that Valdethar held his own among them, a single black gelding in a herd of white. When Farah took him to ride outside the walls, safe with pairs of stewards carrying wardstones, the steward horses transformed the marsh into a place of wonder. They were fine as the mist that blanketed the marsh in the early morning, running so lightly over the watery earth it seemed like they never touched it. Watching them, Will's breath caught in his throat, as if he had glimpsed the old world. This was why he was trying to move the flame, to preserve what was left from the danger that was coming. He kept training, but always that door within him remained stubbornly closed. He visualized it over and over in every possible way, it opening gently, it bursting open, battering at it, throwing himself against it, heaving at it with all his might. Once he strained so hard that he came out of the trance, gasping and shaking. But despite his sweat-drenched clothes, there had been no change in the flame. "That's enough for today," the elder steward said gently. "No, I can keep going. If I just—" "Will, stop. We don't know what the strain will do to you. This is an unknown path for us both. But I almost had it." He spoke thickly, frustrated. "Rest and sleep," said the elder steward. "Return tomorrow." "What does he have to do?" said Will. There was a tense, expectant hush that hung over the crowd, every eye fixed on the lone figure in silver who stood on the sawdust with only a sword in his hand. All the stewards, janissaries, and novitiates in the hall had gathered to watch the test, filling stands that ringed what must once have been a great amphitheater. Its arches and columns had crumbled, but it still conjured up a past of mighty contests. The anticipation was a sharp, metallic tang, like the sound of a sword unsheathing. Will sat with Violet and a handful of others, and he asked his question of Emery and Beatrix, who were perched taut on the edge of their marble step, because the lone figure on the sawdust was their friend Carver. "We practice Triton, sword patterns," said Emery, answering Will's question. "He has to finish 3 Triton to pass. Any less is a failure." Emery drew in a nervous breath. "You know his test is a year early. Most novitiates aren't ready until they turn 20. But Justice was 18. And of course—" Emery broke off. Will followed Emery's glance across the amphitheater and saw Cyprian sitting beside his father, the perfect straight-backed novitiate. This was a test Cyprian would take at 16, a prodigy. Will could see Cyprian's future in this ceremony, his shining excellence eclipsing quiet Carver, no one doubting that he would pass his test and become a steward like his brother. Carver can perform the Triton as quickly or slowly as he likes, but if the tip of his sword falters, he will fail, Emery said. It didn't seem like very much. Will had seen Violet practicing the steward's sword patterns in their rooms, night after night. Most novitiates had mastered them by the age of 11 or 12. After that, it was just the endless steward quest for perfection. "That's all? He just has to complete 3 of the steward patterns?" Emery nodded. Will looked back at the arena. On the sawdust, Carver was walking forward to face the elder steward, who sat on a simple wooden stool at the front of the stands. He wore armor, his surcoat the silvery gray color of the novitiates.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. He knelt in front of the elder steward in a traditional bow of respect that Will had seen Justice and other stewards perform, fist over his heart. He has been training for this day his whole life, Will thought. You seek to wear the star, said the elder steward, to join the stewards in their fight against the dark. I do, said Carver. Then rise and prove your strength, said the elder steward, her touch to his shoulder a benediction. Carver stood. 2 stewards emerged from one of the archways, carrying a metal casket between them with poles like a palanquin. Will didn't know what to expect as the 2 stewards came towards Carver, lowering the metal casket to the ground. But in the next moment, the stewards were pushing back the latches of the casket and throwing it open. Wrong. That was what Will felt the moment the casket opened. Inside lay a metal belt made to fit around the waist. Seeing it made Will sickeningly uneasy. It reminded him of the armor pieces that he had seen the remnants wear on the chase across the marsh, the gauntlet reaching out for him. Don't touch it, he wanted to stand up and shout. His fingers curled as he gripped his seat. Before he could say anything, the stewards drew the belt from the casket with metal pincers and put it around Carver's waist. The effect on Carver was immediate. He almost staggered, his skin turning gray. Carver was wearing plate armor. The metal belt wasn't touching his body. But Will had seen dark objects kill people even at a distance, like the sword and its black fire. The belt didn't need to touch Carver's skin to affect him. What is it? Said Violet. It's a belt made with a sliver of metal from a dark guard's armor, said Beatrix. Like the remnants? Said Beatrix. Not as strong, said Beatrix. It's not a full armor piece. That would kill him. But it's strong enough. Most who fail the test go to their knees right away. Carver stayed on his feet. And when the 2 stewards moved away and back, Carver drew his sword. That was when Will realized that the test was not the Triton, it was control. To stay a steward in the face of the dark, to hold to your mission, to fight. Will's heart was pounding as Carver began the first of the Triton, the amphitheater utterly silent. He could hear each footstep Carver took as part of the sequence, his sword cutting the air, arcing down from left to right. The belt around his waist was like an anchor stone, and he was soaked with sweat. The second Triton, he must have drilled it thousands of times since childhood. Will recognized the movements, had seen Violet perform this same sequence only last night. It was longer than the first, and now Will could hear the exhalations of breath as Carver completed each motion. By the time he finished the second Triton, it seemed impossible that he could continue. He looked like he could barely stay on his feet. The entire amphitheater seemed to hold its breath, and they kept holding it in the long pause. Will saw the moment when Carver gathered himself to begin the third. What if he falters? He won't. His blood is strong, said Beatrix. Words of faith from his friend. Carver's gray skin had mottled, and a thin trickle of blood was running from his nose. He kept going, movement after movement. It was like watching a man keep his hand in the fire while the skin burned away. But Carver's sword arm never faltered, and he completed the final movement with a steady blade. The amphitheater erupted in cheers. Carver! Emery and Beatrix leaped to their feet, shouting with pride. On her seat at the edge of the arena, the elder steward smiled. The 2 stewards in the arena quickly came forward and took the belt from Carver's waist, hurriedly locking it back up in its casket. Carver, to his credit, did not drop to the ground with exhaustion, but instead made his way forward to face the elder steward and knelt for her a second time. He managed to make it seem like a graceful movement rather than a collapse. The elder steward looked down at Carver with kind, proud eyes. "You've done well, Carver," she said. "Now it is time." 6 stewards emerged from the archway, dressed differently from the other stewards in the hall. They wore steward whites, but long robes in the manner of a janissary, instead of the usual steward short tunic. Most surprising of all was the insignia they wore on their chests, a cup carved with 4 crowns. Will had never seen a steward wearing anything like it.
He had thought that all stewards wore the star. They walked in twos, paired as stewards always were. The cup on their tunics gleamed, bell-shaped. It gave them a strange ceremonial significance. Carver rose and accompanied the 6 stewards in a processional through the archway and out of sight. "What's happening?" said Will. "He's going to the drink from the cup," said Beatrix. "It's our order's most secret rite. He will take his vow, drink, and return with the gift of strength." "The cup?" said Will. "The cup of the stewards," said Beatrix, "the source of our strength." So this was where stewards gained their supernatural strength? From a cup? It explained the 6 stewards and the insignia they had worn on their chests. They must be the cup's attendants or guardians. But what did it mean for a novitiate to drink? Will's mind filled with questions. How does a cup give him strength? No one knows. No novitiate or janissary has ever seen the rite. Even the vow is secret. Only those who pass the test know what it is. But it said only those with the strongest steward blood can withstand the great power bestowed by the cup. It's why there is a test. You have to prove your strength of will before you drink. Will's eyes swung back to the archway at the end of the arena. "You mean he risks his life?" Stewards already gave up so much. They lived lives of self-sacrifice and dedication only to die young in battle, while the janissaries lived out full lives, marrying and having children. Of the hundreds of stewards in the hall, only the elder steward had taken the whites and lived to old age. He thought of Carver's quiet dedication, his humility, and the courage that he had shown wearing the belt. He wondered how many hours Carver had practiced, learning to hold his concentration through utter exhaustion. "Look, he's coming back," said Emery. There. A new cheer went up from the stands as Carver emerged from the archway, and Emery and Beatrix clasped each other in an outpouring of happiness for their friend. "He's done it!" Will heard one of the novitiates exclaim behind him, "Carver's a steward." Carver was all in white, transformed as if from a chrysalis. His eyes were quietly proud and happy. But the biggest change was in his manner, and Will felt a sense of wonder at the difference in him, the new quality that he shared with the other stewards. It was an inner radiance, as though he'd entered the chamber in gray and come out forged by the cup into radiant white. As he stood in the arena, a young woman Will didn't know stepped forward and took both Carver's hands in her own. She looked only a year or 2 older than Carver, but she wore steward whites, and her long brown hair was worn in the steward style. They each spoke ceremonial words, meant for each other and for the gathered crowd. A shieldmate vow, Will realized with a shock as she spoke in a clear voice. "I will watch for you," she said, "and you for me, and we will fight the darkness for each other." Do you think they'd ever let an outsider take the test? Violet stood beside him, the 2 of them alone on the balcony. The courtyards below were aglow with light, the stewards gathered in celebration as the music of some ancient stringed instrument drifted through the leaves. Will could almost glimpse the beauty of the hall at its height, the sights and sounds conjuring up long ago pageants or the floating lights of a festival. When he looked over at Violet, her eyes were wistful. She looked like a young steward hopeful, he thought.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Hours of drills with justice had given her the sword-straight posture all stewards had. She had learned their tridents and their focused meditations and could sit perfectly still in stress positions for hours. But she wasn't allowed to train with them or take part in any of their ceremonies. "You need steward blood to drink from the cup," said Will. That was what Beatrix had told him. Only those of steward blood could withstand the cup's power. "They only drink to give themselves strength," said Violet. "I'm already strong." He knew what she was really asking. "Do you think a lion could ever be a steward?" "I think if you took the test, you'd pass," said Will. Her eyes flew to him. "You'd never let some belt defeat you." She drew in a breath, then gave him a crooked grin and knocked his shoulder with her fist. He meant it. She seemed born to be a warrior of the light, with her fierceness and her dedication.
He was the one who couldn't light the tree stone, who spent hours with the elder steward with nothing to show for it but dead branches, like cracks spreading through the firmament. A sound nearby made them both stop and turn, not wanting their words to be overheard. But it was only Carver and Emery on the staircase, taking a private moment of their own. "I'm proud of you," Emery's voice. Will could see the faint, pale gleam of his tunic in a nearby alcove. "For a moment, I thought I wouldn't make it, but I kept hearing Lita's voice. 'Steward, hold to your training,'" Emery said softly. "I wanted to take my test at the same time that you took yours. I always hoped that I might be your shield mate. Emery, I'll train hard, so we can be stewards together." "There's no rush," said Carver. "I'd take your time. Don't rush for me, Emery." "There isn't, Will. Violet," said Beatrix, waving to Carver and Emery too, and breaking the moment for all of them as she approached. "Let's go join the others outside." Violet stepped forward, but Will hesitated. "Will," said Violet, looking back at him. "You go," he said to her. "I'll come down later." After a moment, she nodded, then turned and went down to the courtyard. He watched her follow the novitiates out and then join up with Justice. Will stayed on the dark, quiet balcony alone, looking out at the revelry below. He could see the stewards and novitiates like glints of light, the music still drifting upward to his balcony, but it felt distant, like the occasional murmur of laughter or words that he couldn't catch. The air here was crisply cold, the balcony lit with only the blues and grays of moonlight. He drew in a long breath. A battle was coming, and these were the people who were going to fight. These people against the dark. He had seen how seriously they took their duty. Carver had fought through agony to show his mastery over the dark influence. In only a month, Cyprian would take the same test. At 16, he would become the youngest steward to drink from the cup. The lady's medallion was around Will's neck. He could feel its tangible weight. He reached up and closed his fingers over it, remembering that his mother's old servant, Matthew, had died to give it to him. "You must go to the stewards," Matthew had said. He had believed in Will's destiny, his part in the upcoming battle. "You're not celebrating with the others?" said the elder steward. She arrived as a companionable presence, quietly climbing the stairs to the balcony. Her eyes were kind as she looked out with him at the celebrations below. A distant burst of laughter drifted up to them, and he glimpsed Carver, white flowers around his neck, speaking to his new shieldmate. Will's fingers tightened around the medallion. "Everyone says Carver took his test earlier than he should have," said Will. She looked at Will, acknowledging his words. "His test is a year early. I ordered it brought forward, though it greatly increased the chance that he might fail. Why? I won't lie to you. Your training is very important. We have very little time. You must succeed in summoning your power." Her attention turned back to the soft glow of lights below. "As for the stewards, we will need all our forces at the ready." "You think Simon's about to make his move?" said Will. "No, it's more than that, isn't it? There's something you aren't telling me." As the far-off sounds of the revelry filtered up to them, he saw secrets in her eyes. "You should go down and celebrate with the others," she said. "Time is short. Enjoy these moments of high spirits while you can." He woke to Violet tugging his shoulder. Something's happening. He came groggily out of sleep, and she'd already hauled him half out of bed, propelling him stumbling through a mess of bedding towards the window. She was right. There was something happening on the walls. He could see the cluster of stewards gathered in the dark without torches. He thought he glimpsed the figure of Janek, the high janissary. "Come on, we can find out what's going on." Violet thrust his novitiate tunic towards him. The halls were deserted. It was the dead of night. Outside, they crouched in the frozen cold behind a cart, hidden in the dark. Will could see the high janissary waiting in his long blue robes, and beside him the smaller, thinner figure of the elder steward in her white cloak. There were 6 other stewards gathered with them, including Lita the captain. All of them had their eyes fixed on the gate. White horses and their white-clad steward riders appeared like visions in the archway. A secret expedition, thought Will. He had seen stewards return from missions before, but never in the dead of night, while the heads of the order waited for them in the dark without torches. As he watched, he saw that the returning stewards were badly injured. 2 slumped in the saddle, the other 3 barely riding upright. And of 24 white horses, only the first 5 bore stewards. The other horses were riderless, carrying gray sacks that were the wrong shape for packs. Lita rushed forward to take Justice's weight as he slid down from his horse in obvious pain. She lifted a flask to his lips, administering the waters of Oridas. Others were doing the same to help stewards covered in blood. Will looked again at the riderless horses and realized to his horror what he was looking at. The gray sacks were not packs. They were wrapped bodies. "Marcus?" said Janek, and Justice, looking more defeated than Will had ever seen him, shook his head. "So you came back without him?" said a voice. Will turned to see Cyprian standing on the steps to the hall. He must have woken up and come to see what's happening. But Cyprian wasn't creeping around hiding behind carts like Will and Violet. He had come like a blazon to challenge Justice directly. His lip curled. Again. "Cyprian," said High Janissary Janek, stepping forward, "this isn't the time. But of course you survived. You're good at surviving while you leave my brother behind." I said, "That is enough," said the High Janissary. "No," said Justice, pushing himself up out of Lita's hold to stand by himself. Justice's face was gray with fatigue. There was blood soaking through his white surcoat. Will felt his stomach turn over. What could have done this to a squadron of stewards? "We found the convoy transporting Marcus," said Justice. "It was right where our information had said it would be." Justice's expression changed. But it wasn't carrying Marcus. It was bait for an ambush. James was there. James, thought Will, his skin prickling, all his attention fixing on the name. He felt the way he had at the river when he had seen James for the first time and been unable to look at anything else. "The betrayer," said Cyprian, in a hard new voice. "He did this?" "A mist had come down in the valley," said Justice. "It gave us the perfect cover. We saw the convoy, 4 carriages bearing Simon's coat of arms. We thought we had him." Will imagined stewards riding down into the mist-wreathed valley, ghostly white shapes descending on the 4 shiny black carriages.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. "We were mid-charge when our front riders just lifted out of their saddles," said Justice. "They hung in midair, and their bodies started to jerk. In front of our eyes, their bones snapped and their flesh tore. I saw Brescia's armor crumple like paper. Stewards hanging limply, suspended in the mist, their bodies cracking and contorting into unnatural shapes. Horrifying and impossible, but Will had seen James lift a crate with invisible power. Why not lift a body, move it, break it to your will? It was chaos, screams, careening horses smashing into each other. I called for a retreat, but it was too late. That invisible force let loose among us. There was no way to fight it. We barely returned with our lives." "But you did return. No one else was captured?" Janek's clipped voice. Justice nodded tightly. It was obvious that to return and bring home the bodies had cost him something, in lives, in pain, but he had done it. They can't fight magic. The stewards, with their supernatural strength, could outmatch any fighting force in the world, but they couldn't fight what they couldn't see. That's why they need me. They think I can. Will's stomach twisted as he thought of his failed lessons, his inability to light the tree stone or shift the single candle flame. The stewards are losing to Simon. They're safe in here, but out there, he's grown too powerful. Lita had taken Justice's weight again, his arm over her shoulders. She beckoned Janek over, glancing around to make sure they were out of earshot. Then she spoke in a low voice. "High Janissary, if we don't free Marcus soon, he—" "Not here," said Janek. Will followed Janek's gaze and saw a huddle of shapes in the doorway, a small group of other novitiates who had crept out after Cyprian and were watching.
Will made out Emery, wide-eyed and pale, and Beatrix, still in a bedshirt with a blanket wrapped around her shoulders. The elder steward stepped forward. "All of you to bed. We have wounded to tend to here." Cyprian and the other novitiates were escorted away, leaving Will and Violet hidden dangerously close to where Janek and the elder steward were standing. He tried to stay very still, barely breathing. "The betrayer toys with us." Janek kept his voice low, but it was thick with disgust. "He knows we will do anything to get Marcus back," said the elder steward. "I blame myself. I'm the one who— the betrayer. I had him, and he slipped out of my grasp. Now Simon has the power he needs to pick us off one by one. We stand between him and the one thing he wants," said the elder steward. Will shivered. She was talking about him. She believed that Will could stop the Dark King. Based on what? A few words of old language and the image of a lady in a mirror? "You cannot blame yourself," said the elder steward to Janek. "You could not know what the betrayer would become when you—" She broke off, stumbling slightly on the uneven cobblestones. Janek immediately rushed to her aid, taking her arm and letting her lean her weight on him. "Euphemia, it's nothing, a missed step. Are you certain?" "Yes, I'm certain." She smiled at Janek, a reassuring hand on his arm. "I'm certain, Janek. There is no need for concern. Now come, let us speak further." The last of the survivors had dismounted, and the stewards in the courtyard had started to untie the gray sacks, others leading away horses who had forever lost their riders. The elder steward spoke at last. "Lita, Justice, follow us." Will exchanged glances with Violet. Their agreement to follow the elder steward was unspoken. Soundlessly, they slipped out from behind the cart, waited until the way was clear, then followed the others. The high janissary's office was deep in the hall. Glimpsing it through a sliver in the door, Will saw that it was filled with books, even the desks strewn with manuscripts and scrolls. Janek's role as high janissary meant that he oversaw all the work that the janissaries did in the hall, and that included its scholarly aspect, the teaching of history, the keeping of records. Through the crack in the door, Will could hear the low voices. "This the first time that James has taken on a squadron," Justice was saying. "Last year he could not have won that fight. He gets stronger with every day. He is coming into his true power, and he knows it. He goaded us into that battle, confident he could win." A woman's voice, that might have been Lita's, answered, but Will couldn't quite hear what she said. He glanced at Violet, and the two of them moved closer to the door. "Every year there are fewer of steward blood born to the hall," said Justice, "and fewer still of steward blood called here from outside. We have so few novitiates, and of those barely a handful strong enough to drink from the cup and become stewards. Cyprian, yes. Beatrix, Emery, perhaps, but the others—" Janek frowned. "What are you saying? Soon there may not be enough of us left to fight." "That is Simon's intention," said Janek, "to pick us off one by one?" "Clearing the way for his master," said the elder steward. There was an awful silence as her words sank into all of them, and Will could almost feel the tension rise in its wake. "Are there no janissaries who have the strength to drink from the cup?" Lita's voice. "Many who wear the blue yearn to take the white." "If I was strong enough to drink from the cup, I would be a steward already," said Janek. "But I'm not. I cannot drink, and nor can any of weaker blood. It is too dangerous." "There is still the boy," said the elder steward. "The boy. He is nothing, shows no sign of any talent, no spark of power. The line of the lady died with his mother." "Perhaps it's time to tell the others," said Justice, "the truth, about Marcus, about Simon's plans. The novitiates and the janissaries deserve that much warning. And break our sacred oath? If the others knew what was really happening, if they knew, there would be panic, chaos. And then how would we—" Janek broke off. Will felt a prickle of unease. "Did you lock the door?" Janek said. "I thought so," said Lita. "Go," mouthed Will, and he and Violet were pushing and pulling each other to get quickly out of sight. They ended up huddled behind a column, having turned several corners until they were deep in the hall. Staying silent, though they were breathing hard from the run, they waited for footsteps to recede. "It's worse than they've told us," said Will when they knew they were alone. "Simon's getting stronger, and they don't have a way to stop him. Not even me," he thought, and the words seemed to hang in the air, even though he didn't say them. "Will," she began. "The High Janissary is right," said Will. "I can't use magic. In all this time, I've never lit the tree or moved the flame. You stopped the sword on Simon's ship. I saw it." "The stewards are fighting for their lives," said Will. "They think I can help them. But what if I'm not? What if I can't?" "You are. You will. How do you know that?" He looked over at her. Her hair had grown long enough that she had started to wear it in the steward style, and it gave her the appearance of one of them. "I don't know. I feel it," said Violet. "You fit, even more than the stewards. It's as if these halls were built for you, the same feeling that I get when I hear the elder stewards speak or learn one of the old legends. It just feels right somehow." She was the one who fit. She had mastered the sword drills the novitiates practiced. She ate with them and talked with them. They had accepted her presence, seeming to forget that she lacked steward blood. She looked like a warrior of old, walking the halls in her old-fashioned clothes. "My mother could have done it," said Will. "She had a toughness. I can see it when I look back at what she did, at what she—" "You're her son," said Violet. And Will drew in a shaky breath and curled his fingers around the scar on his palm. He nodded once.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. They pushed up and saw that the room they had come to was old and broken down, with a huge fallen column running through its center, chunks of stone still lying near its shattered portion, even though it looked like the column had fallen centuries ago. The architecture here was different from that of the main citadel and reminded him of the ancient style of the rooms near the tree stone. Which part of the hall is this? Violet took a step out into the room. I think we're in the western wing, the forbidden part of the hall, thought Will. Do you think we'll be in trouble for coming here? Not if they don't find us. Be careful where you tread, said Will, as he looked down at dust that hadn't been disturbed in a long time. It was dark, so he doubled back and returned with a torch from one of the wall sconces behind them, and they moved from room to room, looking at old carvings and frescoes. They saw a door made of stone too thick to push open. There was an inscription carved across it. Will found himself staring up at the words. "Enter only those who can," read Will with a shiver, only to find Violet looking at him with a strange expression. "You can read it?" He nodded. "How?" "I don't know. I just can." He remembered Farah's reaction to hearing him speak the words. She had just stared at him, though she had never asked him about it. The truth was that speaking words in the old language made him feel strange in the same way the hall's familiarity made him feel strange. Like there was something he ought to remember and couldn't, a phantom at the edges of his vision. "It's like something I've always known." "Enter only those who can," quoted Violet. "We can't get in. It's solid stone." "So?" said Violet. Shouldering him out of the way, she put her palms on the stone. Then she used her strength to push at the door. To his amazement, the door opened with a low, echoing sound. The torch he held allowed them to see in the blackness that there were steps that led downward. Violet had a hint of smugness in her voice. "They think only stewards are strong enough to get through this door." "Where are we?" said Will. He lifted the torch as they descended the steps into a dark, underground chamber. Moving forward, they were a small circle of light. Around them was illuminated a ghostly library, with shelves stretching 3 or 4 stories high, disappearing up into the dark. The books were bound in leather, but were so ancient that the leather had faded to white. Their spines were bleached like bones, so that the room looked half graveyard. Alec Horney read the black ink written on the spine of one. "Prefacaries," said another. They walked through the vast chamber, which had the stillness of a tomb. "These were animals," said Violet in a soft, shocked voice as they entered a second room. Here they were surrounded by remnants of beasts, a handful of scales far too large to have come from any snake,
a claw that shone like glass, an immense beak, a scattering of strange-looking teeth, hooves, bones, internal stones. Will saw a few fragments of hunting equipment, a spear tip, 2 hooks, part of a trident. On the wall above hung a horn meant to be brought to the lips to sound a single note. A horn, he thought, to summon animals that no longer exist. Holding the torch aloft, he led the way into a third room. This one was filled with artifacts. There were stones mounted on the walls that showed pieces of carved inscriptions. He saw part of a bell, half of a marble statue, its white arm outstretched, a disembodied arch that was not part of the room but had been brought in from somewhere else. "What is this?" said Violet, her voice hushed. Will said, "This is what's left." His skin prickled as he realized it, the eerie statues and pieces of architecture around him, all that remained of a lost world. There were fragments of weapons, a hilt with no blade, a knob of ivory, a haft helm, a gauntlet like the one he had seen wither leaves on the vine. What of the great armies who fought to protect the world? But he knew the answer. Gone. Gone like the traces of footsteps after a storm. There were more poignant items, a vial in shards, a drinking bowl, a child's comb. At the far end of the room, a beam of moonlight was filtering down from the ceiling, and it struck a stone plinth, as if what lay there was precious and rare. Will could read the words, "The horn all seek and never find." On the plinth lay a lacquered wooden box open to show the white horn of an animal he knew only from myth. It was longer than both his arms, a pearlescent spiral that whirled from a thicker base to a sharp, pointed tip. Unlike the other artifacts in the room, it shone like a spear of light. Clean and untarnished by dust or time, it was like a bolt to the heart. "A unicorn," said Violet in a soft, awed voice, and he remembered that she was a lion. She was reaching out. "It looks like humans sawed it off." Her fingers touched the wide base of the horn that was smooth and then spiked and jagged, as though it had been partway sawn and then snapped off. Like a tree stump, Will thought, and a vision overwhelmed him. A battlefield charge of white horses, like a crashing wave, some of them bearing armored riders with flashing swords, others with their long horns lowered like deadly spears. They were charging into an oncoming rush of black shadows, and Will's heart was pounding, knowing they wouldn't survive, but were charging anyway, impossibly brave. There was an answer here, as somewhere in the distance he heard Violet say, "Will." He looked up, but not at her. At a black archway cut into the stone of the wall, there was another room. He took his torch and walked towards it, drawn as if by a force. He could hear Violet behind him saying, "Will, where are you going?" He ignored her. There were steps leading downward to a room that was smaller than the others and pitch black. It wasn't an ordinary darkness. It was tangible and surrounding, eerily darkening the torch rather than being lit by it. Violet raced down the stairs after him, then stopped short at the bottom, as if the thick, stifling dark repelled her. There was something else here. That's what the steward had said on the ship, moments before the corrupted blade had cracked open its container. This felt the same, but thickly worse, as if whatever was here was darker and more dangerous than the black flame of the blade could ever be. But he was drawn to it too, as if he sensed a presence that called to him. He took another step forward. Will could feel what repulsed Violet, a roiling wrongness. Yet he couldn't stop. His heart was pounding. Every answer sought seemed to lie in the promise of what hung in the air before him. It wasn't the blade. It was something else. It looked simple at first, a piece of black rock. As if suspended, it hung right in the center of the chamber, rotating slowly. He raised the torch to look at it, but the light had no effect. It was so black that it seemed to suck all the light out of the room. An endless void, a terrible hole that wanted to consume everything in the world. It called to him as a chasm calls to one who might throw himself over, bringing him right to its edge and whispering to him to jump. He wanted to touch it. He reached out his hand, and as his fingertips brushed its surface, he felt a terrible stab of cold. He gasped as the shock of it went through him. He saw a vision of the 4 empty thrones of the hall, but there were 4 resplendent figures sitting in them, great kings in bright, shining robes. But as he watched, 3 started to change, their faces sloughing off, their bones turning transparent, until they were horrific shadow versions of themselves. And then he saw a figure rising above them all, with a pale crown and eyes of black flame. "Stop!" he gasped, as a hard grip on his arm wrenched him back, and he found himself staring instead at the face of the elder staffer, her eyes flashing and stern.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Her hands were on his shoulders, holding him back. "You must never touch it. That stone is death." Her voice was as unrelenting as her eyes, an expression he had never seen her wear before. "Even the briefest touch will kill." He blinked and looked around the chamber. He felt like he had been snapped out of a dream or a spell. The elder steward had come in behind them, sweeping past Violet, who was looking on from the stairs with concern. "Kill?" he said dazedly. The elder steward's hands on his shoulders made him feel warmer. Her presence had the opposite effect of the stone. She seemed to emanate a reassuring warmth, like the fire of a welcoming hearth. Near her, the torchlight was brighter. He looked back at the suspended stone. He could have sworn that he had touched it, hadn't he? He could still feel the chill of its cold, see those figures transforming in their thrones. Had he imagined it? He had an overwhelming urge to place his palm against the stone to make sure. "That is why we keep it locked away, where no one can enter," said the elder steward, with a rather pointed look. Still half caught up in the stone, it was a moment before Will recalled that he and Violet weren't supposed to be in this chamber. He flushed. Yes, I know. The 2 of you have a habit of being in places that you don't belong." But her tone was friendly. With a kind hand on his arm, she began to steer Will back towards the archway where Violet waited. Violet immediately drew in close to the circle of light from the elder steward's torch, as if it were a sanctuary that sheltered all 3 of them from the stone. "What is it?" Will turned for a last look at it, the flame from their torch touching its surface and disappearing utterly, as if falling into endless depths. He could still feel its pull, not wanting to look away. "That is the darkest and most dangerous object we possess," said the elder steward, her own eyes growing troubled again as she followed the direction of Will's gaze. "That is the Shadow Stone." "The Shadow Stone?" said Will. The words sent their shiver down into him. He remembered the white horses galloping into an army of roiling black shadows, the last desperate charge of the light. The elder steward nodded. "You once asked what happened to the 4 kings, the thrones, those 4 empty thrones. Long ago, there were 4 great kings of the old world," Justice had said. "It wasn't always the Hall of the Stewards. It was once the Hall of Kings." "Justice said that 3 of them joined the Dark King," said Will, "and the 4th fled and was lost forever." "That is only part of the story," said the elder steward. Surrounded as she was by the broken stones and displaced architecture of the old world, her words took on an extra weight. The 3 made a terrible bargain. They swore to serve the Dark King in exchange for power. He granted them strength beyond that of any human for the span of a single mortal life. But on their death, they transformed. They became monstrous creatures of shadow, utterly obedient to the Dark King's will. Creatures of shadow? Insubstantial as the night, unable to be touched. No wall could keep them out.
No warrior could fight against them. You cannot strike a shadow. Your blade would pass through its form like smoke. But a shadow can strike you down and kill you. It made them invincible. The Shadow Kings. He could almost taste it. Dust, death, and horror, an endless darkness that would swallow them all. The circle of light where the three of them stood felt suddenly very small. How were the Shadow Kings stopped? No one knows, said the elder steward, but they are trapped in that stone, and they must never be allowed to get out. In his vision of the Shadow Kings, he had seen an even more terrible figure rising above them all, the Dark King, the King of Kings, greater than any shadow, wearing his pale crown. It was as though the Shadow Kings walked before him, clearing a path for their master. And suddenly Will understood why they could never be let out. A moment later, the elder steward spoke the words. "They are one of the portents," said the elder steward. "They will herald the return of the Dark King." Like James, thought Will, and shivered. The elder steward searched his face for a long moment, and then continued, her eyes grave. "Simon seeks to conjure a shadow of his own. It is the first step to returning the Dark King," said the elder steward. The Dark King made many such creatures. They swelled the ranks of his armies, invincible on the battlefield. Only the most powerful magic users could fight them. If Simon managed to conjure even a single shadow, it would be a devastating opponent, and with magic all but gone from the world, no mortal now alive could stand against it. But the Shadow Kings were far worse, faster, stronger, and with a deadlier desire for destruction. The Shadow Kings led the army of shadows on their nightmare steeds. They broke the defenses of the great cities of light and spread the dark across the lands, for neither might nor magic could stop them. A single shadow might seem terrifying to us, but they were nothing to the merciless horror of the Shadow Kings. "If they get out," said the elder steward, "night will fall forever, and in the darkness he will rise, a final eclipse that will end our world." "It's Marcus," said Will. They were back in his room. Its circular walls and the orange light from the lamps felt safe and familiar after the eerie depths of the rooms below the hall. Will spoke with his heart racing. He had barely been able to hold the words back until he and Violet were alone. Now, as she clambered onto the bed covers where they sat together so often, it spilled out, blurted with urgency. "What do you mean?" "The reason why Simon's close to returning the Dark King, Marcus knows. He knows how to conjure a shadow." Violet's eyes went wide. They had spent so many nights together in her room or his, Violet with a sword and him with a candle, practicing their separate lessons. It all seemed so naive now that he'd guessed the truth. Will said, "You heard the elder steward. She said that conjuring a shadow was the first step to summoning the Dark King. Simon must be trying to get the secret from Marcus. Stewards were strong, but how long could they hold up under torture? And if the stewards couldn't fight James, how could they fight a shadow that no weapon could pierce? You cannot strike a shadow, but a shadow can strike you." "How desperate they all are to get him back," said Violet slowly. "All of the missions beyond the wall, sacrificing dozens of stewards." Will couldn't stop seeing that vision of the three Shadow Kings on their thrones, great and terrible creatures, subservient to one greater than all of them, the Dark King, who seemed to tower over their thrones like a god over the heavens. Simon was the Dark King's descendant. Simon wanted a shadow army of his own. And if he learned from Marcus how to conjure it, he will rise, the final eclipse. It made sense of all the tense looks, the broken-off conversations, the fear that underlay them. The stewards were scared, but they were riding out anyway, to their deaths. Their order had lasted for centuries, guarding the secrets of the old world, so that if the Dark King ever returned, someone would remember and be there to stop him. They have to get Marcus back. It's the only way to stop Simon. The Stewards believed that they were now in the final days, with Simon right on the cusp of returning the Dark King. But they can't, said Will. They can't even find him. And if they couldn't get Marcus back, Simon would unleash that terrible darkness, that cold. Will felt it down to his bones. "How do you rescue a man you can't find?" said Will, looking up at Violet. Abruptly, Violet pushed herself up off the bed and stalked to the window, which looked out at the gate.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. It wasn't dawn yet, so the view was still dark. The only points of light, the torches on the battlements, and the bright flare of the final flame violet. She seemed to be struggling with something. Her silhouette at the window had changed since their first days here. She was still boyishly slender, but constant training had broadened her shoulders a little. She held her head higher too, and her posture was straighter. When she turned back to face him, her eyes were very dark, as though she was torn by a painful choice. "They can't find him," she said, "but maybe I can." She met Will in the east courtyard at dusk. Her stomach was roiling with nerves, her senses on high alert, even as she tried to stay calm. The thought of what she was about to do made her feel sick, nauseous and feverish, as if chills had set her teeth chattering. She forced it down, determined to go through with this. It was her chance to make a difference, to show the Stewards she could do what was right. "I can do this." In the end, it was simple. The Stewards needed to find Marcus, and she had access to Simon's inner circle that no one else had. "I can do this. I can prove myself. I can fight for the light." The Stewards couldn't know. She couldn't tell them, "I can find Marcus because I'm a lion." But if she went home to her lion family, she could find out where Simon was keeping Marcus before he told Simon how to conjure a shadow. Will was leading 2 white steward horses, beautiful creatures with arched necks and delicate fluted noses. Violet had stolen 2 sets of steward whites from the washroom. It had been her idea to sneak out in secret, to keep the stewards from finding out where she was going. Will had argued against it. You can't go back to them. My father's one of Simon's closest confidants," she had said to him, feeling the ugly truth of it. "I know that if I go back home, I can find out where he's keeping Marcus. I can sneak into my father's office, get access to his records." She had lowered her voice to a whisper. Talking about her father in the hall made her nervous. She half expected the stewards to burst in, forcing her to the ground, shouting, "Lion!" If they ever found out what she was— "Your father wants to kill you," Will had said. "Remember? He needs to kill a lion so Tom can come into his power." "I can handle my family," she'd said. "Can you?" A voice in her mind had niggled back at her, but she'd squashed it down. She had a chance to help the stewards, and she was going to do it. "A lion doesn't have to fight for the dark," she thought, "and I'll prove that." "You're the one who shouldn't leave the hall," she had said to Will. "It's you Simon's after." In her mind, the 3 hounds of Simon's crest were like the swarm of black dogs that had hunted Will across the marsh. Simon wanted Will badly and wouldn't stop until he had him. "If Marcus tells Simon how to conjure a shadow," said Will, "it won't matter where I am." "Are you sure you can't just tell them? Tell the stewards. Tell Justice. I'm a lion. Tom's my brother. The boy who killed all your friends." Her stomach clenched. "I can't. You know what they do to a lion. They'd lock me up, at best, and then would lose our chance to find out what Simon has done with Marcus." They quickly put on the white steward uniforms she'd stolen and mounted the 2 steward horses. Then they rode to the gate looking as much like stewards as possible. They had chosen dusk because the dim light would further disguise their faces. Stewards guarded the gate against entry. They didn't police those who left the hall. Even with these precautions, she still felt her pulse racing. As they approached the gate, 1,000 worries rushed in.
Had she worn the steward whites correctly? Was she tall enough to pass as a steward? Would Lita take a second look at her face? Would they somehow guess what she was? Lion, lion, lion. Lita, on duty, raised her hand from high above on the walls. Will raised a hand in reply. Violet sat up straight and did her best to adopt Cyprian's haughty manner, the perfect steward, shoulders square, back straight, chin up. Then, to her astonishment, they were through. She felt that lurch of crossing the threshold of the gate, and they were suddenly out on the marshes, breathing the fresh, crisp air and looking out at the world. There was no sign of Simon's men on the ride, just the splashes and sounds of insects and birds, and the darkening light of dusk on the marshes. A single glance behind her as they rode showed the broken arch on the marsh, that lonely image set against the sky. It was as if the entire hall had disappeared or been nothing more than a dream. If it weren't for her clothes and the white horses, she might have thought she had imagined all of it. No going back now. Not wanting to look like ancient knights in London, they stopped before the river to change their clothes. Expecting to feel like herself again, Violet was startled at how scratchy and uncomfortable Tom's cast-offs felt after the light fabric of the steward tunic. She squirmed and frowned, like they didn't fit. Then she and Will rubbed mud into the white coats of the steward horses, a determined blotting. The steward horses looked utterly affronted, but at least they looked a little more like horses and a little less than two radiant beams of light. Crossing the Lee at an upstream bridge, Violet let herself begin to look forward to seeing London again. Alongside the nerves, she thought of all the things she had missed, the taste of hot chestnuts in a cone of paper, or a buttery baked potato bought to keep her hands warm, the bright laughter of a puppet show on a corner, the grand carriages and top hats spilling out around a theater or hall. And then she saw it, on the horizon. London was a shock, an ugly, clumped scar upon the land. The closer they got, the uglier it was. The countryside turned into torn earth and dirty, squalid houses, streets clogged with people, donkey carts, stagecoaches, trudging drovers, boys, thieves, idlers, and every sort of person that could be squeezed into its confines. It was an assault on the senses after the tranquility of the hall. When they dismounted, her foot sank into vile, squelching muck. A moment later, she found herself coughing. A thick, choking miasma hung over the houses, wood smoke, and the smells of people and sewage from the river. She wanted to press her forearm to her nose to block out the stench, bile rising. Had it always smelled like this? And the noise, the clamor was so loud, voices shouting, drivers yelling, a discordant clutter that was too much for the ears. She was jostled, people pushing her out of the way, their shoulders slamming into hers, as though she couldn't quite find the right pace to keep up with everyone, instead at odds with them. They had returned to the White Hart, reasoning that if justice had brought them here, it would be a safe place for Will to stay while Violet searched for Marcus. A boy took their horses, with more deference than she had expected. Looking at Will, she was surprised to realize that he looked different. The Stewards had always had something otherworldly about them, and Will had that quality now too. The way he carried himself, his posture straight, his movements purposeful, as though the squalor of London didn't touch him. She glimpsed herself in the inn window and was shocked to see that she looked just like him, knightly, even in her London clothes. A woman threw a bucket of slops out of a window, and Violet sidestepped, steward fast. Her stomach twisted as she realized what she had done. Would instincts like that give her away to her family? Would they see a steward when they looked at her? Would they know? As she had hidden her lion self from the stewards, would she now have to hide her steward self from her family? New sounds and smells hit her as the inn door opened, a wave of shouts and bellowing laughter, and the smell of thick gravy, moldering straw, and stale beer.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. She walked into a loud, raucous scene, hard to make out in the dim haze of the interior. "This way, good sirs," the innsman said, and she had never had a good sir or good miss before. She and Will ordered 2 mutton joints with gravy and received a little bob of the head from the innswoman. It wasn't just her reflexes, it was a difference in bearing. Something in her was changing the behavior of others. She chose an out-of-the-way table where she and Will could sit without being seen, and kept one eye on the door, alert for the possibility of danger. "People never call me sir," said Will, leaning in to whisper across the stained wooden table. In the dimly lit corner of the inn, they were seated across from one another. "Me neither. They call me boy, or scamp, wastrel, wretch, you there, or worse. London, it's different than I remember." She couldn't quite bring herself to say what gnawed at her. "I'm the one who's different. London hasn't changed." It had been 3 months in the hall. Only 3 months? How could 3 months have turned her into a stranger in her own city? "Louder and more crowded, with no morning chance," said Will. She managed a weak smile. 2 mutton joints were plopped down onto the rough wooden table in front of them. She looked down into the greasy, congealing mess and felt sick. It smelled rank, gray and brown, the plate encrusted with grime. She forced herself to take a bite, and it was thickly tasteless, its different textures unpleasant, this part gluggy, this part chewy, this part rough. She forced the swallow down. She didn't feel the wondrous revitalization that came after a bite of steward food, the crunch of a fresh pea pod, or the sweet tang of an orange plucked from the tree. It just made her stomach heavy. A burst of raucous laughter to her left made her head jerk around, a group of men slamming their tin mugs down on the table. Behind them, 2 men jostled each other, unwashed, unshaven figures slopping beer onto the blackened straw. Her eyes darted from them to the figure near the door, shouting for the innsman. She felt jumpy, on edge. She looked back at Will uneasily. "We haven't been recognized," he said. "It's not that. It's—" She struggled to put it into words. "They don't know," said Will, and she nodded slowly as he cut to the heart of it. "They don't know about the old world, about the shadows, about any of it. They don't know what's coming." Her skin prickled, because that was it, the unnerving part. All this chaotic life, it was unknowing, and therefore vulnerable. "No one's warned them," she said. "No one's told them a fight's coming. They were just living their ordinary lives. But worse than that, even if someone told them, they wouldn't believe it," said Will. She nodded. These people, there was a battle raging, and these people didn't even know it. They didn't know the truth, just like she hadn't known it. In the whole inn, only she and Will knew about the Dark King's threat. She felt the loneliness of the steward mission for the first time, to be the only watchers, the only ones who remembered the past, who knew the dangers of what was coming. More than that, the stewards had always seemed so detached, so separate from the world. They kept to the ancient ways in the hall, and it kept them in the ancient world, as if they had never really left it. Year by year, the world outside changed, but they stayed the same, growing more and more apart from people's lives beyond the hall. If she stayed with them, would there be a time when she couldn't return to the outside world either? She already felt it, a separation from the people around her based on a knowledge of what was coming, as though she had one foot in the ancient world. Will said, "What are you going to tell your family?" She pulled her gaze from the squabbling patrons. Her family weren't naive or unknowing, like the men and women sitting in this tavern. They knew the fight that lay ahead, and they had arrayed themselves on the Dark King's side. "I used to sneak out at night all the time, Violet," found herself saying. "Come back at breakfast, just plunk myself down at the table and ask for some toast. My father would pretend he didn't know I'd been gone." "Part of you wants to go back to them," Will said it in a quiet voice. "Wouldn't you?" she said. Will looked down at his scarred palm. "My mother and we moved around a lot. I never really got to know people. She kept us to ourselves." He looked up and smiled, a wry expression.
I've never lived somewhere like the Hall of the Stewards. I've never had somewhere that was safe, to depend on, and to protect. She couldn't look away from his straightforward words. But there's a part of me. My mother and I didn't have much, but we had each other. We were family. Family. Tom was still there in her heart, underneath all the painful fears and doubts. The Tom who she looked up to, the Tom she had striven to emulate before she knew about lions. She knew what Will meant because she had felt it herself, the devotion to one person who she had believed would always be there for her, and the safety of that feeling. Would you go back to that? Violet looked again at the others in the inn and tried to imagine being one of them again. To not knowing? I can't. Will pressed his thumb into his palm. I thought my life was normal, but I know now that it wasn't. He looked up, his eyes very dark. My mother was scared, always on edge, always looking over her shoulder. She was trying to protect me from the truth about who I was and what was happening. The scar that ran along the fate line of his palm was mirrored on the back of his hand, as if it had been run right through. I can see why she did it, and a part of me might even want to go back to it, but I can't, not now that I know what she knew. I thought my life was normal, but I know now that it wasn't. Violet thought about her childhood, indulged by her father, doing as she pleased, without rules or schooling. She thought that was normal too, but something had been wrong the whole time. I'm glad I know, she said, making the decision suddenly and with stubborn pride. Better a lion than a lamb to the slaughter. We both get to choose our family, said Will. She flushed slowly. She felt suddenly fiercely protective of him, remembering his strange determination and his loyalty. He'd come back for her when no one else had, and he was here with her now despite the danger. I should go soon, she said gruffly. I don't know how long it will take. She had to find out the information they needed, either from Tom or her father. I'll be here waiting. Don't get into any trouble. What trouble could I get into? Said Will. Catherine was pushing her toe back into her shoe at Martin's as the strange man entered, strode over to Mrs. DuPont and whispered something in her ear. She had just been fitted for the most perfect pair of slippers, white silk, each with a tiny pink embroidered rose. They would match exquisitely with the gifts that Lord Crenshaw had sent. Beautiful day dresses of sprig muslin with high tapered waists and delicate puffed sleeves, white silk gloves with 6 embroidered buttons, a necklace of pearls that was just the right accompaniment. Now, however, Mrs. DuPont was approaching with a small frown on her face. The man who had whispered in her ear was waiting by the door. Catherine hadn't heard what he had said, except maybe she had seen him mouth the words, "the boy." The boy? "If you'd wait here, milady," said Mrs. DuPont, "I'll be back in a moment." "But what?" Catherine began, but Mrs. DuPont had already left, striding out of the door of the shop. It left Catherine standing awkwardly. She remembered Mr. Prescott saying something about a boy. What was it? I'm sure Mrs. DuPont will be back shortly. Moments ticked past. She could see the curious looks of the shop owner and his assistant. She flushed, imagining their disapproval. No young lady should be seen in public without a chaperone, especially not the young fiancé of a man like Lord Crenshaw. Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Even the idea could ruin a reputation, and Catherine knew that she was watched by many who were prone to gossip. Lord Crenshaw was spending a great deal of time in London recently for business, but rumors of his beautiful fiancée were everywhere, Mrs. DuPont said, and everyone knew Catherine was part of the reason. Catherine had liked the idea that she was talked about, that she would be glimpsed on this outing. Already, invitations had begun to arrive at the house, though of course any social engagements were heavily curated by her aunt. A shopping trip had been allowed because she would be chaperoned by Mrs. DuPont and a valet, with their driver waiting with the carriage outside. But now she was alone. Uneasy thoughts of scandal and impropriety made her clasp her hands inside her sable muff. She wasn't supposed to be seen in town alone. How long until people started talking? She couldn't wait here. People were staring. She would wait in the carriage, out of sight of prying eyes, and safely accompanied by Lord Crenshaw's valet and driver. She stepped out of the shop onto the crowded pavement, and her stomach sank, pulled down by the first tendrils of panic. The carriage was gone. The street looked cold and anonymous. She looked desperately around for any sign of the carriage, but it was nowhere to be seen. Its absence was strange and frightening. Where was Mrs. Dupont? The carriage couldn't really have left her here, could it? But it had. They had all left her. The reality that she was alone on the streets of London made her skin chill. A terrible sense of being abandoned swept over her. Worse than the threat to her safety was the threat to her reputation. If anyone knew she had been out without a chaperone, Catherine was starting to panic, all the stories of young girls ruined by foolish indiscretions rushing into her mind. As if enacting her worst nightmare, the shop owner emerged from the shop, and she realized that gossip was about to fly from here to the homes of every client he had in London. "Cousin," said a voice, a hand in hers steadying her. She didn't have a cousin. She didn't know that voice. She looked up in confusion. The boy who had taken her hand had a striking, high cheekbone face, dark eyes, and a tumble of dark hair. It was the sort of face you couldn't drag your eyes away from, that would have been startling even if you saw it across a room. He was attractive in a breath-catching, Byronic way, like the electric feeling of clouds gathering in a storm. She felt a startling, instant connection, her eyes meeting his. He raised his brows, asking silently if she would play along. He was offering to provide her with the perfect chaperone, a male relative. He had even said the word cousin loudly enough that passers-by could hear. She felt herself flush at the thought that this young gentleman, for he was a gentleman surely, had seen her predicament and come to her rescue. "Thank you, cousin," she answered, just as loudly. Looking back at the shop front, she saw the owner relax and retreat inside, as though a minor mystery had been solved. "Cousin?" she whispered, once the shopkeeper had gone. "We don't look a thing alike. I wasn't sure I could pass as your brother. Who is he?" She was gazing at him. She couldn't shake that feeling of connection. His actions in coming to her rescue were both impudent and chivalrous, of which she was meltingly aware. She could feel the warmth of his hand beneath hers. Except for the one or two scrupulously respectable acquaintances selected for her by her aunt, she had not met anyone in London, certainly not any attractive young men. Her heartbeat was behaving oddly. What would Lord Crenshaw think if he knew a young man had taken my hand? "Where is it we're going?" he whispered back conspiratorially. "My fiancé's carriage was supposed to be waiting for me." She said the word fiancé very intentionally. He didn't ask, "And where is your chaperone?" He didn't ask any questions about her situation, which was a sign of his gentlemanly manners, she thought. "We were returning home right away. And it's gone?" "Yes, yes. Then I'll find you a coach, Miss Kent," she offered. "Miss Kent," he said. The weather, which just that morning Annabel had described as chancy, chose that moment to change from chilly into cold, wet drops that fell from the sky. The young man was perfectly gallant. He immediately stripped off his jacket for her to hold over her head, so that she was shivering but dry as he stepped out into the busy road to hail a hackney. As she watched, he procured a coach while the rain utterly soaked him, the passing wheels of a carriage splashing mud across his boots and trousers. The hackney coach pulled up with its mismatched horses, one dull brown, one a dirty white color. Escorting her to it, he quickly gave up his jacket altogether, laying it down so she could sit on its dry lining to preserve her dress from the muddy seat. They clambered in together. The coach driver gave a flip of his whip, calling, "Walk on." Inside, she felt safe at last. She was on her way home, and the threat to her reputation was over. The rain had turned the carriage windows into a blur of liquid. Enclosed inside its bubble, she was dry and warm. The young man opposite her was soaked. his wet shirt transparent and clinging, his trousers ruined with mud. His garments were second-hand, but had been repaired so exquisitely the eye barely noticed. He looked like an aristocratic young suitor, his obvious breeding belying the clothes. She was struck again by his vivid good looks, the fall of his dark hair like the subject of a romantic painting. He was gallant enough to say, "This is an adventure. May I ask your name?" "Kempin," he said, "Will Kempin." "I hope I'm not taking you too far out of your way, Mr. Kempin." He was looking back at her with evident curiosity, though he had been too much of a gentleman to ask her any questions. So when he merely said, "Not at all, I'm happy to accompany you," Catherine found herself relenting, telling the whole story in a rush. "The truth is, Mrs. DuPont, she's my lady's maid, was out with me, but a man came into the shop while I was being fitted for some shoes. Martin's was one of London's most exclusive shoemakers, and Catherine had been looking forward to the excursion all week. Until the disappearance of Mrs. DuPont, the outing had exceeded her expectations. She had been measured, then looked at delightful samples, with Mrs. DuPont pointing out the most fashionable ones, telling her, "Lord Crenshaw thinks the color pink suits you." He wasn't one of our servants. I'd never seen him before. He came and spoke to her. I don't know what he said, but she seemed to think it was urgent and left right away. The disturbing feelings of earlier came back to her, that sense of being abandoned. And then, when I came out to look for the carriage, it had gone. Mrs. DuPont must have taken it, or all I can think is that my fiancé called them away on business, not realizing I was with them. "Your fiancé?" said Will mildly. He was gazing across at her. Droplets of water still clung to the hollow of his throat and wet his waistcoat and shirt. But he had a way of ignoring the discomfort, as if it was all just part of the adventure, that, of course, he'd get drenched rescuing my lady from a social dilemma. Looking back at him, it was easy to forget the disturbing feelings of earlier. It was occurring to her that this whole thing was rather dashing. Will looked just like the sort of handsome young lord's son she had always imagined asking her to dance at a ball. "I always knew I'd meet you," came the thought, out of nowhere. Of course, her aunt wouldn't approve. This was one of those unnecessary, youthful experiences her aunt wished her to avoid. One she never thought she'd have. She was conscious of her own pulse. "Lord Crenshaw," said Catherine. "Do you know him?" The words were conversational. "I've heard of him. He owns ships, doesn't he?" "Yes, that's him."
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Of course, everyone knew of Lord Crenshaw. Will spoke with polite interest. "And he collects antiquities, or is that his father?" "They both do. But Lord Crenshaw has a passion for it. They say he dredged the whole Thames in summer just to recover a sword that he wanted." Catherine liked the wealth and power this displayed. Annabel had later said it was the talk of the town, an extravagance that only a man of his fortune could afford. "Did he find it?" said Will. "Apparently. Annabel, that's my aunt's maid, she said that, 'Whoa,' came the call from the coachman outside, and she broke off as the coach pulled up at the address she had given. 'Oh, we've arrived,' she said. She suddenly realized that it was the last she would see of her rescuer. This had not been a meeting at a ball where he might leave a card and come to call on her family a week later. This meeting had been a secret, a glimpse of a life she didn't have, and it would not be repeated. She felt again that connection to him and the excitement of their adventure. She wasn't ready for it to end. "I can't allow you to leave without replacing your jacket. It's the least I can do." She could see his splashed, muddy trousers very plainly and could only imagine the sorry state of the jacket that would be revealed when she stood up. Will demurred. "That isn't necessary. I insist. You're soaked and covered in mud, and your hair is ruined." And, carefully, he said, "I don't think your family would be thrilled to learn that a young man had escorted you home." She flushed. That was true. It would be a scandal, the very scandal that he had accompanied her to avoid.
If her aunt knew she had spent time with a young man, it would mean a lifetime of disapproving looks, not to mention losing every remaining freedom she had. Certainly, she couldn't introduce Will to any of them. Then you can wait for me in the stables while I bring you the clothes. She lifted her chin. Tell the driver to go around the back, she said. Perhaps Will realized that she wouldn't be denied because he opened the coach window to shout the instruction out to the driver. They pulled up near the entrance to the mews, and she could see at once that her own carriage had not returned. Mrs. DuPont was still unaccounted for, but her aunt and uncle would be at home with her sister and the servants. She would have to be careful. She showed Will the back way in through the mews and stables that allowed you into the garden, and from there into the house. The stables were dry and warm, smelling of fresh hay, and they ran in through the rain. She accumulated a few droplets on her hair and bonnet, but it was nothing she couldn't shake off, and she was home now, out of harm's way. It's a lovely house, Will said. He was looking past her into the dark leaves of the garden. We only came here in January. We used to live in Hertfordshire. She kept her eyes on the lit windows of the house as she said it. I was the opposite. My family used to live in London, but we left for the country. He pushed his hand through his hair, forcing out the water. Something about the casual nature of the gesture made her flush. She had never been alone with a boy her own age before. Their eyes met, and he looked amused, making the situation like a joke shared between them. Wait here, she said, and went out towards the house. Inside, the full impact of what she was doing reasserted itself. This was Lord Crenshaw's house. The servants were Lord Crenshaw's servants. She had ringed herself in with Lord Crenshaw's walls, and into it all she had brought someone she shouldn't, a young man whom she'd only just met, taking a risk she should never have taken. Her heartbeat accelerated wildly as she entered the back parlor. Was that footsteps? She stayed very still inside the door. After a few seconds of silence, she took a first step inside. "What are you doing?" said a familiar voice. "I was just speaking with the coachman." Catherine turned calmly. Elizabeth was standing in the parlor, frowning. "That's not the coachman." And then, "It's a strange boy you've brought back to the house." "He's a friend," said Catherine. "You don't have any friends," said Elizabeth. Catherine drew in a breath. "Elizabeth, he helped me and it messed up his clothes. I'm getting him some new ones. It's just polite, but you know the kind of trouble I'd be in. You can't tell anyone." "You mean it might mess up the engagement," said Elizabeth, with particular scorn. That was true, but Catherine felt excitement rather than nerves. The threat of discovery was low, she thought. It felt more as if she and Will were in an adventure together. "That's right. He's getting you in trouble. I don't like him." "You don't like anyone." "That's not true. I like Aunt, and our old cook, and Mr. Bailey who sells muffins." Elizabeth spoke slowly, thinking the list through with care. "And I ran into him by chance and promised that he'd be safe here. Would you have me break my word?" Her little sister was a very upright person, a stickler, even, for the rules, and this point of honor was digested, albeit with difficulty. "No," said Elizabeth, scowling. "No. So stay quiet and don't say anything." Will looked up when she entered with the jacket, half changed in long trousers and socked feet, with the shirt she had left out for him untied and the neckcloth still draped over his shoulders, a state of undress she had never seen before in a man. She had earlier brought him a towel to get dry as well as the clothes he was now wearing. She would have liked to have sat him down in front of a fire with cook's hot broth, but she couldn't light a fire or risk the kitchens. The enclosing walls of the stables would have to be their sanctuary, with its nose-tickling hay smell and the occasional soft sound of the horses. He lifted the edge of the neckcloth. "Whose clothes are these?" "My fiancé's," she said. She saw him go still in a way that she liked. He didn't look like Lord Crenshaw in those clothes. He looked younger, her own age. Her heart was beating fast. It wasn't that he might be dangerous. He was dangerous. If she was found with him here, it would ruin her. It would ruin not only her, but her entire family. She could hear the distant sounds from the house, see the lights from the windows. Each sound was a threat. "Does your fiancé know that you spend time alone with other men?" He didn't say that, though she could feel it between them. Instead, he said carefully, "He's taller than I am." "And older," she said. What was she doing? She had brought him here to replace the clothes he had wrecked on her behalf. But now that they were alone together, it felt like having the dashing son of a lord ask her for a dance at one of the outings her aunt insisted she was too young to attend. Despite what he'd said, Lord Crenshaw's clothes fit him perfectly, and he looked good in them. "Better than Lord Crenshaw," whispered a treacherous voice. She'd imagined a suitor just like this. The draped neckcloth gave him an unconcerned, slightly rakish look. Her eyes were drawn to it. She said, "I'll tie that for you. I used to do it all the time for my uncle. Come here." He came forward in the same slow, careful way. She reached up to his neck, and he pulled back instinctively. "Are you shy? I've seen a man before." She lifted her chin. "I grew up in a family with boys." She was lying. "Cousins?" he said. She took up the ends of the neckcloth. She knew that her looks were considered her greatest asset. Her looks, after all, had procured the engagement with Lord Crenshaw. But youth and a sheltered upbringing had meant that she had never been feted as a beauty, nor yet even had the kind of social engagements that would put her in the company of suitors, at least not until Lord Crenshaw had made himself known to her family. And Lord Crenshaw's admiration had come at a businesslike distance. Now she got to see, gratifyingly, at close quarters, the effect she had on a young man of her own age, as Will's dark eyes went even darker.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. She was less prepared for his effect on her. How hard it was to concentrate on tying the neckcloth over the consciousness she had of him, his breath moving the thin, fine fabric of the shirt, the one lock of hair that fell down over his forehead. "If he knew about this, I suppose my fiancé would kill you." Another conversational remark. She didn't look up, but she was attuned to his reaction, imagining, or was she, that he was controlling his breathing too. "Then I hope you won't tell him." She straightened the last of the neckcloth now in its simple tie and made certain to adopt a casual calm as she stepped back. There. As he settled the jacket on his shoulders, she realized in a rush that it was a mistake to have dressed him in Lord Crenshaw's clothes. That vital quality he had that drew the eye was transformed into a blaze, the clothing remaking him into a powerful young lord. And Lord Crenshaw had never looked like this, for all Annabel's assurances that he was just what a fine suitor should be. "I'm in your debt," Will said. Instead of demurring that it was he who had helped her first, she said, "Then answer a question." His hands went still over the last of the jacket buttons. "All right, tell me who you are really. Where are you from? Who is your family? I thought you might be incognito." If I were hiding who I was, I'd hardly admit it. It was all he said. The faint sounds of the horses were loud in the silence, the dust particles from the hay drifting slowly through the air. She realized that he'd said everything he was going to say, though she'd brought him back here and given him clothes. She spoke in a rush, frowning and sounding, she didn't care, a little like Elizabeth. "You're not going to tell me any of it?" Will was shaking his head. "You've been kind," he said, "kinder than I thought. You shouldn't be part of this. I'm sorry. I thought I could. I was wrong. I was wrong to—" There was a sudden, loud sound, the unmistakable crunch of wheels on new raked gravel, coming right towards them. "It's the carriage," said Catherine. "You should go out and meet them," said Will. "I'll go out the back way." But Will, "I will ever see you again," was a plaintive cry she didn't want to make. There wasn't much time. She would pretend that she and Mrs. DuPont came back together, which would save her own reputation and Mrs. DuPont's. She lifted her chin. "The jacket is alone." From his eyes as he took her hand, she knew that he understood her meaning. "Then I'll have to return it." He didn't kiss her hand the way Lord Crenshaw had done. He just bowed his head over her fingers, his words a promise that they would meet again. She walked out into the courtyard to meet Mrs. DuPont. "Afraid it's too late for callers," said the housekeeper as the door opened, but then her eyes went wide. Violet? And then Mr. Ballard! Mr. Ballard! Violet found herself pulled into the hall amid a flurry of activity, the house waking, doors opening, footsteps clattering, and voices raised all at once. "Violet," she heard. It was Tom's voice. She saw his familiar blue eyes wide with shock and recognition. She was immediately in his arms, his hug warm and safe. "Oh, gosh, I thought you were dead. I thought you were—" She found herself clutching him in turn, like a lifeline. "They said you jumped back onto the ship, Tom. I'm sorry, I didn't think. It's all right. You're safe. You're home." His strong, solid embrace was real, and she gave herself over to it, eyes closed. She had last seen him looking dead and pale on the riverbank, but now he was here, warm and alive. She let herself feel it, the relief of return, the wash of gladness at the genuine concern in his eyes. Nothing mattered but her brother. "Violet," she heard again, this time in a different voice. Over Tom's shoulder, she saw the figure on the stairs, his stern features and graying auburn hair, a dark brown robe over his sleeping clothes. She drew back from Tom's arms slowly. "Father," she said. All she could see when she looked at her father was him standing on the docks coldly ordering Captain Maxwell to track her down. "I haven't kept that troublesome girl in my house only to have her die before time." The housekeeper chose that moment to shut the door, and Violet jumped. Her heart was pounding. The trellis wallpaper seemed to crowd in around her as her father approached, and she had to force herself not to step back. "He's going to know," she thought. "He's going to know I'm here to spy on him." At the same time, she told herself, "You have to do this. You have to find Marcus." A reminder of her mission. She let him embrace her and looked up at him with faked smiling relief. He was smiling back down at her and saying, "Welcome home, my child." Violet sat in the downstairs drawing room, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, and the remains of supper on a tray in front of her. Her brother sat next to her on the settee. Their father had drawn up a chair after ordering the servants to relight the fire and the candles and bring down some hot tea, sliced bread, and leftover meat cuts from dinner. Eat first, he'd insisted, after her injuries were tended, and she had done as she was told, having to feign the hunger, swallowing each bite determinedly. She looked up when she was done with the last of the bread, and knew with a twist in her stomach that she couldn't avoid things any longer. She drew in a breath and said the words of the story that she had prepared. "I'm sorry. I couldn't stop them. They took the boy." "The boy?" her father said. Violet was looking at Tom. "You told me to protect the cargo. I thought you meant him." "That boy? The boy who was chained up in the hold?" "Go on," said her father, after a moment. "The ship was sinking. The boy would have drowned. I went back and broke his chains. I thought I could carry him out. And then they came. They took us both." "Stewards," said Tom. The way he said it was the way Justice said lions. "That's what they called themselves," she said. "Men and women in old-fashioned clothes. But they weren't natural. They were—" "Is the boy alive?" interrupted her father. She had prepared for this too. "I don't know. He used the distraction and escaped." It was close enough to what they knew already, but ambiguous enough that it muddied the waters. He wasn't natural either. At least, I thought I saw. What was he? Tom and her father exchanged looks. Instead of answering her question about Will, "The Stewards are enemies of Simon," said Tom, "and they hate our family." "Why?" Tom opened his mouth to answer, but their father cut him off with a small gesture. "There are some things you need to be told, but not until you're rested. It's a long story that shouldn't be heard late at night, half exhausted." He smiled at Violet. "What's important right now is that you're home." His hand came down to rest heavily on her shoulder, squeezing it a little. Tom took her upstairs to her room. Alone with him, she found her heart pounding, her mind crowding with all the things she wanted to say. How much she had missed him. How scary it was to have found out he was a lion, and that she was one too. He was the only other lion that she could talk to, and she had 1,000 questions. About Rassilon, about the Dark King, all of them stopped in her throat. "I'm sorry.
It was Tom who spoke, the words a blurt the moment they were alone. "I'm so sorry. I kept thinking that I was the one who had told you to go down into the hold. You wouldn't even be on the ship if it weren't for me. You saved my life, and the last thing I said to you was, 'Go home.'" It had lodged in her like a knife. "You were trying to protect me," said Violet, taking in a shaky breath. "You tried to make me leave. You knew it was dangerous. That's why you said, 'You're too old for this,' following me around, wearing my clothes." It had hurt. Now she saw his curt words in a different light. Tom, nervy, watching the horizon, knowing what was locked in the hold. Tom said, "You're my sister." She wished suddenly, painfully, that she could just tell him.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry, that she could tell him all of it and have him believe her. Looking into his open, honest face, she thought, surely if he knew what their father was planning, what he really wanted to do to her, if she could just tell him. "I thought about you every day," she said. "There was so much I wanted to tell you." "You can tell me now. I want to hear all of it," he said. "Violet, I thought you died. I kept replaying the attack, trying to imagine a way that you'd survived." He couldn't know, could he? He couldn't know that she was the sacrifice, that he was meant to kill her. She said, as he reached out to put his hand on her head as he'd always done. She almost reared back. The black, curling S burned into Tom's wrist. Her breathing shallowed at having it that close to her. The dark king's sigil? Did Tom know what it really meant? Did he know what Simon was trying to do? What he was trying to unleash? A shadow that could not be fought? As she looked at the dark swirl of that brand, she felt the painful gap between them, how utterly she could not come home. "Well, talk in the morning," she said with a smile. "Hot rolls with currants, like we always do." "All right, but I'm here if you need me." "I know," she said. He ruffled her hair, a gesture as familiar as breathing. "Good night, Violet." And he was gone. She stayed in her bedroom doorway for a long time after he disappeared down the hall. He looked just like she remembered, young, handsome, and tall. She'd only ever wanted to be like him. He was the image in her mind that had always made her strive. "You." Violet jerked around and saw the cold eyes of Tom's mother. Louisa Ballard was a woman of 41 years, too thin but very well dressed. She wore her dark hair in a respectable dropped bun, and her well-styled dresses were proper for a woman of her age. Her lips were narrow as she frowned. The look she gave Violet was one of inflexible hostility. "How dare you come back here?" Violet drew in a painful breath. For a moment, Violet had thought, but any ridiculous fantasy that Louisa's words might be a ploy, cruelty to force her out for her own safety, was gone. This wasn't a ploy. This wasn't Tom trying to get her off the ship because he knew she was in danger. She doesn't know. She just hates me. She wondered what would happen if she told Louisa the truth. "Your husband brought me to England to kill me. He raised me so that when I was old enough, your son could slit my throat." Louisa thought Simon was a respectable gentleman who oversaw his father's trade company. She didn't know anything about lions or ancient worlds. "The only good thing you ever did was leave," said Louisa coldly, "but you were too selfish to stay away." "Yes, Mrs. Ballard," said Violet, keeping her eyes on the floor while her nails bit into her palms. Inside her room, she closed her door and pressed her back to it. This was just life, she told herself. Just life. She looked around at the room, alone among all these objects that she thought meant she belonged. As soon as the house was dark and quiet, she pushed back her bedding, quickly donned her shirt and trousers, and padded on socked toes into the hall. Her father's office was at the end on the left. She made straight for it. If there were papers, contracts, ledgers, anything that might help the stewards find Marcus, they would be in that room. She had snuck out at night before. She knew to avoid the creaking third floorboard and to keep to the far wall so her shadow wouldn't be seen below the door. She moved swiftly and before long was outside the office door, putting her hand on the doorknob. It was locked. A lock wouldn't usually have stopped her.
She could break a lock. She could break the door. But if she did that, there would be no more pretending. Her father would know right away what she had done. And what if the information she was looking for wasn't in the office? She couldn't give herself away before she learned where to find Marcus. She was grudgingly turning from the door to filch the housekeeper's set of keys when she heard a low male laugh from the opposite end of the hall. She froze. It was coming from Tom's room. He was in there with someone. With who? Tom doesn't have visitors this late at night. She approached silently, not wanting to be discovered. The door was ajar. There was a crack of light visible, and she could glimpse a sliver of the bedroom interior. She held her breath and peered through the crack of the door. A handful of lit candles and the flickering embers beneath the mantelpiece provided the light. Tom sat in the armchair by the fire, and there was another boy relaxed on the Axminster rug at Tom's feet, his head resting on Tom's thigh. Devon. Violet recognized him at once, one of Tom's friends, whom she disliked. Devon was the clerk of ivory merchant Robert Drake, and sometimes worked as a runner for Simon. A pale, unpleasant boy, he had the look of ivory that had faded. An old lady's dusty cameo brooch, all one color. Lank white hair hung down over his forehead. He usually wore a cap, but tonight he'd taken it off, revealing a grimy bandana that held his hair in place. His white eyelashes were too long. Violet stared at Devon's sallow complexion, his eyes that were only one shade darker than translucent water. Devon was often lingering around on Simon's business, a colorless parasite. It was how Tom had met him. He attached himself to people as he'd attached himself to Tom, and now he was talking in that unpleasant voice. I wouldn't tell anyone that she's back. Simon likes his lions loyal. If he thinks for a moment that your family can't be trusted, Violet's not a liability. She's my sister. Simon will see that she's an asset. She saved me on that ship. If you're wrong again, James will fit you with a collar and a little bell. A snort. I'm not worried about James. You should be. He's the golden boy, the only reborn Simon has in his pseudo-court. More than a reborn. He was the Dark King's favorite, and now he's following Simon's orders? You think that doesn't give Simon a thrill? You've got a head full of intrigue, said Tom, sounding amused. You think there's a spy behind every curtain and a dagger in every sleeve. Devon turned and faced Tom directly. Touch. Intimate. Tension overwhelming. And you're a lion. You think everyone is loyal. I have something you can use for leverage. James is coming to see Robert at dawn, alone. And he's never alone. Simon must want something kept utterly secret to send James out by himself. We can find out what it is. If Simon wants it kept secret, it ought to be kept secret, Tom said. You're not the slightest bit curious what Simon has planned? Violet. She spun. Her father was standing at the end of the hall, a raised candle in a holder in his left hand. He gave her a warm smile. My dear, what are you doing up? I couldn't sleep, said Violet, smiling back at him. Her heart was pounding. Very deliberately, she did not look towards her father's office door, only a few yards away. I thought I heard voices. James, she thought. Simon's planning something and he's sending James out alone? I have to tell the stewards. Tom's doing some late-night work with Robert Drake's young clerk, her father said. Nothing to worry about. Oh, of course. I thought you might be sneaking out, said her father, with another smile before she could finish. The way you used to. Down the hallway, then out of the side window in the scullery. She felt cold hearing that he knew her secret route. I'd hate to see you leave when you've only just come home. Keeping her voice light, she said, I just couldn't sleep. Her father motioned down the hall towards the stairs, a friendly gesture. The truth is, I couldn't sleep either. I know you have questions, and you're right. It's time I answered some of them. She told herself, he doesn't know I was snooping. He doesn't know anything. Her heart was still pounding. She had to keep behaving as though she were innocent.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. She nodded, conscious of the fact that they were walking away from the locked office as he led the way down the stairs, holding the candle. She was careful not to look at it or give any sign that it was why she was here. I think you know already that what I'm going to tell you has something to do with our family, her father said. "Louisa doesn't know about any of it, and Tom only knows a part." It was very dark. The candle made shadows leap out before them, then shrink back as they approached. A part of what? Something like this can't be told. It can only be shown. Her father stopped at the third door at the bottom of the stairs and gestured for her to enter. It was the India room. Violet had been 4 years old when her father had sailed with her for England, and she had few memories of her life before then. Tom, who was 3 years older, remembered India far better. He told stories about their home in Calcutta, not far from the arched gates of Government House. Violet didn't like hearing them. She'd pushed them away, feeling a knot of unfairness that it was his to talk about, not hers. She didn't like to think about that country. Her father often took guests through the room, pointing out the cabinets from his time in Calcutta, the large map of the city, the paintings of princes and ladies in gardens and under mango trees. Those were the times that she was most encouraged to make herself scarce. Her family's pride in their connection to India was conditional on her not being there. Now she looked around at the paintings of nobility, the bronzes of deities, the hangings of delicately painted cloth, and saw a collection of faces staring back at her, displaced and unfamiliar. She took a step forward. Everything went dark, the light of the candle blotting out. Click. She knew. Even as she whirled around, the sound of the door locking was like the sealing of a tomb. No, father? No, father? She twisted the handle. Nothing. She rattled the door. Nothing. Feeling rising panic, she pushed her shoulder against it. It didn't even budge. She was pounding on the door with her fists. "Father, let me out! Let me out!" Not a dent, not a shift. Even her voice sounded muffled. A lion cage, she thought, panic shoving into her throat. Her father had had this room built after his return from India. Months of construction. A room ready to hold the artifacts he'd brought home with him. A room ready to hold me. And she had walked into it, like a fool, and was trapped here. There had to be another way out. It was pitch black. She realized with a chill that the room had no windows. She had never noticed that before. She forced down the rising panic. Think. She took a deep breath, moved back, and then ran at the door, hitting it with all her strength. The impact snapped her teeth together and sent a burst of pain through her shoulder. She gritted her teeth and tried again, and again. No effect. The door was papered to make it look like part of the wall, but under that, it was made of metal, thick as slabbed stone. She tested the floor. It was stone. She beat the walls, but there was no weak spot. She piled furniture to reach the ceiling, but her thumping fist made no more sound than a palm slapping rock. Panting with exertion, she dropped back to the floor. As she took a step, her foot hit a kitchen bucket next to the largest cabinet. Horror climbed into her throat. The bucket had been left for her, proof of her father's cold planning. She thought of the family upstairs. She was at the door again, calling out, "Tom, Tom," even as she could tell from the muffled quality of the sound that her voice would not be heard unless someone was right outside. When she cast about the room, the objects in it seemed suddenly menacing. Dark shapes loomed, outlines as if of fellow prisoners, a wall full of faces. Her groping hands found a painted vase, and she purposefully smashed it so that she could grip one of the shards like a knife. If she couldn't get out, she could be ready when her father came in. It would be her father and not Tom. She told herself that. She clung to Tom's words that she'd overheard, defending her to Devon. Tom wouldn't hurt her, not of his own free will. How would her father make Tom kill her? Would he be forced to do it? She couldn't envision it,
An involuntary sacrifice out of a storybook, with her and Tom both resisting? Whatever happened, she would go down fighting. She dropped to her knees by the door, sharp shard of porcelain at the ready, and waited for the door to open, still believing that her brother would come to help her. A sound from the other side of the door. "Tom?" she said, scrabbling up. Footsteps. They seemed to stop right outside the door. "Tom, please, I'm in here." She put her palms flat against the door and pressed her mouth as close to the seam as she could get. "Tom, can you hear me? Tom, I'm locked in." "It isn't Tom," came the cold reply. "Louisa." Violet's stomach plummeted. She let her forehead rest against the door, eyes closed. But she tried in a casual voice, "I've locked myself in. Can you let me out?" "You haven't locked yourself in," said Louisa. "Your father shut you in there, and I'm certain you deserve it." What could she say? If Louisa had already heard a story from Violet's father, nothing that Violet could say would be believed, especially not the truth. "I'm blood of the lion. This room was built to hold me. He's been waiting until I was old enough so that Tom could kill me and take my power." "It's just a misunderstanding," said Violet. "If you open the door, I'll explain." "Explain?" said Louisa. "If it were up to me, you'd stay in there. You're a selfish creature who causes nothing but harm to this family." She could feel the cold door under her palms and where her forehead leaned against it. She had been in here for hours and was already feeling weak. Louisa hated her. Her father thought of her emotionlessly, as a sacrifice. Her one ally in the house had been her brother, but Tom's friendly obliviousness could not help her now. Violet drew in a breath. "You're right." Violet made herself say it. "You're right. I'm selfish. I came back thinking this was my home, but it isn't." The silence was deafening. She made herself keep talking. "I don't belong here. That's what you've always said, isn't it? I'm not wanted except as a kind of—" She couldn't say it. "It was all just pretend. I was never really a part of this family. And Tom?" She thought of him holding her in the hallway, the way she'd felt safe in his arms. "Tom's better off without me." The silence continued. She forced out each painful word. "So I'll go. I'll go, and I'll never come back. It won't be last time. I'll stay away. You'll never have to see me again. None of you will. I'll leave, I swear." She drew in a shallow breath. "If you just open the door." This time, the silence went on for so long that she realized there was no one on the other side of the door. Louisa had gone. She'd left Violet here, in this dark room, talking to herself. Violet stood back from the door and just stared at it, feeling the dark loneliness of the room sink into her. And then the door opened. "He should have left you in the dirt in Calcutta." Louisa's cold eyes, staring at her, were full of dislike. Violet felt the clawing desire to laugh, but it probably would have been a croak. Instead, a bitter, transactional silence passed between them. It was the closest they had ever come to understanding each other. Violet ducked her head and hurried out. She couldn't go out the way she knew, through the window in the scullery, so she slipped out a side window, dropping to the ground soundlessly. She had made it as far as the street when she stopped, a little breathlessly, to look back at the house. It was so familiar, a window light shining upstairs, and some smoke trailing upward from the stove-fired chimney. Soon, Cook would begin making breakfast, and her family would eat together. Violet's last meal with them had passed without her even knowing it.
Genuine intimacy, authentic warmth, tasteful artistry. Her final goodbye to Tom had been that ghostly feeling of his fingers in her hair. She remembered her first needlework lesson. Her governess had suggested she embroider the word "mama," which she had done with her crooked stitches, presenting it to Louisa. Louisa's face had changed. She'd snatched the embroidery and thrown it into the fire, and the governess had been dismissed. Violet had told Louisa the truth. She wouldn't come back. She didn't have a family, just a dream that had existed in her head. It was late when she finally made it back to the inn, the grimy, impersonal place where she had left the horses. The raucous sounds of the downstairs tables, crowded with men slopping drinks and calling for more, hit her ears as she entered. She sidestepped around them to reach the narrow wooden stairs. Climbing with exhausted legs, she made it to the small room where she and Will had agreed to meet. She wanted nothing more than to lie down on the bed with her forearm over her eyes and rest, but she knew she had to ride back to the hall. They only had until dawn to find and stop James. She pushed the door open. Will was waiting by the window, though there was little chance of seeing anything through its dim pane. "Violet!" Will turned when she entered, eyes wide with relief. "I've got what we need," she said. "We have to go." From the cold, half-eaten meal on the sill, he'd been watching for her at the window for hours. She took in the uncomfortable stool, where he'd been perched, his face all but pressed to the window. "What are you doing?" She could see where he'd tried to wipe the window clean for a better view. "I was worried about you," said Will. It made her feel warm, like she wasn't alone. Like, maybe, in that room, she hadn't been alone after all. Feeling suddenly awkward, she punched his shoulder lightly. It wasn't until they were saddling their steward horses in the stables that she noticed the immaculately fitted jacket with its snug waist and dark trousers. "And what are you wearing?" "I had to borrow these." He made a face, but she had to admit that the clothing made him look dashing. The tall standing collar setting off his high cheekbones and the fall of his dark hair. "Borrow or steal?" "Borrow. It's not important." Swinging up into the saddle, he tugged a rein, turning his force out onto the road. "Come on, we have to go." "Here." A wave of relief washed over Violet, seeing Stewards ride out to greet them. "We're over here." It felt so good to see the white tunics and the silver stars, pale shapes in the night. She counted 24 mounted stewards cantering over the dark marsh in pairs, with Justice at the head of the column. Back in London, she had told Will everything that she had overheard. "James will be alone with the ivory merchant Robert Drake. We can take him unawares, before he has a chance to use magic. He can lead us to Marcus," Will had said, grasping it instantly as she nodded. The window to act was small. They had ridden back to the hall in haste. Now, Justice's face was a welcome sight, the words spilling over her lips. "Thank God," Violet said, as the stewards reined in, surrounding them in a loose circle. "We don't have much time. We found a way to find Marcus, but we have to act before dawn." Nothing happened. Violet looked for some sign that the stewards had heard what she'd said, and saw only blank faces. A moment later, 12 of the stewards dismounted, their spears out. "Didn't you hear me? I said that we found a way to find Marcus, but we have to go now." Their faces stayed blank. She recognized the stewards. They were people she knew. Carver and Lita were on horseback. Justice was one of the dozen of the stewards who had dismounted. "What is it?" she said, a prickle of cold going down her spine. "Why aren't you listening to me?" "Because you're a lion," said Cyprian, reining in his horse next to Justice, his eyes utterly cold. Her stomach dropped like a terrible pit. "Don't get close," a voice said to her left. "She's strong." She heard a sword unsheath. "Violet," said Will, in warning. They knew. They knew what she was. A lion, descendant of Rassilon. She saw it on all their faces, her worst nightmare come to life. With a flash, Cyprian's expression made sense. He must have seen her leaving the hall and reported it to the stewards. "I'll be watching you." Had he followed her to her house? She could imagine him saying in his superior voice, "She's a lion, Tom Ballard's sister." "Wait," she said. "I'm on your side. James will be alone at dawn. You'll have a chance to capture him." Nothing. "I'm telling you that I found out how to get to James. You can use him to find Marcus. That's why I went back, to help you." The circle of spears was closing in. She swung around, but there was nowhere to go. Desperately, she searched the hostile expressions, looking for someone to listen.
"Justice, you know me, tell them." But the familiar face that she knew from hours in the training hall was shuttered and cold. "Stay back, Lion," Justice said. Something horrible twisted in her stomach. She looked at the size of the converging force. 24 stewards, half with spears closing in, the others on horseback with crossbows at the ready. Did they think that she could fight 24 stewards with no weapon? They did. She could see the spear tips, all pointing at her. "She's telling the truth. If you want to find Marcus, you'll listen," said Will, stepping forward. All it did was swivel some of the crossbows from her to him. She said, "You don't have to do this. I'm one of you. I..." 2 more stewards had dismounted. They were carrying a heavy piece of iron, solid and old, with strange carvings. Manacles, she realized. They were so thick they looked like stalks. Something in her went cold when she saw them. The ground was crumbling under her feet. "Listen to me, listen to me. We only have until dawn." "Take her," said Justice. There was a blur of motion to her left. She heard Will struggling, already in steward hands. "Stop this. She's telling the truth. She risked her life to find out how to help you." "Will," she cried out, as one of the stewards simply